Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection. Zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins. Character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words. DLC. XP. Side quest. Look out, sweats. Build mode. Flag. Noob. Squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
Alright everyone, welcome to the Critical Ops Pro League. This is Season 2 and we have arrived at the Eurasia playoffs. The first day of the Eurasia playoffs. 2 exciting games coming up. But before we start with that, as always, I'm Twist and today with me here is Jesse. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing absolutely fantastic, of course. Was there for the second day of the Americas last time, of course. But now we're here at the Eurasia, starting off with that playoffs. And I'm actually there at the first game, where we will actually have 2 best of 3s coming. We are a little bit late with the stream. Excuse for that, of course. We had some trouble getting it all set up, which means we've already had 1 game underway, which was actually a 13-0, which is a little bit sad, of course. We're here once again on the YouTube channel, of course, of Critical Ops.
Yeah, that first game, unfortunately not streamed. There were some problems with the YouTube. These problems sometimes happen when you try to deliver. But at least we're here for the second game. As you said, Jesse. Yeah, the first game probably would not have been the most exciting even if we did see that, because Invictus, they 13-0'd Team Ares on Bureau. It was very, very one-sided. They just started on the coalition side, racked up 12, and then won the pistol, and it was over. But there's still possibility for Ares to make a comeback. They just need to, work on it on the second map, which will be Castello coming up. But before we get into the exact first game today, we still want to remind you guys exactly how the format works. So again, there's the round robin stage. I think you guys probably watched it and have already seen how that went. The best teams of the round robin stage, the 4 of the 8 best, advance to the playoffs. And so now we have arrived at the playoffs. This is where all the meat and potatoes are at. So the first and second place of the qualifier of the first best of 3 advance to finals, and also the loser goes to qualifier 2. But in the eliminator stages, so the teams that got 3rd and 4th place in the group stage, well, they are playing for everything, and right now that is Ares versus Invictus. So if Ares lose this game, they are out. There's no more of Ares in the Critical Ops Pro League for this season. But if they win, then they advance to the second qualifier against whoever loses in the first matchup. It could be a bit confusing, but I think once we actually get to the brackets, you guys will understand that. And then obviously, it's just 2 semifinals, and from there, whoever wins goes to the grand finals. Best of 5 that is in the grand finals. I think it's pretty good format. I think this also worked well in the first season. Now here's the schedule. Again, the round robin stage has already concluded, but what we're here for are the Eurasia playoffs. Now the Americas playoffs, they already ended last week, so if you guys have not watched it, you perhaps want to rewatch it. Obviously it's not going to be live, but you can find the replay on the YouTube page, on the same YouTube page. But if you're here for Eurasia, well, this is the weekend for you, as we have Friday, which is today, and then also Saturday and Sunday for the big finals. Jesse, how do you think this one's going to go?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Like, as we have seen, a lot of people joining in there at the playoffs of the Americas as well. A fun thing happening this time. It's actually was actually Evil Vision to come out victorious instead of the Merciless was there before, right? So we've gotten a switch in winners, and now on this side of the Eurasia, the bracket is more stacked than ever, right? With Mullet Mafia coming in, Rain, Invictus as well, as we do see some whole new talent coming in. Speaking of talent, I mean, those talent must be rewarded for their showings here at the Eurasia or at the Pro League in general. For the round robin stage, we got prizes, and for the playoffs, we do. For round robin, it's just in-game cases that are going to be given out. 40 event cases, 40 premium cases for the first place, and then going down the drain until you've gotten yourself that 10 event case, 10 premium for the 7 to 8. So everyone is at least getting themselves a prize for playing here inside the Pro League. But once you make it in that playoffs, you're going to play for the big bucks with 3k, 1.5k, 1k and 500 with with the credits down below, and a champion skin for the winners. And that champion skin, of course, what other can it be? The skin, the weapon that has been spoken of the most here this entire season. And I got a little surprise for you guys. We're playing on the new patch, so we're not seeing the KSG that often anymore, but we do have the KSG as the champion skin.
Yeah, I think it's a very suited, very well-fitting skin as the champion skin. You know, we were laughing a little bit in the pre-show how it's just like, you know, KSG League for this season. So it's getting nerfed a little bit. You know, now it's gives more variety of weaponry you can use again. But yeah, I do think this is a very good skin to kind of commemorate and, you know, remember that this was once a thing. You know, KSG once just ruled all. So yeah, that's a pretty cool skin you can get. And obviously, if you want to get something like this yourself, then well, try to partake, try to play in Circuit, and from Circuit you can always go to Pro League. But let's actually talk about the 8 teams that advanced to Pro League, because again, Pro League is a closed qualifier. You can't just like open a, you know, just enter somewhere and then, you know, get to Pro League. No, you gotta play Circuit first, and if you do good in Circuit, you will go to the Pro League. Now, these are the teams that we saw at the beginning of the Pro League. There were 8. Unfortunately, Aimsnay, Team G9, Xylo, and Kings did not advance past the group stage. So only the 4 best teams advanced, and those are obviously Rain, Invictus, Mullet Mafia, and also Team Ares. Rain and Mullet Mafia, they finished first and second, so, you know, they're playing for that first, you know, whoever wins in their matchup will go to the finals, but whoever loses in their matchup will play against the winner of Invictus against Team Ares. As they finish 3rd and 4th, you know, you kind of have to give a little bit of advantage for the 1st and 2nd team. So yeah, here are the brackets. Hope this makes a little bit more sense. So Invictus and Team Ares, they're playing at a disadvantage here because Rain and Mullet Mafia, whichever wins, they're already in the finals. Invictus and Team Ares, whichever loses, they're out. In Qualifier 1, whichever loses, they go, you know, they still have a chance to kind of redeem themselves. So whichever loses, they're out. And whichever wins, well, they go to Qualifier 2 against the loser of Qualifier 1. Again, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think it's better that way again, because it's like rewarding the teams that actually did very well. Now, here is the stream schedule. Jesse, why don't you take this one away?
Yeah, we do have ourselves 2 games, as we have seen today, of course. Invictus taking on the Rs. Team Rs, we've already seen that first game, or we have seen it. You guys haven't, but it went on to be a 13-0 for Invictus. Also saw Vulgant in the chat. He was very sad that it didn't get streamed, as it was a pretty big blowout for their side, but Team Rs might be happier enough that that wasn't the case. Rain versus Mullet Mafia coming after that, and then one of those teams will already be the winner of qualifier number 1, of course, that will be streamed on Sunday. We'll be there 5 p.m. unless there's an Asian team, so unless Team Ares is able to pull something out of the hat, which is called a reverse sweep in this sense, then we're gonna see that 2-1 come out. Maybe Twist, when we've talked about that teams before, we didn't really get any back and forth action going, but who do you feel like is going to take it all in the end? Well, what are your expectations for this playoffs coming into it?
Well, I kind of feel like Rain have been there for so long. You know, they're definitely the team that if you just look at the stats, which I like to do quite a lot, you know, looking at the stats, looking at the possibilities and probabilities, I do feel like Rain have the biggest probability of actually taking it. But on the other side of things, I think Invictus are very hungry for that final trophy because, you know, they've been living in maybe the shade of Rain for quite some time now, and they're definitely a very good team. And then we also have Mullet Mafia, which is just a complete dark horse. We are like, they can play very well, they can destroy top teams, but they can also lose against almost tier 3 teams. So yeah, I don't know about you, Jesse, but for me, it's Rain for sure, at least for now.
Yeah, I feel like Rain definitely has what it takes to come through. They started the season off a little bit rough, but on the other hand, they've been able to crawl their way back. But for now, Invictus still has to play against the team of Ares. And this is the team of Ares, of course. We're going to talk a little bit about them in particular. What we do see is that they don't really have too much experience, and that's definitely something that has shown, as you said, like the dark horse coming into this playoffs for sure is this team Ares side. Mullet Mafia maybe as well, but they've taken that victory of the Embers of Victory, of course, before. So they're definitely a team that is a hit or miss, and in this Pro League, it's so far been a hit.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you know, when we talk about Reese, nobody even expected them to make it to the Pro League. Who thought they're gonna even make it to the playoffs? Like that is just incredible that they're here. Obviously, their lineup kind of explains it a little bit. Again, we have maybe the team is not known, but the players definitely are. Again, Legion, Horus, Peck, Proximity, Helix, Resbear, Chains, and Cap. All of these players have played in either competitive or just in casual settings, but for a long time. So even though the team is new, the players are definitely definitely not new to the game. And if you look at the ratings, I mean, they are all right. Definitely Legion, as we saw in the in the group stage as well, he was definitely the carry of the team. You know, he was top fragging most of the time, hence the rating. But at the same time, I think the team is well made in general. You know, they just fit well together.
Yeah, it's been looking great, and various maps, of course, that are being played, and various languages in their roster as well, which means English communication will have to be initiated. That's some problems maybe on the horizon for them. Looking at their maps, of course, Castello not played yet. That's the only map that they haven't in terms of all of that. Invictus has been a team that has also been going over a whole bunch of maps. So I do feel like in terms of map statistics, it is quite similar to what we have seen. A lot of high win percentages as well. I think due to the fact that they haven't really played too much before, right? And now they're in the playoffs, so we kind of only have that Pro League coming in. Speaking of Invictus, this is their lineup.
Well, let's start with the tournament history, actually, because, yeah, no, Invictus, they've definitely been doing great, but again, look at that. They've won Circuit Season 5, sure, but they haven't exactly won Pro League, and actually they took second place in the first Pro League. I think Rain was the actually team beating them out, so it's like they're almost there, you know, they're very, very close, but it's not exactly getting the trophy, and I think that's ultimately what Invictus might be, what might anger them, you know, what might set them on a even bigger pursuit to actually take this, because, you know, they've always been considered a top team, but they like that one final achievement to really show that they are, which is obviously winning the Pro League. If we look at the roster, I mean, everyone know these players, like literally all of them have been playing for years. So yeah, I think Deadly Dave is Vulgrant, maybe for some people who are unaware of that. Yeah, so used to play under the name Vulgrant, now it's Deadly Dave, but you know, a player who is definitely someone to fear. And if we look at the ratings, like obviously the ratings are going to be way better. Like if we compare to Team Ares, where only 3 players rocked rating above 1.0, well here the lowest rating is 1.05, and I think Deadly Dave has one of the highest, if not the highest rating in Pro League in general. And also there's, you know, Malik and Noxic, someone who, you know, used to rock incredible ratings, was the highest rated player in Circuit for many seasons. So yeah, the roster on Invictus is absolutely stacked, but interestingly enough, they didn't finish first or second in the group stage, so now they're kind of fighting at a bit of a disadvantage here.
Yeah, the ratings used to be even higher, and that's a weird thing to keep in mind. And one thing I do really like, what you've already told when we were talking about a race in particular, these map statistics, they play every map, right? That's a cool thing about Invictus. They are the teams choosing a village, choosing a Castello, choosing a legacy over any other map. And that's why I really feel like when we're going into best of 5s in particular, they're going to get themselves a little bit of an advantage, maybe even over Rain, because Rain is going to be doing it on more simplified maps. But when you get to the map vetoes, or when you get to the maps that are best of 5s, you're gonna have to play a Castello, you're gonna have to play a legacy, you're gonna have to play a village. And that's something where Rain, in particular, might have themselves a little bit more trouble of. Speaking of the map veto, Ares might have themselves also a little bit of trouble on that, because look at what map is coming up next, Twist. We got Castello.
Oh, this is a huge problem for Team Ares fans because, again, first of all, Ares picked Bureau as their pick, and they literally were not able to get a single round on it. Second of all, now it's Invictus pick. As you said, you know, they play these oddball maps. They play Castello, they play Legacy, and so we know Invictus are good on Castello. And yeah, for Ares, now it's just like it's just a huge uphill battle, because if they want to take this one home, now they have to win the second map of Castello. They have to take it home, which is going to be incredibly hard, especially if you start the first map, which is your pick, and are literally not able to get a single round. Sure, maybe just a fluke, but again, it's just going to be such a hard task. And even if they win that, they were going to Canals, and Invictus are definitely no strangers to Canals. They've been good on this map for so long. Probably not to the same level as Raynar, but you know, they're still a top 3 team on Canals. So at this point, Team Ares are really down bad, and they have to figure something out. Just yet, I think on the breach side of things, if they start on breach on Castello, it might work out a little bit better for them, but yeah, it's gonna be hard.
And Twist, what is even more troublesome when we take a look at Canals now, 13-0 on their own servers they're now picking up. Even if there is a comeback here on Castello, and even if Invictus completely gets blown away but gets 1 round, we're playing Canals on their own server, right? We're playing Canals on the UK servers, which they've chosen to go for in the past. And then a 13-0 that has been played, Bureau, a map that Ares wanted to play themselves. They were feeling confident on it. They had the chance to kind of revisit that game, because previously they got like 8 rounds against Invictus on their own servers on it. So that was so pretty good. But Invictus have improved so much now that even they're not allowed to get a single round. So when we're going to Canals once again on that servers, what are you going to come with that is going to be upping it until a point where you're not only getting more than 0 rounds, but also that 13 mark against a team that's on their own servers playing, and that's also hunting for kills. I can't believe how they're going to be able to do that, but it is going to be an almost impossible task. But on the other hand, like Tom Cruise always does impossible missions. So why not Team Maurice? Come on.
Yeah,
Get some
really
hopium.
they really will have to pull a crazy one off, man. I mean, to be honest, like nobody expected them to even be here. So I think
True that,
Team
yeah.
Maurice, like kind of their way how they've been, throughout the whole pro league is like nobody expects them to do something and then they do it, and then nobody expects them to do the next thing and they do it again and again and again. That being said, yeah, this is just gonna be a hard one. Just taking back Castello, sure it is their servers, but it's definitely not their map. And then if we go to Canals, it's again like as you said, playing on the worst servers, and it's just going to be a very, very hard task. Now, with that being said, I do think like they have to take it like game by game, just round by round, if possible. And so once we actually move on to Castello, I do think that it would be better for them to maybe start on the breach side, because personally, I've casted 2 Castello games so far. I've tried the map out myself, and I do feel like if you start on the T side, on the breach side, that is like that does give you a little bit of an advantage, I'd say. So perhaps if they start on a breach, get a good. But the thing is, they have to like start very, very good immediately, right? Like if they lose 3 or 4 rounds, I think just the mental is going to be down in the gutter. So if they're able to get maybe the pistol, the next, maybe build a 4 or 5 round lead, I think from there it might be possible. But if they start, lose the pistol, I think it's over before it has started.
Yeah, I think what is up with the map of Castello, I really do like the map design. Don't get me wrong by any means, but the fact that the coalition side, I don't really know what positions you're really there to hold, right? Because you have a site or both sides that aren't really able to be held, but then at the same time you want to say, okay, whenever sides aren't being held, you're gonna have to go to middle. But that is also very breach-sided, because they can take fast control over there, and the coalition don't have control over there either. So they're playing with limited control over limited control over limited control, and then it kind of becomes that breach side that is much favored. So you want to start off on usually the better performing side. That's why most of the teams choose to start on their coalition side. But what you see in other games as well coming ahead, whenever a map becomes a more towards that T side approach, you want to start off there. You want to start by having the attack. You want to start off by having the great half, so you can end it on a smooth run as well. So you can start off by a little bit of a better performance and then end it a little bit of a chill mood.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that is the case. And I like what you mentioned about like the sites. Yeah, it's very weird, because another thing on Castello is that if you play on the coalition side, there is only really one way how you can rotate between the sites, and it's through spawn, and it takes a lot of time because both sites are very far apart from each other. So it really is quite a huge disadvantage if you are playing on the coalition side, just because you have to commit both of your players like very, very early to like 2B 3A or 3B 2A. Like you have to commit them, and you have to make sure that they stay there, because if they try to like play on rotations or something like that, that is simply not going to work. As you say, breach has the advantage towards mid, so if you try to rotate anywhere else that isn't through spawn, you're probably going to get taken down. And if you rotate through spawn, which we see most of the time on Castello, then they expect you from that one entrance, where you come from. So yeah, playing the coalition side on Castello definitely is a hard task, definitely a hard one to accomplish. And that's why I also think it's better if Aris are able to start on a breach side, again, get that early lead, maybe get some confidence, get some win back in their sales, and they can build from there then at least.
Yeah, and I did hear something, Twist, that we're gonna drop it into a small interview that you actually held with Proximity from Team Maurice. So we'll be right back after that, and good luck listening to what he has to tell you guys.
Hello everyone, today I'm here with Proximity from Team Ares, and we'll talk about his team, his individual performance, and just overall critical ops. So how are you doing today, my man?
I'm doing good. Hope you're doing the same.
Yep, 100%. We have some interesting questions I think lined up, and you guys are definitely a team that maybe many didn't even expect to see interviews from, right? Because you're a very, very quickly rising team, and this normally doesn't happen when like a team like, I wouldn't say unknown team, but just like this new team just beats or makes it very hard for top guys to play against them. So what do you think is like one of the reasons for your very, very quick success?
I think one of the main reasons for success is the diverse talent of players. As you know, our roster has a few big names in both Europe and Asia. For instance, we have Legion, who's been playing the game since 2016, someone like that. myself included, as well as our teammate Chains. And then we have previous player Petch, or Peach, as I'd like to call him, who played the previous Pro League with Saints in Season 1. And our substitution, of course, Resbear, and then we have a newcomer, Horspy. So I reckon our main success comes from the diverse talent that we have, players coming from different time or eras of playing, as well as different countries. So it kind of just mixes and blends well together.
Okay, that's interesting because normally it's like maybe teams from the same country, but like you guys are really making it work from different countries, and yeah, you really have like very different countries here. I mean, again, you are kind of from the Asia region technically, but I mean, there's, as you said, I think 2 players from Oceania, right? Like it's very diverse. So how does it feel like playing against mainly European teams, or maybe even like country stacking? Like all Russian or all German or whatever. Like what's the difference in that?
Um, I mean, coming from Asia, you play against teams that are not even usually made up of the same or people from the same country. But playing against Europe has been actually a fantastic experience, especially playing for Asia region for a long time. Playing against Europe is, or as people call it, the better region, and I do agree so myself. And playing against such experienced, such well-rounded players, top-tier teams such as Rain, Invictus, Mullet Mafia, people from those teams, it's just been an incredible journey, an incredible experience so far, especially for me.
That's great to hear, man. I was expecting something like, oh, Europeans play different or whatever, but I mean, hey, you are again in the playoffs, so it does seem like it is still a good experience. What about the ping though? Because when we see the scoreboard, sometimes you guys are sometimes playing on European servers, then you have a bit higher ping, and then the other side they play on like your servers, kind of like does the ping affect like the gameplay at all?
As much as I'd like to say ping is a definite issue, because most of the time we'd be playing on servers which favors the European more. For example, we'd have 280 to 300 plus ping, whereas if they play on our servers, some of them get 180 or 240 to 250, which is significantly more advantageous to them. But in my point of view, despite ping being a rather large issue, I feel like it comes down more to the person who's actually playing the game, the person who's actually put time trying to perfect their craft and stuff like that. So yeah, most of the European people, they have an advantage, but I'd sometimes like to think that we're playing on the same field, same level. Yeah.
Okay, that kind of makes sense because I asked this question as well. I think a few weeks now, a few months back, there was this other team that was also like not from the European region playing against Europeans, and they kind of had the same answer. That ping definitely does matter. You do notice it. So I mean, still, you guys are performing really well, even with kind of this being a little bit of an issue or whatever. But you mentioned earlier that Legion is definitely one of the maybe heavyweights of your team, somebody who has been playing for a long while. And I personally played with Legion as well, back in the day, and he always struck me as a quite funny guy. So my kind of just last thing I want to inquire about is. Who do you think is the funniest member of Team Ares? Who's the guy who's always like in the voice chat? And, he says something, and just everyone bursts out laughing.
Um, it's definitely Legion. Like, there's no doubt about it. Legion is the type of person who will be there to lighten up the environment, lighten up the mood, especially when things are going south. Things don't seem to not go our way essentially, and he'll always be there to lighten up. But when the time comes for him to actually like play seriously, or play against like come pro league time, we have matches against these European teams, these other teams. He's very dead serious, very committed, very motivated as well. So as good as he is individually, he's also definitely one of the best team players that I've ever had on my roster.
That's great to hear. I mean, yeah, it feels like he lightens up the mood to kind of break you out of that maybe destructive cycle when things are
Yeah.
going south, as you said. All right, that's cool. That's good to hear. I think that's pretty much it. I figured out at least personally things that I wanted to know. So hey, Proximity, thank you for the interview and best of
No
luck
problem.
in the playoffs.
All right, thank you.
So here we are, of course, back on us. A nice interview, of course. Twist, you got a lot of information about him, about the ping, about who is the most funny guy, of course. I mean, we are definitely some funny guys there on your screen as well, trying to be funny, at least.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like whenever you try to be funny, it goes the
Yeah.
other way. But at the same
I
time,
tried to be funny as well with this one, but it didn't work out.
yeah, it's like you got to go for it. You know, if you want to have great jokes, you got to have some bad ones as well. It's always like the less you try, the less you get back. But yeah, I do think like I remember playing with Legion. Like he was a pretty funny dude. So yeah, Proximity confirmed it. Now, with that being said, like probably some players look at him in the team like as a kind of a leader as well, even if he's not the in-game leader. So with that being said, he will definitely have to find a way how to boost the team's morale because right now, yeah, they've lost their first game 0-13 on their own map pick. And if we look at the upcoming maps, well, it's going to be Castello. Sure, it's going to be on their servers, which is a bit better. But at the same time, man, when you are down one map, when you're literally one map away from elimination, from everything that you worked so hard for to get, in the group stage, first top spots, to get to the playoffs, and then you just go out in this fashion, like we're not asking from them, and I think they themselves are not asking to like even win it. They're just, they don't want to go out in a very not respectable fashion, for
Yeah.
lack of better words. So yeah, I think on Castello they'll probably try to fight as hard as they can, perhaps even take it to Canals, but again, try to take it one day at a time. Try to make it as close as possible from the early get-go. But with that being said, we have the knife round live now. Obviously, this would be great if Team Ares are actually able to win it because, as we talked about, this is really a breach-sided map, and so if they're able to start on breach, that would go very well for them. Well, let's see this, Jesse. Which one team is going to take it?
Yeah, I'm very excited, and maybe for this team of Eurasia, it's even more sustainable that they take it, which they now do. They've never played this map before. Statistic-wise shows that they haven't played it. This Pro League, they haven't played it. It is going to be their debut, and having to play it immediately against Invictus, which have most of the time picked it themselves, it is going to be very, very rough. They must come with some tricks under their sleeves, otherwise they're not going to be able to even make this one go their way. And even if they do manage to do so, it's not going to be in a 13-0 fashion. Or it will, whatever it's going to be. They have at least chosen to start on that breach side, I think. So that's going to be very, very lovely.
Yeah, definitely a good advantage from the get-go. But again, they have to. Oh yeah, actually, that's interesting. Okay, I was looking at the top there, and I was like, okay, well yeah, they started on breach, but then when I started looking at the players, and it's like, well, either way, Peck is able to find one, and they're looking for more. B bomb site under attack. Peck finds another one. This is huge. Legion though does go down without a frag. Oh, Proximity, not like that. So many players, but not able to get a single one. Now it's a 2v3. Peck is low. The man who started the round, he needs to finish this well. With that HP, it's going to be very hard to do.
Yeah, they're still trying. From the other side, it's changed. They keep on going. At least finding himself yet another, but Noxic puts an end to that. Flanks it down was still Malik. He tried to come in from behind to still find it, but it was already Noxic to deal enough damage. It's the first round, and the breach side, as you said, Twist, starting off good. And it wasn't a Reese picking it, of course, so they might have made a small oofy with that. But on the other hand, still a whole bunch of rounds to come back from.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, man, they have not gotten a single round yet. I want to believe, honestly, like, I like to root for the underdogs. I really do. But at the same time, I need to see at least one round, in two maps that are being played for me to start believing again. Because right now, it just looks like Malik, Noxic, all of them on the scoreboard. Sure, it's against an anti-eco, but there you go. Peck actually finds another one. But what is this? Proximity? Not again. And things like this happen when just individually they're not able to deliver, maybe, when it's even like a free kill, it's just going to be very hard. And Legion here is going to get found by Noxic as well. So Invictus establishing their lead up on 2 here.
Yeah, this is great. Great start for this Invictus team. And you're getting themselves some stats up, of course, from Noxic. Player we've talked about a lot there inside the pre-show and in general, of course. I mean, Twist, you've played with a bunch of guys. Have you ever played with one of these guys from Invictus then? Because you've played with Legion, but any of the guys from Invictus as well?
I think I probably ranked with pretty much all of them.
Oh, right. Okay.
Probably Jimmy, but yeah, I ranked, not like in a professional team. I stopped my competitive career kind of like, 3-4 years back when some of these guys were just like kind of showing up, and starting to play competitive. But yeah, they've been definitely around the community, a lot of them longer than I have. Peck, either way, he gets one. Chains with a refrag here, and that is a 3v3 on side, but Jimmy, he's a good end refragger, and he shows it once again. Now, Chains and Legion, again, from that position, from spawn, it's hard to find frags, but somehow Legion's able to find one. But to deny him any other chance, the smoke grenade is going to come in here.
And there's a time of staying and a time of going. And for Aris, this might be the time to go because they have to run their way into the site. They have to stay in this tournament for a little bit longer. Change runs in, but will be followed. It's Legion that has to do it all. Pulled up to the occasion, but Jimmy to stop him before anything goes out of hand. Invictus winning the first gun round. And that's very, very bad now for Aris, as they're gonna force again, but won't all have themselves full weapons, full armor to work with. Legion is gonna have an AUG without any armor. This is definitely not looking good.
Oh, certainly not. If we look at the utility department as well, you know, there's not really any grenades, and I definitely feel like when there's players almost always guaranteed to stay, you know, to be close on this map, you know, when breach players push from pretty much the same spots, it's not really that diverse, like, nades definitely help. So, yeah, so far, not looking that good for Team Aris. Again, they started on the coalition side. That was their choice, and so far not really showing us why exactly. Now proximity, he hits a huge nade there, and now the utility is getting used up. So if Invictus commit to A or B bomb site, doesn't even matter, because Ares don't really, they only have gunpowder to stop it. You know, they don't really have any nades, they can't stop the push. It seems like Peck, he is able to do it with an M4 though, just raw gun and aim. Oh, this is a big one, but Jimmy takes him down, and Jimmy almost gets another one. Proximity now retreats back, and the site is open.
Wow, this is a Costello performance from Invictus to say a whole bunch about, but one thing that we can all agree on is this is looking great. Once again, that coalition hall, of course, where proximity is coming from. There are some flanks, but you gotta be careful about Deadly Dave being careful of it. Now the drop position, not really too much covered, so Legion might be able to squeeze through and find himself a few, but now all eyes are gonna be on him as proximity falls and no one is there. 4-0. And still Invictus that have gone for those fast plays. Reese having to find a recipe against them, but otherwise this is gonna continue. And remember, this is on their server, so probably able to get a whole lot of more on. Invictus, as I said, picking Costello once. After that, it always got banned against them almost ever. So that's the reason why they haven't really gotten any opportunity to play it anymore. But 100% win rate versus the 0 count makes a whole lot of difference, Twiz. How about you?
Oh, for sure, it makes a huge difference. I mean, at this point of how it's going, right, well, it doesn't look that good, because Ares, like, I feel like individually they're able to get some frags, right? Like, Peck is definitely someone who has been getting some frags all around, but just the rest of the team isn't. Like, this is one of the closest rounds, actually. 2v2 now. Now, the A bomb site is open, but Ares are making their rotation over, and actually they could even be able to stop the bomb plant unless Malik does that. And he's expecting another one, and he's just able to get another clean headshot on chains. There's just nothing Ares can do. Whichever side Invictus attack, sure, it might look close, but eventually they're able to win it out.
It's been A side like 5 times now already, so Ares every time going for their retake, they tried something new, which was flanking around, like you said, not always going to that coalition hall, because at some point, or from the CT stairs I should say, that's where they're going from now, where they're trying to take some early control. This is once again a switch up of pace, but now they realize, Invictus, that Ares is gonna do something else, which is why they're leaning towards that B side this time to go for Malik. Starting things off, great. Legion picking up, trying to go for a second, but fails to do so as the B side is cracked open.
Oh, it definitely is cracked open. The bomb plant is going to go down. And again, see, like, all players are coming from the same direction, because they were all on A. And because you can't rotate through mid, well, there's only one spot you can be. Jimmy, he is not aware of this. Gets one. Gets taken down by proximity. So still possible. 2v3 now. But this site is pretty hard to retake, especially if you're all coming from the same direction. Peck, though, he is able to get around the pillars here, try to spot something. Oh, but those nades are just nasty, and Mixage gets Peck, and what can proximity do in this situation? Just retreat. At this point, he would be lucky to even save the rifle. He's gonna get pushed by 3 players at the same time. It's just Invictus playing it like it's a dead match, man.
Yeah, at this point, you're just feeling like Team Ares, are they gonna try to save their weapons? Yeah, last time it was 1-1. It was Bureau getting picked by the side from Team Ares, playing on Invictus servers, which didn't really plan out that well, but after that, when they went to their own servers, it worked out. They won 13-8. Now it isn't even looking like we're gonna see that. Invictus might have had an off day then, which they're pretty lucky to have, considering it was still a 1-1, right? They still picked up a map off their hands. Which is why right now they're just stomping through Mixage. Everyone is ready here for Invictus still. some chances for Legion to find a comeback. He needs this double, needs to drop the bomb, but Noxic says no, as he drops him instead. Rotations towards B, but look at how the A side is fully cracked open. Invictus can just run through it, plant a bomb, and get the round.
I mean, literally, at this point, if you look at Invictus, that's all that they're doing. They're just running through everything, man. They're approaching. This is literally like they just loaded up a deathmatch, and they're just pushing. Whoever sees the player first gets the kill first. Like, I'm sorry if you're a Team Ares fan, but it's simply objective facts, right? Like, and this surprises me a lot as well, because I honestly think that they're really having an off day, because we saw great things from them. Not only against one good team, we saw them do great against all pretty much the group stage teams that were there, but simply seems like today, I don't know if it's the nerves, perhaps, you know, they've just risen to stardom so quickly and now they're not able to stay there. Whatever it is, it's just something is wrong on side of Team Ares, because right now 20 rounds in a row for Invictus. Team Ares so far have not found a single round in this best of 3, and we're already on second map, and seems like that second map is gonna be the last, as third map is 13 rounds away for Team Ares, and there's just nothing, there's just no chance that Invictus are giving them right now.
Yeah, for now they gotta look at the map, but maybe already looking at that next season where the future might be looking bright for them. First season they're playing, immediately going into the playoffs. But at the same time, when you're in the playoffs, you want to achieve some more, right? You want to go for everything you have, and you can see like those gloves and expectations. We're playing on the new patch 1.4, which is why we're 1.40, I should say, which is not why we're seeing any more KSGs coming in, because the shotguns have kind of been nerfed a little. Speaking of, Team Ares don't need shotguns to fight themselves frags. They're finally winning those, as they're now in a 3-on-2 twist. They're actually able to be in the advantage of a position. An advantageous position for them, but still the bomb that got planted, so a retake needed. Mixage knows he can play around this stairs position. This has been where Jimmy has played in the past, where he got a few frags with, so Ares should be aware of this to be a possibility. And with Mixage now dropping, it's all on the hands of Deadly Dave. He is deadly, but not deadly enough. It is a round for Ares. They stop the curse, they're happy about it, and they make it work.
I'm so happy, man. Honestly, like they got around. That's good, you know. At least they got around. And again, you know, oftentimes doing it the first time is the hardest, and after that it gets easier. So perhaps this was the mental boost they needed. You know, it sure took them 21 rounds, but doesn't matter. They got a first round, and now they can start to work from that position. Now, one thing I do want to touch on is something you said about the KSG being nerfed, and I do think the KSG was an integral part of Team Ares. We saw them play with it pretty much every single game, every single round. You know, at least 2 or 3 players were playing with it, and now Cap not even able to get a single frag with it. So I do think like one of the reasons why maybe Ares are not performing like they did before is simply because of that KSG nerf. But Peck, though, still good in this game. Been getting consistent frags, though. Proximity trying to spot around, but there's 3 players, and seems like that 1 round victory will be short-lived, as in this one it's only Chains left alive, and Mixage is even checking his position.
Yeah, the smoke is gonna fade and he's just gonna die. Twist, I'm not feeling too well about Chains here. Maybe he's gonna be able to save his weapon, or at least he's gonna try, but spots out Mixage, knows he has to swing. Mixage still jumping back, getting caught on the angle for now. Armor broken, so he knows that, but still starts running. That should be the best plan, but he will be chased by multiple angles. Look, it's already Noxic on the coalition spawn there, but already the breach spawn, and already on the B side, Melik joining in. So this should be an easy fight soon. How many kills can he still get away with?
Ooh, Chains. Well, he gets 1. That's definitely something to pad the stat a little bit, but yeah, Mixage just comes down. Look at that. Look how good Invictus are, just like sandwiching everyone, just making sure that in case even somebody goes down, there's immediate refrags. This is the only round where they're not able to do that. Deadly Dave left in the 1v3, and sure, like, everyone on the side of Ares overwhelms him, but other than that, we can almost never see an Invictus player going down without there being an immediate refrag attempt that is usually successful. So, yeah, for Invictus, they are just playing on a different level than Ares right now. I do feel like Ares are maybe a little bit of a one-trick pony, you know, being very good with those KSGs, but, you know, lacking a little bit on the team play. still, great accomplishment to make it to the playoffs. But, you know, when you make it to the playoffs, it's gonna be the best guys, and the best guys like Mixage are simply gonna destroy you. 1-2 now, he is refragged by Legion, but now it's a 3v3, and again, the bomb is going towards A, and as you said, Jesse, you know, historically, hitting A has been very successful for Invictus. Now, Cap actually goes unchecked, so he goes down and gets another. This is big from Cap, this is exactly what they needed, and finishes it off with a nice triple there. So Team Maurice, at least getting that second round on the board.
Hey, they need something unpredictable, so Cap goes on a spot that is yet to be seen. Early control taken for Team Maurice. They're really trying to surprise Invictus here, which has been working out. Like, those 2 rounds were a surprise, like a push to come in towards those trees position, right? Towards the garden a little bit, where they're going towards once more with Cap now running through. It's been working out for Aris, and historically the A side has been easy taken over when Aris haven't tried to push it. But once again they do, and once again they succeed as Pesh takes every single one. He tries to go for the ace, misses on the final mark. Melik is down to low health. Give him the ace. He's gonna take it nevertheless. It's Team Maurice on 3.
Man, Peck is playing out of his mind right now. As you said, oh, and look at this spot as well. Yeah, we haven't seen that one before. And even though they spot where he is, he's able to get a triple. But let's go back to Peck, man. I feel like every single round he's been doing very good. So yeah, he's definitely one of the reasons why Reese are doing well, at least something, you know, at least getting 3 rounds on the board. So definitely a player to look out for. I think if we'll take a look at the scoreboard, actually, he might actually be up there with some Invictus players, which is very hard to do when the entirety of your team is not exactly performing that well. We can see Proximity on 5. Meanwhile, Peck, he's chilling with 13, you know, up there in the positives. Yeah, Jimmy's on 8, so that's something for consideration. Well, either way, it's going to be the bomb site Legion. Already taking down Mixage, but Chains with a nice double there. He's not going to go let this one go easy. So it's now only Malik and Noxic. No, this duo is very good. Malik gets another one. They still beg to get 3, now 2 more. 2v5 turned into a 2v2. Malik and Noxic left alive. How is this one going to go? Well, it seems like it's going to go towards A. Aris might be aware of that.
Yeah, the match of goals, the chance once again for Team Aris. So they're in a 2-on-2. The A side once again lost. And although Cap has stepped up that 1 round, hasn't stepped up ever since. 4 kills to his name, tries to go for more, now spotting him out, but Melik has other plans, takes that first away, sprays onto the second. It's every single piece for him. And Invictus, yeah, they've taken every single piece. Here we see the ace once again from Pesh coming in, as you said, taking 13 kills because of it. This guy has been stepping up, but it just has not been enough, unfortunately speaking.
Yeah, individually he's doing very good, but again, Aris, you know, I feel like they're simply lacking in that team play department sometimes. Well, either way, now we have side switched, and perhaps this is their chance, because as we said, the Breach is definitely an easier side to play on Castello, so there is still a possibility, you know, now that being on the advantageous side, perhaps they can just push Jin, do the work that need to be done. Now Jimmy is guarding it, and it's gonna be Nox again, Jimmy for a double there. Yeah, this is a bad one, especially with a knife kill, I think, as well, coming in there. Yeah, this is not a good one. At least Aris are able to plant the bomb. Now they are on the Breach side. I know the scoreboard might say otherwise, but we will get that sorted very quickly. But either way, they do get the bomb plant, but unfortunately, don't exactly anything more than that. At least some good money, you know, now they're able to buy up. But ultimately, at this stage of things, they don't care about money, they don't care about kills, they simply should care about getting these rounds.
And the communication is key there, right, for Invictus. They're attacking the B side with few players, but immediately rotating over as well. Like, the rotations were so fast that it was almost like a 5-on-5 on the side. And that's trust in your own teammate. Whenever he calls it is a certain side, it usually is, right? When you are this trusty to your own mates, which is great to see, which is why I feel like Invictus is definitely 1 step ahead for now. Aris still tries to be 1 step ahead of this A side, and they've been able to do so as all the kills are going their way. It's all left in Nox6 hands, and a 1-on-3 is still looking like it's going to be Aris to take 4.
Well, Noxic, he's definitely someone to be very aware of if he's left in a clutch situation. There have been plenty of times where this guy has been in an impossible situation and somehow recovered it, but it seems like at this point he just wants to save the weapon. $600 to his name, so why should he go for it? You know, his ego is not that big. Although, right as I say that, well, he gets one. Maybe his skills are also that big, but the problem is that head glitch always very hard to hit. And at this point, yeah, he tries to retreat back. I think it was very solid effort to get the first frag, but that head glitch is just impossible, it seems like. Like today, we've seen when you come from the collision side and you try to retake the bomb side, it's almost impossible to hit that fountain head glitch. So Noxic not being an exception there, still not being able to connect, and that does take a Reese up to 4. Now they can actually start building their economy, you know, they can start working on getting those rounds back, because this one should be a freebie, and I say should. We've seen some great pistol rounds coming out from Invictus, but with a Deagle and 4XD45, I do think it's going to be just a little bit too hard to do. Unless Aris hit a fully stacked bomb side, but I don't think that's going to happen, Jesse, is it?
Nah, they are going towards B, and the A site has been stacked now for Invictus, and they've made the wrong call in this situation, and they will call it off. At least Noxic is immediately going for the retake, so they might even be arriving soon enough, like from that CT stairs, still coming in to play. The nades are coming in, but Noxic has already beaten and is now on the cliff side, so this could actually be huge. But Team Maurice, taking a slow approach, will soon find themselves the first few fights here onto this B site. Will be Legion to grab it. He's gonna look for it, grabs one, Patch does exactly the same, and so everyone will still fall down. It's 5-on-1 now, as Mixage was the only one still standing on that A side, now looking for some exit frags. But in all honesty, Twist, like, okay, they've only gotten 5 rounds right now, but from that about 7-0 or like 8-1 they were once on, Aris have started to make a comeback. I don't know if the comeback is going to be like soon enough, if it's really going to be making it worth a map, but I still feel like they're going to be able to make it somewhat closer than the scores right now, and that might make this one still a little bit interesting to watch.
Almost definitely. I feel like in the last couple of rounds, not only Peg, but some other players have really woken up. We saw in this round, Legion got, I believe, a 3-piece, maybe even a quad kill. And again, Team Maurice, yeah, maybe they're not as strong in the technical department, but when it comes to just individually getting those frags, they are definitely up there with the big guys. And so the fact they're starting to wake up, you know, Chain's starting to get some frags, Peck really just getting an ace. Sure, it was against an anti-eco, but it's still like, you know, good thing to do. And if we look at the scoreboard, yeah, I mean, if Cap and Proximity wakes up too, it might even be a very close game, because Legion, you know, definitely starting to get those frags, Chains as well, Peck is just out there dominating. So yeah, it's getting closer, and it's definitely something that we need to pay attention to, as especially Invictus go another eco, Mixage on an FP6, well, that's going to be hard one, and Legion, yeah, he's not going to let that one happen. 20 HP though, this might be a little bit dangerous.
From Ninja, we've seen it work out before, but will they check the full corner cap? You gotta do where you were yourself. The FP6, at least taking him away for not clearing the corner he was previously on, but it doesn't matter. Although just one kill goes the way, economy is still there for Team Aris, but so is for Invictus. We're gonna see this full buy round, and I've talked about it, it can become close. I don't think it's gonna be a win. Whenever we're now seeing Invictus slowly but surely making those economy decisions, which are quite questionable, when they're starting to lose full buys, I'm starting to believe that there's actually still a comeback possibility.
To be honest, I also think so. I do think this is a very important round, because if Aris lose it, sure, they might be able to buy up, but Invictus at that point are on 11, and, you know, they're not going to let that one slip. But I feel like here, if you kill them, you break their economy again. We might be looking at 8 to 10, and Noxic, yeah, he doesn't want to make that happen, just pops out there, gets a quick one on Legion, and now Aris are deciding to go towards 8, but the thing is, that single frag did not pull any resources over, so there's still 3 defenders on the bomb side, and with those 2 smokes going in, information is confirmed, but Aris are not exactly able to push in Jimmy. This is a very good spot to stay in. I don't think they're expecting this one, and Mixage gets an 8 frag, so at this point, Peg is low, Cap is low as well, and Chain's really the only difference maker here.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy, he's been good against Team Aris before. The main man to hit as well on Bureau. And hey, Twist and Jesse, you guys are talking about a comeback possibility. We're gonna take the game, we're gonna take the map, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take 11 at least for now. But yeah, we're gonna stomp you guys down with your predictions.
Yeah, the caster's curse, man.
Yeah,
The caster's curse always just kicks in, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they've heard us. They've heard us.
I know. It's somehow I don't know how. Maybe they've wiretapped my house, but somehow they always figure it out. So that being said, it does seem like now I can't even say that it does seem like Invictus are gonna win. So it does seem like Invictus definitely have the advantage, especially with Deadly Dave now taking down Legion, player who was really starting to show up the last couple of rounds. But it's actually gonna be proximity, maybe someone who played very poorly at the start, but now he gets a crucial frag. Now Mixage is gonna refrag and pack with another, just kills going both directions, and a 2v2 now. Interestingly enough, the B bomb set, the A bomb set is completely open, so a bomb plant is gonna unfold. Oh, but Noxic, this backstab is gonna be almost everything. The bomb does go down, and now Malik is left on a backstab as well.
This is a good rotation. Might not be expected, right? Two from the same angle. Shouldn't be something he's gonna see and change, still looking the wrong way, so this should be a kill for Malik soon.
Oh yeah, I think even if Chains turns around, he's definitely being heard. You know, this movement is heard, and he is going to get taken down. Malik, that was a smart play, as you said, definitely not going to expect in that situation for two players to rotate pretty much all around the map. You know, with how common it is to come from this single angle that Malik is going through right now, the single area where in the, that leads to the collision spawn, you just kind of almost neglect other areas just because you're very primed to look at this one. So, great intellectual play there coming from Malik. And yeah, that's Invictus on match point. So Reese, if they want even any chance at not getting eliminated from the playoffs, again, these are the lower bracket semis, well, they have to win 7 rounds in a row and then do great on Canals. Again, at this situation, probably take it 1 round at a time, and well, they have a perfect opportunity to do so. They have the utility, they have the riflery, and they also have the kills. Pack and proximity fighting 2 now.
Yeah, good start here. Moving on to the B side straight away. Deadly Dave putting an end to that. But Jimmy, wow, what a kill. Flicking onto the head of Peck, not allowing him a single chance of breathing space. And with Deadly Dave now pushing through the smoke, Vulgan, of course, making an insane move around. Jimmy will fall, so that CT stairs taken under control. Dave's still looking in for another. Hasn't been too deadly in this game, but can definitely end it here to move them up to yet another round of playoffs. Mixage trying to find Cap, but Cap will do that otherwise. The standing of goals here for Team Aris, as Hurris isn't here to play. Deadly Dave pushing through the smoke, but there's actually a beat in as well for Legion coming in. He's made the right call, he's made the right move, and so there's probably no time anymore to go for this. Team Aris are still into this one, as Legion will find the final kill. It was great because that last round, of course, what we saw from Team Aris coming in, although they're on 11 losses back then, and they are thinking of, okay, we're gonna probably lose this one as well because we're not investing too much into it. They're just thinking about the future. They're just thinking about, okay, we're gonna have a full buy after that. We aren't necessarily the ones now in the driving seat, but we'd rather want to play for that full rifle, show what we're worth, other than just forcing it for no reason. And that's really great. I like the composure for them.
For sure, I think composure is definitely something you really need when you're playing at the highest, at the highest leagues of competitive. And something else you need is all that aim with the Deagle, because Legion is just gonna eliminate Noxic. That's a quick one for him. And Chains, yeah, this seems good, but see, that's a problem with Aris. Like, they look good individually, they look good when it comes to rounds, but somehow, like, they're just not able to, stick enough of them together. Sure, this one, complete elimination, exactly what they would have wanted, eliminating everyone without a single care in the world. But now, once we actually go to rifles, it might just be one of those rounds where Reese starts off, they'll lose the duel for the first frag, and then they just, keep on losing players. So, still, they have to go strong for 5 more rounds, and I mean, that would be an insane accomplishment to even bring back this game. We're not even talking about the whole best of 3. But for now, well, yeah, they sure looked solid in the last round. It seems like this time they might want to slow down their push a little bit. Bomb still not exactly dropped at spawn, but definitely the player carrying it is. And seems like mid control is of more importance. But actually, look at this Invictus. They're really pushing out aggressively on A. Oh, this could really go either way. Either they clear a lot of area and just send everyone towards B, which would be a very hard hit for Reese, or they get caught. This backstab gets caught, but it does seem like nobody's checking it, so Invictus at this point pretty much know that it's gonna be B, and they are able to deliver. Malik with a double. Now Noxic is down and Jimmy is low, but at the same time, ooh, they're actually gonna go A and get another frag. Legion with a double, completely turning things around. So now only the 2 players backstabbing are alive, and Mixage takes down Legion.
Twist, I'm not too sure about this reposition, but of course we're gonna talk about that after the round. I'll definitely take this into a little bit of a replay moment, or at least speak a little bit about what's going on, but in all honesty, I can start to talk a little bit bad now about Invictus, about how I would rather have seen them play, but if they win this round, fair enough, GG's right to them. So gonna see how this will first of all unfold. Flasher coming in, Change is able to take away Deadly Dave, so we're still going for yet another. And now Invictus would probably want to have their rotations a little bit better up their grasp, but I'm totally agreeing with you on the fact that Aris is very individually speaking, but this one was tactically quite great. Invictus, they pushed with 2 over that A long, or over the trees position. And although I really like that, there's no one going towards middle because the third player rotates from the coalition hall, which means if that player rotated over from the A main or the A hall position back to middle, or A connector towards middle, that would have been the perfect rotation, because now no one was middle. Gave a free chance for a Reach to start rotating over to the mid side and get a free side. And now this one round is one maybe small mistake might snowball into more not to be twist, I think we can call it.
Yeah, Peck on low HP. Now, his position is not known and he has the bomb, but at this point, even if he gets the plan, he has to go flawless. He has to hit headshots before any bullet even touches him. Has to go full Matrix mode, and yeah, that's going to be a little hard, especially with Mixage holding, actually with a Deagle, so might he be able to take down the first? We'll see. I'm looking at the minimap. It seems like there's an engagement and Peck is going to get that one, but Deadly Dave coming in, and he is going to finish it out. Invictus on 13. Congratulations, they are moving on to the next game. But as good as Team Eurasia were playing, unfortunately, not getting further than the 4th place in the playoffs. The first game, a complete fluke. The second one, they tried, they fought hard. They got 9 rounds on their opponent's map pick, but unfortunately, not anything more than that. So Invictus win the first matchup of the day, 2-0 in the best of 3.
Yeah, really great to see. And I mean, to be really honest, when I saw the maps, I was like, okay, this is pretty much to be expected. But when I saw the first blowout, I was like, okay, the second one might also be a blowout. Reach just don't really have themselves their day right. But on the other hand, getting 9 rounds back on a map that you have not played before in the playoffs, of course, they had expected it to be playing it against a team like Invictus, because they have picked it in the past, they've played it in the past. So Invictus is definitely a team going for those more strange maps. And when you don't like Village, does leave the opportunity for a map as Castello to be picked. The fact that they still got 9 rounds, I'm very, very excited to see what Aris is going to be able to do. But this does mean, Twist, that our final Asian team here for the Eurasia will be blown away. And we've seen Silo, of course. We've seen Aris. I really like their new playstyle. I really like the way they came into this circuit. Still to be, or in this Pro League, a little bit unknown. But we have seen that they can definitely strike. They can be there up with the big boys. And I'm really hoping that they're here to stay for the following few seasons, right? Continuing on, it would be great.
It for sure would be great. I think that first map just completely just ruined all of their plans, and it was just, especially because they're a new team and they haven't went like through these situations a lot. It was just like they didn't know how to adapt. They sure tried their best on the next map, but it's just like something they did not expect. And yeah, that first map I think really ruined it for them. But let's actually take a look at what that actually means in the terms of brackets, because well, here they are. So the first game that we watch right now, Invictus versus Team Eurasia. Yeah, Invictus very dominant, especially in the first map, goes on to qualifier number 2. The reason why they still have to play qualifier and they don't go exactly to the grand finals is because Invictus and Team Eurasia finished 3rd and 4th in the group stage, so we're giving a little bit of advantage to the teams that actually finished 1st and 2nd, which are Rain and Mullet Mafia. And guess what? That is the matchup coming up right now. So whoever wins in that matchup will go straight to the grand finals that we'll see on Sunday. But whoever loses in that matchup will play against Invictus. And you know, if you lose, you're out. If you win, you go up to the grand finals. And this qualifier 2, we will see this tomorrow on Saturday. So just to make sure you guys understand how the schedule works, yeah, today we're going to see these 2 best of 3s. Those we already saw one. Well, Rain and Mullet Mafia is next coming up. Then tomorrow, pretty much at 5 p.m. as Aris lost. So as you can see here, at 5 p.m. CET, Central European Time Zone, we will see the other battle for whoever goes to the grand finals. And then on Sunday, all hell breaks loose as we have a best of 5 we've all been waiting for throughout this whole Pro League season. We have the grand finals. They're going to start at 5 p.m. CET and probably last around 5 to 6 hours, but there's a reason why, because they're going to be so much fun. That being said, that next matchup coming up, Rain versus Mullet Mafia, the 1st and the 2nd placed team in the group stage. I think this one's going to be a blast as well. Just, I'd say way more competitive. I'd say probably going 3 maps. As good as Rain are, Mullet Mafia have been performing exceptionally well recently.
Yeah, and speaking of those two teams, of course, we're gonna break them down for you after a short little bit of a break. So be sure to stick around, guys. We still have one more best of 3 to come, and as Twist has nicely said, number 1 versus number 2 in this competition. They've already played a best of 5 before in the Embers of Victory Cup, which was a 3-2, so that only means that this one is gonna be a very much blast to watch. So be sure to stick around. We'll be back shortly.
Tough spot with that Scar, difficult hip fire, and he's gonna lose his head to him. Bomb has been planted. They really want to plant the bomb every single round, is that right? Or have they only got it, or they miss it once? I think it's every round they planted the bomb so far.
Yeah, it's giving them a great chunk of economy to work with, but Silo been able to retake twice now, attempting for a third here, Jake. This could be possible as they're walking into the smoke. Horace, right around it, jump comes in, hit. Oh, he will be hurt, but he's still gonna check the smoke. I think he's checking from behind, not anymore. Giving it up, and so a chance for Horace, but he misses on the first hit, still a chance. The IGL might step up, taps it one more time. Gonna leave Brox to swing. He's been calling the bluff with it for a good chance. Now the stick will come in though. Hit, he's not gonna get taken down. He's not gonna be able to make it work.
Flashbang, smoke going off there. I don't know if they realize he's behind that bot crate. Chan picking up Peck. The momentum might be beginning to shift just a little bit. Laz just needs to play this right. Oh man, Horus has just been mean. He knows how to position those crosshairs on that SG.
Bomb has been planted.
And it's a headshot almost every single time. Bomb has been planted once again. Proximity getting a little aggressive. Gonna decide to go ahead and back on up and just play defense now.
Wasn't the kill less a little bit unfortunate for him? Didn't he just have to wait for his team to regroup? Sengshi is still not gonna wait for a regroup as he doesn't need it. Finds a double. Horace will get taken down as well. And although Les will find a 1-for-1 trade.
He's got the angle on him, but Proximity is able to win the gunfight. There is no way. Bomb is still down. Eyesight has to move across and pick it up. Proximity's in a good spot. Let's smoke out. He's moving very fast over towards the site. Smoke grenade covering a little bit of those footsteps. The bomb is being planted at Proximity, realizing the situation. Now let's just find him.
Walking past each other.
Around each other. Oh my gosh. Who's the first to find him? Nope, he saw him. Proximity. No, you can't. No way.
What? How does Eyesight win it? They control Horace. The MVP of last time has had some struggles with pushing certain areas, but this time gets Eyesight off guard. Once again going for those double pistols. Definitely not been working out for him, but the A side is still free for grabs.
There it is, being planted right down here on this A site. Dilo getting that bomb planted. Ares is going to have to move quickly here to try to defuse that. Force popping out of the corner. Low HP left on that armor. It's broken. And Laz is able to drop him. Proximity to the quick kill though. Getting the refrag and he doubles up. Back in a difficult spot. 2 players left alive here. For Xylo, 1 up for Ares and team. Really nobody on B site. They got, I mean, there are 2 players that can rotate in, but nobody's sitting behind the computers here. Chan is in there slowly moving. He now knows there's a player right there, and he's gonna pop around the corner and find Chains. But not before Chains is able to do a little bit of damage to his team. The 3v3 now. Bomb is being planted. The retake now on Team Ares. Proximity dodging those bullets, coming in looking like Neo in the Matrix. Hit, going for the reload. He knows they're about to push in. Here they go. Flashbang out. Chan is going to be down. Their last player is Laz here. Misses his first shot with the KSG. Trying to come back in line. The crossers up. Now he's flashed.
Oh, nice.
He's going to get knifed. Proximity with the backstab. And Team RS now leads by 3.
Go absolutely wild. When Proximity dies, he can go a little bit aggressive. Forces them to potentially look for a 1-on-1 trade. But actually, he's getting more than he could have ever wished for, right? He grabs a frag, doesn't get trade, and is still alive and up and running. So now, the FP6 play might not need to even come in. It's looked in for a bait. And here they come. Are they gonna go further than the Proximity player, of course? Are they gonna get the frag? They won't. Now they're gonna try to trade him towards Intel, but he continues to start blowing up. And now they're not gonna expect Horace here. Horace, a free kill galore, as he's able to find himself a tag, but not a kill. A hit, still alive. A 2-on-4.
Wins.
first position with the KSG could go huge, or Reese might go for something called the A site, which is then where there's an insane play happening. It's all gonna come down to this fight though. Pesh is the one still walking all the way towards that coalition spawn, trying to potentially grab Eve back from a play here, trying to grab into the intel. Side steps have been made. May is coming in from behind though, could be taking out Chains, dropping the bomb with it, even finds a second, but Legion comes out to help, trading on point for the team Aries, and now less remaining. KSG in hand is gonna try to fight towards the fence. Proximity knows what's up, will be still be dropping down. Les just has to buy time. Legion goes all around, no way, he's still gonna grab him. Les, why are you running into team? They continue to have an advantage in this round. Bomb still outside of the defense side. Donnelly holds on to take down Sadok. B side cleaned up. And so, he's still gonna pick this bomb up. It's not to the vents, it's actually to the B long side now, where there's a second player regrouped up. But Fair has the sniper in hand. So this is not the best of weapons for this job, you would have to say. She has to find a little bit of a shotgun play here, I guess, with the sniper. No scope required, or a kill! Jumps around Donnelly. Blink and you miss it as he falls down. It's all left in Evilic's hands now. We're seeing the split screens coming in. Who's gonna have the longest spread? Fair might want to try and peek out. Evilic is still checking the coalition spawn, now getting jumped around. Fair fight.
Yeah, and Rain. Then Flames has a little bit of an easier schedule by taking on Silo
And Invictus. When you're losing one map against those, you're already confirmed to not make it into the playoffs yet. So this could be a very important win for both teams to take. And King Gaming, at least for them, it's looking good. But for Flames, chances are slowly starting to unfold to take this win.
Sadok gonna find Vortex. Fair also putting down Eve. Not only gonna prevent Sadok from doing any more damage by dropping him with that hog. Bomb is slowly ticking down here. King Gaming, I don't think has enough time to defuse, even if they eliminate all these players. Fair is the last one here. Going for the defuse, it's gonna be close. Fair, what are you doing?
King, whoa! Goes into a close angle because he realizes what Fair was doing. He realized that Fair is watching. And now here steps. Not gonna start the peak, just waiting for his team to arrive. I love what I'm seeing, but will it be enough for King Gaming? Smart might it be? The Flames might still have the aim, so Doc will fall down. The IGL now dropping, and that's wrapping around towards the B side. A is all full cleared out, and look at all the players. 4 of them almost rotating. 3 for now, and the first peak is gonna be on Moho Max. You're gonna hear them cross. Now everyone is rotating. This is great. Moho Max with a T-ball, and that's all of them falling down. Bye-bye, Flames. Your flame been extinguished. You're not having any chance anymore. A smoke dropped right on top, and Vorshek that might be initiating it all, grabs it all, and a flawless round for to concede the site, and he will at least try to do so. Star has had enough though, wants to continue but falls away. We heard the scout, we heard the sniper shot missing, and that's gonna leave King Gaming to have the site under control. Jake, this might still be double digits for King. They might still take the lead in this game. Oh boy.
Sadok able to find one. Invis gonna eliminate him, preventing him from doing more damage to his team. It's now 2 versus 3. Fair in a tough spot. GTA's able to drive in, gets one. Still plenty of health to work with. You still that sniper rifle out, or you stay on it. Fair seems like he's gonna decide to stay on it. He's flashed, sticking to the fuse. Oh, this is gonna be close. This is gonna be close. No way. Donnelly prevents it. He doubles up and drops Fair, and it's King Gaming with the lead, and the damage has been done there to Flames' economy.
Has himself a chance, but a quick scope won't connect. Fair gave him a taste of his own medicine. Might even pick up the Eurasia himself. Won't be the case. 10 still for Flames. They're double digits down on the board. And King Gaming, economy-wise, Jake, it's actually starting to become a whole lot harder for them. As one more round, they will potentially have economy troubles.
Yep, yeah, that basically all in there in the round number 22 could end up costing them if they're not careful here. Invis, is he just on a P250? I believe that is the case.
Yeah,
I'm sure maybe if he had it. Yeah. Ooh, difficult. A duel is gonna be the first to strike. Finding Vortex, doubles up, trying to go for the 3K. Someone's able to find it. It's GTA cleaning up with the full.
We're off with his sister on Pretzel, already on a bit of a backstab here, but he might get caught out. He's able, actually not even able to get one. MGS is going to take him down. But Blitz, they're kind of getting on the offensive a little bit here towards mid. They do choose to back up after losing that player. The bomb still hasn't made any final commitments in. Oh, the timing on that B-Long player might actually be really good. Yeah, Styx is able to push up and take down that player. It's now all down to Kawhi. Last man alive over towards A mid. He's gonna spot out the first player with a nice headshot. Oh, he's able to get the flick, but he can't find the kill. Oh, he's 3 HP. How is he alive right now? Oh my goodness. Spoken as, oh my goodness. What is happening right now? Oh, he
Just
gets,
one bullet.
how does he get away? No way.
One.
Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection, zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins, character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words, DLC, XP, side quest. Look out, sweats. Build mode, lag, noob, squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
Invictus will do what they have proven to do throughout the whole season by taking a 2-0 against Eurasia, but that does mean, sadly enough, Twist, that we are going to have the final Asian team go out. My name is Dutchbird, of course, or Jesse, whatever you want to call me. I'm joined by Twist, as I've just mentioned, but before we're going into the second best of 3 of today, we still got to tell you something about one of our lovely partners, which is obviously G Fuel here, esports mobile code that you can use at checkout to get 30% off by anything on gfuel.com.
Yeah, most definitely. I think at this point, you know, you've heard about G Fuel. You've probably even tried it, and trust me, there are pretty much countless failed flavors you can try. Maybe the flavor you have tried that you didn't like it, well, just go to their website. Again, use the code esports mobile when you buy something. You're gonna get 30% off. That's a lot. That's almost 1/3 of the whole purchase. And I mean, G Fuel, you know, it gets you energized, gets you caffeinated up, it gets you ready to take frags and take names. And if you perhaps want to play the best that you can ever play, you know, try it out. Trust me, it won't make you worse. It will definitely at least keep you the same level, or most likely make you a little bit of a better player. So yeah, again, use code esports mobile at checkout when you go to gfuel.com to buy yourself some G Fuel.
Yeah, and not only it's going to make you better, but on the other hand, it's also very, very tasty to have. So it's a nice drink to have beside your game, which is going to up your game. Because if you have a very sad drink next to you that isn't of too much flavor, of course you're not going to play that well. We still got ourselves some lovely skins, of course, in operation. Kawaii, as you guys saw the little intro, of course, many skins that are now ready to be checked out, of course, in-game and possibly been able to be gained, which is obviously always lovely. So you're shining outside of the game, but you're also shining inside with these lovely new skins.
Oh, most definitely. You know, I always, you know, if you want to rock in style, you know, sometimes we watch these players and they have some very nice skins. Well, if you want to have a chance at that as well, I think you know by now how skins work. But if you do not, you know, or if you perhaps want to get some new skins, well, definitely go and check those out. That event is going to be in the game for quite some time. Now, I think what ultimately, we have to talk about is the next upcoming matchup. It's the two best teams from the group stage, Invictus versus Mullet Mafia. Now, sorry, my bad, Rain versus Mullet Mafia. I have Invictus in my head just because of how badly they beat Team Aries. But yeah, the upcoming matchup, as you can see on the screen right now, is Mullet Mafia versus Rain. Now, again, Rain has throughout the whole Critical Ops competitive history, I'd say, been that one team that, if whatever team you're playing in, if you know that you have to play against Rain, you're like, well, we're probably going to lose. On the other side of things, it's Mullet Mafia. It's a team that has risen to the top ranks in the last year, but they definitely have proved that, they are able to do it. Now, I think it would be good if you guys, if you guys, put some votes on it too, right? So, Jesse, tell them about the voting system that, you can choose between Rain or Mullet Mafia.
Yeah, if you guys have a little taste of what's going on, if you guys have a little feeling, a tickling feeling of predicting these matches, you're able to help yourself with that as well by going over to that play.mobileesports.com/app/voting or scan the QR code on your screen to be able to win some prizes and, of course, potentially get a chance to win that exclusive Pro League skin of the KSG if you have a little bit of a sense of what is going to happen, of course, which is now going to be on your screen, of course, the KSG. But, of course, we're going to go back into the matches. Now everything is out of the way. Both teams that are going to be playing. And we're starting off with Mullet Mafia, which is going to be the team on your screen right now. A little bit of a hit or miss, as Twist has previously mentioned. And as well as here, the limited experience that they've had playing together or playing under the organization that is Mullet Mafia is definitely showing. But the first thing they did was win, and it was versus Rain in the grand final.
Oh yeah, again, not maybe a team that was known 2 or 3 years ago, but definitely now they are here and they are showing it. Now, in terms of players, yeah, actually, a lot of names that I might know, but it's an interesting lineup. Definitely, again, having four players from the same country definitely helps. But with that being said, Fallen Knight from Russia, we've seen him throughout all of Critical Ops competitive history. Alpha as well, a player who is definitely very good, and also Kesti. We did see some great performance from him. And again, if we look at rating, the rating is very good. The rating is, I think, up there with Invictus. Obviously, they don't have that 1.5 as we saw on Deadly Dave on the side of Invictus, but at the same time, having 1.41, this is very great rating. Same for Alpha and Fallen Knight. I'd say anything above 1.2 is really no joke. And well, guess what? 5 of their players are almost above that 1.2 mark. So, yeah, just individually looking very solid. Look at the win rates as well. Reeker, 72% win rate. That is no easy feat to do. And if we look at the map stats, Jesse, what do you think about this 0% on Legacy?
Yeah, Legacy is definitely not a map that they're gonna want to go for, but the other ones look quite good. The Castello in the mix, Village in the mix, maps that probably the team that they're playing against now, hinting towards it, aren't gonna be having too much fun on themselves because they're more leaving towards their own maps that they know, the X maps that we have seen for quite some time. But Plaza up there with 100% as well. Things are looking quite good for Mullet Mafia. Then the only team that they've lost against in the regular season, which is Rain. And if we speak about Seops and if we speak about competitive scene in general, we must be speaking of this Rain. Look at their tournament history, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know, it doesn't fit on one page probably, but what they've done previously, winning World Championship, winning Pro League Season 1, of course in the Embers of Victory, they haven't shown off by getting to second place, but Circuit 1, 2 and 3, they all were able to get themselves that victory on it, which is just lovely to say the least, Twist.
Oh, for sure. Again, it's like Circuit Season 1, 2, and 3, just winning it all out. Yeah, we had that little fallout at Circuit Season 4, but like, again, the Rain is a team. Rain is also known as the comeback team, right? Like, Rain is known as literally every good quality you could think of, almost, in terms of what is good for a team. Well, they embodied that quality because, yeah, they had that little fallout period where maybe Circuit Season 4 and 5, they didn't do the best, but look at them now, they're back in action, they're back, or at least trying to get back on top. If we look at the roster, well, these are going to be the guys trying to do it. Yes, the roster has changed quite a bit. I think a lot of players from Rain, a lot of old players from Rain went to Elevate or some other teams. But, this is the lineup that they have for now and they've had for the last couple of months. Mylan, Exalments, Unlucky, Nexera, Wives, Faltus, and Fricks. And the rating, yeah, Maybe Invictus have a 1.5 rated player, but Myline, he's rocking a 1.65 rating. That is the highest rating overall on any player in Critical Ops Pro League right now. So Myline, when he's on the server, he's almost always getting 2 kills for 1. So this guy is just incredibly hard to stop. And then, the rest of the players are also, well, it's Rain, so they're going to be great. 1.38 and 1.37 is also just absolutely insane on Excellements and Lucky Kid. And then, Wives, maybe his rating isn't that great, but as a 5th player that we're probably going to see today, well, we've seen him on the server. We know how good he can be as a supporter.
Yeah. And as I said, with the maps, of course, what I've seen throughout this first season, right, or this season of Pro League Twist is we haven't seen Legacy, we haven't seen Castello, we haven't seen Village ever yet from Rain. One time they've chosen to go for Port, but the rest was always Canals, Plaza, or Bureau. Which is really something I feel like in a best of 3 might be catching them off guard a little. The only thing we do know is that they haven't really played with their lineup from the start, which is why they weren't necessarily always on the top, but in the end it is Rain, as you just said. They always end on the top. Map vetoes in play. These are going to be very, very interesting because, as I said, Legacy, Castello, and Village have not been played yet. Plaza is out for Mullet Mafia, one of the maps that Rain have chosen to go for. Castello is then out, but that still leaves Legacy and Village, so I'm very interested to see what they're going to go for. And they choose for Port, which is something I definitely didn't see coming whatsoever. But okay, not a map that Rain played too often. Going to be picking Canals instead. Legacy is then out, and then you're banning away Village, leaving the final map of Bureau. So I don't know how Rain is doing it, but even if the map statistics show like the side from Mullet Mafia has to go for Castello, Legacy, or Village, none of those maps are coming into play, so they're still going to the favor of Rain in my eyes.
Oh, for sure. This is an almost perfect map ban for Rain.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons maybe is because, like, not only Rain, but most teams neglect those 3 maps, Legacy, Village, and Castello, just because most teams don't want to play on them. So it's like we don't have to get good on this because nobody really plays it. So, like, who cares? Now, obviously, this is going to become a bigger problem once we actually go to the grand finals, which is a best of 5. And definitely at least one of those 3 maps will be played. But for now, Rain are just chilling. I mean, yeah, Port, Canals, and Bureau, it's definitely maps. Those are easy maps for Rain. Those are maps that they've been always playing, and those are maps they've been winning a whole lot. Now, if you look at the community votes, yeah, the Rain fan base is definitely strong. I'd say Rain definitely has the upper hand in this matchup, but at the same time, Rain also has just a bigger fan base. So obviously, you're going to see Rain cranking 90s here, 93% on Rain, 7% on Mullet Mafia. I do think it's a bit skewed, towards Rain winning, just a tiny bit. But at the same time, I do think Rain has the advantage here, Jesse.
Yeah, what I do feel like as well too is when we're talking about this being the community votes, people think about Rain as the team to beat. So I feel like Mullet Mafia will have to come in with a surprise, and that's why I felt like the map veto was possibly going to be something where they're going to be able to surprise, which we didn't really come through into play. So when you are the definite underdogs coming into this in terms of like the 90% over the 7, you gotta come with something special, and that is one thing with playing the game for sure, when you're gonna be able to, come out with something special against Rain on the server, but maybe also outside in terms of what maps you're gonna be playing must have been something they have been thinking about, but in the end, not feeling too comfortable enough to go for. So yeah, Port, Canals, and Bureau will do.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I've talked with Amaster as well, which is, if you know that most teams don't want to play these 3 maps, Village, Canals, and then Castello, just get really good on like 2 of them.
Exactly.
And then it's like almost always a guaranteed victory. No matter if you play best of 2 or best of 3, you're going to take one map because, sure, they can ban one map, but at the end of the day, like, it's going to be pretty easy for you to just, take one of those maps. So that's something we still haven't seen. I don't know why, but yeah, for now, teams just sticking to what is true, and now knife rounds underway, and as soon as it has started, it has ended. Rain, they want to finish this one early, just completely obliterating Mullet Mafia there, and we'll be able to pick the starting side. Now, I don't think the starting side matters that much on Port, Jesse. Like, yeah, you can start on Breach, you can start on Collision, but at the end of the day, it's quite a equally sided map there.
Yeah, very 50-50, and I feel like the only team, and if we're speaking of a team that goes for those maps, right? We're really speaking of a team like Invictus. I think they're the only team that has opted to go for maps like a Legacy, a Castello, a Village, and the other teams have stick to what they've liked in the past, and I thought Mullet Mafia was going to do it this time, just to at least make it a little bit harder for Rain on the first eye, but they're feeling comfortable enough because they've once beaten it on a best of 5 against them, right? In that Embers of Victory tournament. So they're thinking that they're gonna be able to do it again. But of course, last time they played, it was Canals, it was Bureau, 2 maps that we are going to see when it is going to a third and final map, were taken by Rain. The only team that has beaten Mullet Mafia, so they're definitely angstgegners for them. And they might be doing it again. Now starting on that breach side. Twist, this is going to be an insane game.
Oh, it's gonna be a very, very interesting one. And look at that, Rain. They are just moving everyone towards B long, but they're a little bit too slow. So I think Mullet Mafia, even though they're stacking A, they might realize, yeah, mid is clear, guys. Long is clear. We can rotate over. So potentially, we're gonna see a 5v5 going on the B bomb side. I'm not sure I like this decision by Rain here. Like, they just wait for so long. Sure, they still have time to rotate back, but like for now, it's almost like, you know, it's expected for Mullet Mafia to check mid, to check long, see nobody there, and understand, okay, well, we can just rotate. But the problem is, well, they're playing it very smartly. They're not giving away any information. And actually, Mullet Mafia cleared long, so they're still kind of not expecting that B push, even though they are staying B. Now the push is going to come in, Jesse.
Yeah, this is great. I think the setup that Rain have been going for was pretty good, but Mullet Mafia not falling for the bait. It's definitely a great thing to say the least. Kills are coming in left, right, and center, and it's all down to a 2-on-2. It's all down to Wipes against Valley. Valley runs in with the XD, has to try and find himself the kill, or can just wait, but he rushes to find it, picks up the round, and Mullet Mafia, even though the setup that Rain was pulling was pretty okay, what they did was they put Flawless there on the top part of the site. They put 4 of them onto B long, which got spotted out unfortunately for Recurse because they didn't want to get spotted. They just wanted to wait and see if any of Rain or if any of Mullet Mafia was going to push. But they kept their composure, they didn't push the A long, which gave Faultless nothing to work with. And that's the reason why Mullet Mafia was the one to pick up the round in the end, because the stack was still good, the round was good in general, and that's 1 on the board.
Yeah, I feel like Rain tried to go for like a 130 IQ play when a 70 IQ play would have worked, you know, just push a single side. You know, you probably would have met like 4 players or less actually there as well. So it's like, yeah, they tried to play it very, very smartly, but yeah, unfortunately not working out for them. It is close though, and I do like that very heroic, very like forward action there from Valley, just to push on to make sure that the bomb doesn't go to the other side. But now Alpha will have to do what Valley did. He gets 1, but it's almost overwhelmed. The Solman's taken down with Valley. That's a triple for him. Yeah, he's showing up today, getting Mullet Mafia up to 2, and now heading into the rifle round, Jesse. This is where Raid have to make a change.
Yeah, maybe mid control is what they're gonna need. We're gonna have to see, because they've chosen to go for B long, they've chosen to go for A long, not necessarily choosing that mid just yet. And I'm also interested to see what Mullet Mafia is gonna try to do now, because they don't seem to be really fighting for mid for any reason now, because they're sticking with 2 on towards that B side and 3 going towards the A long. So they're playing very passive, probably thinking Rain is gonna do exactly the same, but they've already cleared out middle at least. Faultless is expecting it. And now they can just slowly take their control, which is really something I'm feeling like Mullet Mafia is leaving themselves to right now. KSG on Novocaine. I have to see how that weapon is going to be into play, considering we're playing on the newest patch. With Rain, they've taken so much control. They can go everywhere they want. I don't really know if Mullet Mafia has made the right call by staying so far away, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, they're definitely trying a very unconventional approach here, the very passive approach, where on port, if you have mid control, almost always guarantees you a round. But, you know, we'll see how this one goes. I'm sure they're aware of this, you know, they even like diamond rank players are aware of this, so I'm sure Mullet Mafia are aware of this, and still having that awareness, they go for a very interesting play. So let's see what they have prepared, what they have up their sleeve. I mean, so far, even though Rain have that map control, they're still very indecisive, and Novocaine here, he might get some info. Definitely now info is given. They're all towards mid, so Mullet Mafia for now, they're just kind of chilling. And yeah, it seems like that loss of map control is not going to bother them too much, especially with Shadow getting a nice headshot there. Well, that's a good opener for Mullet Mafia to establish dominance in the first rifle round. Now, actually, resources going more towards A. And look at that, Mullet Mafia, they still have 3 players towards there.
At least 2 now,
nice,
1 rotating over. Yeah, I mean, it was right on the moment, and I'm not pretty sure why they rotated away, because there was no presence towards B. And that gives Rain a chance to plant on A. A 3-on-4 retake now coming in. Positioning has to be greater for Mullet Mafia, but look at my line. He has the cross, he's gonna hold it off.
One more player to be found at my line with a double. Okay, that definitely changes things. Now, Valley and Alpha 2 left alive. They definitely have the cash, but do they really want to go for it? Some time has ticked off the bomb already, and yeah, they're going to throw a flash actually, but nothing just yet. And look at that signal position there coming in from my line. They try to push in Solomon takes down Alpha, and at this point, Valley, even though he has 5 on the board in the first 2 rounds, in the third one, not that lucky, not able to find all of those kills. Now, he does find my line, so at least picks up a superior weapon there, but yeah, they just got to give this one to Rain. And honestly, as you said, Jesse, it was simply a fluke. Like, I have no idea where they left the A bomb site when literally B was very well under control.
So what happened there is a very slow approach for Rain. And then all of a sudden, Nexera pushed in alone. I was like, what are you doing? Why are you pushing alone when everyone is just waiting back? An entry found from Mullet Mafia, and they had mid control by then. They had B mid control right for themselves. But one of the guys started rotating over towards B side. You had long, you had short, you had everything. And then you leave A. That's the biggest mistake in my eyes, and that's why Rain has been able to benefit from it. But I guess when it's given to you, you gotta take it, and that's exactly what they did. Again, low buy now for Mullet Mafia, so not the best that they can go for, and Rain, once again, just profiting from it. They found an entry, they found themselves a trade, and they're in a 4-on-3.
4-on-3 indeed, and if we know Rain, we know they're able to capitalize on these ones way quicker than we expected. My line with a double and Wives with another one, and that's going to be Rain on an equal scoreboard here. But what matters is those rifle rounds. Again, you know, you can get lucky in the pistol. The pistol rounds is the way more about the aim, and you can even, you know, win the second one. Normally when you win the pistol, you're probably going to win the anti-eco as well. But when it comes to those rifles, seems like Rain have won both already. And even though we're only 4 rounds into the game, 5 now, and we're, you know, those decisions are not that accurate, it does seem like Rain have showed up to play. And this time that play is going to move towards that A-long area. Again, taking A-long very quickly. This is something you normally don't see. But again, it's all about that map control, which Rain is pretty much given free reign to establish here.
It is. I'm still a little bit curious to what Mullet Mafia is trying to do. Usually now taking that B-long control, which is great, because then mid control isn't necessarily needed. Because, you know, you can have mid yourself, or you can, you know, focus on only 3 angles instead of 4. But my line is looking. And if Shadow falls here, that means complete B side control is taken for Rain behind the pillar. Has to swing it at any given second. Faultless aware of it. Spots out the barrel. Faultless! You're not gonna spot him properly, or at least he wasn't paying too much attention to it. My line with that, giving up at least a trade. That means another player repositioning, which means once again 2 on A, and a chance for Rain to go A side themselves. Novocaine 1-for-1 traded, B side completely falls, and now you might rotate, but you might be arriving way too late, as B is already taken under control. Recurse and Valley trying to do everything they can, but B is going to be lost nevertheless.
Yeah, at this point, it seems like Recurse isn't even sure if it's going to be B or A, so yeah, dropping that bomb towards spawn, I thought that's going to work at Rain's disadvantage, but actually, that kind of fakes it out. So now, they have arrived back again. No bomb is going to be planted just now, and Valley has to find his way through this smoke here. Now, it's actually not getting watched. Oh, and that could be a pretty good flash. That definitely will flash Wives and Exalmans. Flash comes in, but no peeks. They're kind of just waiting. This doesn't scream confidence, and in these type of situations, you definitely need it. Otherwise, Exalmans is going to get one. Yeah, and at this point, they even know where Valley is, so he's just trying to save the weapon, which denied by Wives, and that's Rain 3 in a row here.
Exalmans played their anti-flash because he saw that flash coming. He knew that there wasn't going to be anyone peeking in front of it, because otherwise Mullet Mafia themselves is blind as well. But yeah, again, a great side hold. Rain taking advantage of all the control they can get. And I don't really know if Mullet Mafia is necessarily playing bad by giving up that control. But when you're on the side, everything needs to work out perfectly. And when it's not, you're there with 2 guys having to fight against 5. When you're losing those fights already, then you're obviously going to lose a whole bunch. And whenever you're playing on the sides and getting picked off yourself before Rain is even close to taking a side, that's troublesome. And then your setup that you're trying to accomplish, which in the first hand didn't necessarily look to be this big of a problem, becomes an issue. And Faultless will take quick care of it to find the final 2. So I think Mullet Mafia, they can play the same, but then everything needs to work out. And maybe a rifle round will help with that.
Alright, well, a rifle round would be very, very good to win for Mullet Mafia, because right now they've lost 4 in a row, and yeah, sure, the scoreboard might not look that dire. I mean, it's 2-4, it's still early game, but what we're seeing on the server is way, way worse than what we're seeing on the scoreboard, because Rain, they're just able to time and time again find these openers to pretty much anything where they go. If they go A, it works. If they go B, it works. Now, they have favored the B bomb site recently a bit more, so perhaps, you know, this is something they want to look into again. Seems like they're sending all their players pretty much towards B-long, and one on backstab there. Novocaine has to do so much here.
Yep, has to step up. Will he do so? For now he will, still behind the smoke. It's great stuff because they're now at 4 on this B side. They realize that Rain is still there. If they want to rotate, it takes so long of your time away. You've already kind of spilled off half of the round. Faultless this time pushing into A, trying to catch a flank or opening up the A side himself, which creates chances for rotations to come in. But these rotations might be coming in a little too late. Shots are being fired, or at least Shadow is seen to rotate away through middle. Rain still indecisive of what position they're opting to go for. And if Faultless is going to start being pushed there onto long A, that's going to be very, very troublesome. Rain still very indecisive, but moving into B now, where Shadow is right around the corner in a good position, but Alpha helps him out to find a double. That's bomb dropped, and Rain might not even have enough time to recover and plant this bomb. Shadow just continues to take them all apart. He's found a triple, and Faultless is only looking at a round loss.
A round loss indeed. There's not really much he can do, and finally Mullet Mafia have found their way as Shadow takes on Faultless. This is going to be them finding their first rifle round. So now, from here, they can kind of figure out what worked in this round, because it definitely did work. You know, it wasn't like 1-1 and then it goes lucky. No. They had 3 players left alive, so something they did definitely worked. Now they have to figure that out and try to replicate it. As Rain, well, they have the cash, but if they lose this round, yeah, we might be looking at an eco, and at that point, Mullet Mafia might even be able to take the lead. So a very important round for both teams, maybe a bit more for Rain as their cash is a bit lower. And there you go, Mullet Mafia, they're going to try to take that mid control. So fully flashed and actually denied. Novocaine, yeah, taken down, but Shadow and Valley with 2 refrags. This is big. Oh, and Shadow, he's not going to stop at 1, but MyLine, what is that? Just jumping headshots, Valley? Yeah, that's just something MyLine and MyLine only can do.
Yeah, the key factor, right? We've been talking about him for so long. Rating, definitely on the top of the whole world, together with Metal, of course, which, yeah, surprisingly enough, played very, very well in that Americas. Maybe Merciless had the odds in their favor, but no, Evil Vision was the one to do so in the end. Back to the game now, though, as once again a pick comes in without even a smallest answer. Both players still on 100 health. Recurse will hear them running up on this A side, so Alpha called to the occasion, but maybe a little bit too late. That bomb will now go down, so a post-plant situation. As we are now in a 2-on-2. Recurse flanking around Alpha. They're splitting up, which is probably what Rain is really much looking for. Is they're the ones still just waiting on the side. Alpha looking in for a 1-on-1 here against MyLine through the smoke. A little bit of an awkward duel. And Wives is going to have to watch as well. Flash comes in. Recurse picks up the first. Spray comes in. Wise takes them both.
Whoa!
Out of nowhere. Wise takes down every single one to win Rain round number 5.
Yeah, Wives there. I talked about him. When we were looking at his stats, I said, yeah, he has 1.14 rating, but, you know, what he does on the server, he should definitely have a higher one. And, well, what a great way to finally not have a caster's curse and have a player prove me right. That was an absolutely juicy 1v2 to clutch, and that definitely puts Rain in the driver's seat. Now, Mullet Mafia have bought up, but look at that cash. There's pretty much nothing except for Shadow. So if Rain are able to get this round, we might be looking at 7-3, and that's just not good for Mullet Mafia. So they kind of have to win this round. Now, again, opting to not go for mid control. They are very aggressive towards B-long control, which is something you don't see often. But for some reason, that mid, yeah, they're just going to let them take it, and that's exactly what Rain are looking to do in this situation.
Yeah, Rain is playing with their best lineup, which is the reason why they're looking so damn strong right now. 5-on-3. Early control once again towards long. A fight that Novocaine has to win. He loses it. And so a 5-on-4 immediately an advantage created for Rain.
Yeah, that smoke is going to deny things for a little bit. I think that's honestly the way Mullet Mafia try to play. Like, they give them mid control, but if they try to go B, they just throw that smoke. And if Rain try to go A, I mean, they pretty much always have 3 players on A. Sure, now it's the late round, so things have switched, but like normally you see 3 players holding it on A. So it's an interesting approach, you know, not sending a player there where it might go either direction, but actually just setting a smoke there, and, you know, they try to push mid, denying it. Oh, but look at this. This is close. Wives almost an inch away from spotting a player. He definitely hears them. But the thing is, he might hear, but 2 of them are watching the same angle, and it's going to be faultless to find a frag towards mid, but I think now that's just going to pull rotations. Meanwhile, Rain, they can just simply go A, and that's exactly what they do. Recurse, yeah, he has given up side control already, so this is a retake situation. We're looking at 3 on 4, and Mullet Mafia, well, I think the best decision here would be to save Jesse, no, because they have literally no cash.
Yeah, it's gonna be coming down to whether they can still pick someone off guard, because Nexera, he's inching to push in. This is a recurse kill. This might actually still be a retake possibility. A twist, not really there. My line, grabbing him. A 2-on-3, running in. Are they gonna find themselves everything? No, they don't. Faultless wins it. And I was gonna say, like, that first kill for Recurse was, in my eyes, enough to go for it. But this clutch as well, like, Twist, what in the world is this? Absolute insanity.
Yeah, just crouching, you know, using the head glitch to your advantage and getting those 2 frags. That was absolutely amazing from Wives. And off of that, you know, Rain are able to build on another round. So now, actually, I take my words back. Somehow Mullet Mafia, even though very low on cash, they have been able to buy up. Well, full Augs, not exactly the best usual situation. So perhaps, yeah, they try to take mid control as they don't have any smokes to deny. You know, if Rain take mid and try to push B, they don't have that smoke. Well, yeah, they're just gonna straight up use some bio smokes. That being meant, you know, they send them there to check what's happening, and Novocaine is able to get 1. But now that push might be a little bit denied, as pretty much everyone in Mullet Mafia is on site. Oh, Nexera. What is that? And another? Okay, Recurse. Quick on refrag, but it's going to be Alpha with another. And now it's actually getting very close. 2v2. Now the bomb is down, Jesse.
Yeah, bomb is down. I think it was a good flank for Nexera. Finding 2 is just great in that situation. Now they have to find themselves a little bit more fairly. Making steps, making noise. Might be pulling the plug on this one for now, as he will be falling down. Recurse able to answer back with 2, saving Mullet Mafia their round. It looked like the positionings were great for Rain, but not able to get the 1-for-1 trades. Recurse just doubling up to win the round. Great stuff here for Mullet Mafia.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, it always seems like Rain are doing better, but again, if we look at the score, like, they've gotten 4 rounds. Doesn't matter if 2 of those were, like, pistol and just winning against, like, pistols when you have rifles. They're still on 4 rounds, and they're still looking good to, you know, take even more. Now, Novocaine, he's playing aggressive here, gives some info to Valley, and that's gonna be a frag. Oh, but Rain, somehow with only those pistols, they're able to find those frags. And Novocaine with a double. Okay, this is gonna be hard defense. Excellement's the only one left alive, and it's gonna be Recurse from the back, getting the headshot and getting Mullet Mafia up to 5. Now, I do think that round was a little bit too close for my liking. When Rain are only on pistols, they're able to plan, get 4 frags. Like, that's not something you expect to see, Jesse.
No, most certainly not. Mullet Mafia. Great to at least win the round, but on the other hand, Faultless pulling out the sniper. Final rounds will definitely be, I think, looking good for Rain. But yeah, even though you get close, even though you get a bomb plant, you want that round, because now we're still looking at a possibility for a max 7-5 half for Rain. Even though in the beginning, it looked like it was going to be a very, very one-sided first half affair. I'm very interested to see how Rain is going to be able to do on that coalition side once they go to there. For now, maybe ending it on a 7 would be great. Not the case, at least for the beginning. It's Shadow to find an entry.
Yeah, Shadow definitely has been someone who's been doing very well on the Mullet Mafia side, but Nexera to take down Novocaine, and now Shadow has to do what he's been doing well again, and he does exactly that. Nexera down, oh, but Faultless, he brings out the Eurasia and is able to just quickscope Shadow out of the server. Now Alpha, he's slowly making his way through towards Maze, but that's definitely a spot that's gonna get checked, and that Eurasia is still strong. The timing very strong on Alpha as well, so Wives gets taken down, and that's a bomb as well. So now they definitely have confirmation. I think they definitely saw the bomb. For some reason, they're playing like they didn't. Oh, now they're coming back.
Yeah.
But the bomb, by that time, is planted. And Valley gets Excellements.
Yeah, they heard the sound, so that was an easy finding. Faultless, good angle here. He could still be the final decision maker. A nail in a coffin for Rain. Picks up 1, still a chance.
Ooh, that's so smart to get closer there, but he's not aware of the right side, but now he is. But that's going to be a Recurse, just sandwich there. Alpha and Recurse playing it to perfection, not giving him any one-on-one gun duels. And that's going to be Mullet Mafia equaling things all out as we head over to our second half here.
Faultless had no chance there. Like what can you do in that situation? Like, you're not gonna jump out in the open because you're gonna die, but if you stay, there's two players for both stairs just pushing you up, or they're even pushing together from the mid to front part. So you have to make a decision. He tried something in between, which didn't work out. 6-6, all tied up. Hey, Twist, all things considered, Mullet Mafia with their alternative setup are still tied up in this game, and now they are the ones to divide their own pace. They're the ones who are now choosing how they want to play. I think that's actually still pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't know if you saw that Recurse was just playing with his death, and now he does go down. He was trapped there. But yeah, Mullet Mafia looking solid, especially with that bomb plant. I mean, now they have to defend it, and Faultless is not expected, so that makes it a little bit harder. 3v5 underway. Faultless is low, but still, that bomb set hard to defend their Shadow, though. Someone we both talked about as being very good. Well, he's delivering once again, but needs to deliver, I'd say, at least one more, maybe two more frags, and then they're good. Then they're safe. Novocaine, though, is going to be the difference maker with a double there, and Myline, even though we know he's good, he's the only one left alive. 1v2 situation, position known, trying to reload, somehow still alive. How is he still alive, man? Just dancing around. But yeah, they're just not going to give them the gun duels. They'll simply run away, and Shadow will take the final frag, so that is Mullet Mafia somehow finding the frag as well.
Yeah, they had great post play. Just sticking together is great in that situation. Some teams possibly opting to go like alone, trying to be the hero maker yourself, but when you're playing with your team, you see what comes of it. A round win indeed. That's exactly what Mullet Mafia are now opting to go for. Maybe a little bit more. 7. Maybe turning it into 8 would mean first map still looking somewhat great, and then the team that on paper might have not been able to do too much is now the ones to be in the driving seat, and they've taken B. They're going B long push. No one is challenging them for rain, so they will just take it for free.
Yep, definitely a free site to be found, and I mean, at this point, I even feel like it's better for Rain, because they'll get shot anyway, so at least they're able to stay alive for 20 seconds more. Depends on the perspective, you know, depends on how you look at it, but yeah, there was simply no chance for them in this round. Myline will try to go for some spam through the maze. It's actually known to sometimes connect some headshots, so perhaps, you know, that's what he's trying to do. He has some spam there as well. Both very spammable spots, but it kind of works a little bit better when you have a rifle, because with Deagle, yeah, there's going to be a few bullets you can waste there. Not all Ken is going to get wives. And now with that, yeah, Mullet Mafia doing very solid. What is this? Like, Sullivan just fully unaware. And Myline, I don't think he has anything more than a kill here. Or actually, the weapon retrieve. Yep, that's smart.
I like 1 second later and he wouldn't have had it, right? So it was still a rundown to try and find the AK. Has it now up for grabs, which means his money is definitely looking good. Both teams now going for a full buys. Faultless once again opting for that Eurasia. If this round Twist doesn't go the way of Rain, they're probably going to be in a whole lot of trouble, because they won't have themselves any full buy coming up next, or at least some weapons, but not every single person on full weapons and utility. Which is why Mullet Mafia would then potentially go to double digits. And then we're already seeing a whole bunch of stuff slowly starting to unravel. Their economy is looking good, and their control now, it's been a slow stack on CT, or it's been a slow stack on the Coalition side. And now on the Breach side, they take it slow as well. Rain, they're a cat stuck basically here. Stuck in a dog cage here for a second, as they're the ones now also playing slow. They're adapting to what Mullet Mafia have tried to do. I don't think this is how you want to approach this, but if it works, it does.
Almost certainly. I feel like this has been a game where if it works, it does, has been kind of the way how it goes for Mullet Mafia, you know? But unfortunately in this round, well, yeah, Novocaine is already taken down. Now they have mid control, but with that being said, Rain has very good, I'd say it's second mid, you know, mid to B control here, because it's Wives and Nexera, and if they get peaked, it's definitely a refrag. There's no way you can eliminate both of them without risking a single player. That flash might actually be one way to do it. Alpha gets one, and another. That's big from Alpha. Actually, Solomons here on the angle, and Shadow just flicks on the headshot there. So Myline is able to get one, but still the A bomb site is open. The problem is the bombs actually drop towards mid, and with that being said, they're going to pick up the bomb and try to go, oh, Faultless, going for some insane, actually getting some damage. What is that? but the bomb is going to go down either way, and that smoke might deny things a little
He
bit.
gets the wallbang!
Faultless actually gets the wallbang!
What? I can't believe it. Like, I saw it through the wall. I was like, okay, eventually he's gonna get a shot, or potentially he's gonna get a shot. Shadow could still make this one go. He's gonna straight through the smoke and gets it. This round is unbelievable. But the one that takes it is Mullet Mafia, even though Faultless hit a shot I've never seen before.
Oh, that shot from Faultless, like, he did some damage and then he just, like, brutally finished him straight like that wallbang. I've seen it with rifles a couple of times. I've never seen it being done with sniper, and that's another thing, like, we talked about, you know, we heard in the interview as well when I was interviewing Team Ares, when I was interviewing Proximity. He said that, yeah, you know, Eurasia isn't really in the meta anymore. Nobody really uses it, but if there's one player who can definitely use it, who's just naturally skilled at it, it's definitely Faultless, and, you know, he's proving it once again. Even though his team doesn't win a round, you know, he's able to get some nice Eurasia shots there, but Faultless, now he has to do it all again with an M4, and that's not going to happen. Alpha takes him down, and now Wives and Nexera, next 2 men lined up for the engagement.
That last round, of course, must have been a pain for the side from Rain to take. They lost that. They had it all in a 2-on-1. They lose that fight, and that kind of bumps your morale down so much. Hard to recover from. Retake still needed, but I don't think they will be able to, because sprays are coming in my line. That's an entry. There might still be a chance.
There might, but I don't think Rain thinks there is, because they're just going to save their weapons. They understand it's a 2v3, and the cash on Excelments will literally 0. On my line, sure, maybe he could drop Excelments some lesser weapon, you know, maybe some SMG, but I think ultimately Rain, they are smart enough to know that one round, you know, just won't change that much if their economy is ruined. So, yeah, it's better for them to just save it here. That being said, Mullet Mafia are getting up to double digits here against Rain, and even the bigger problem is Rain hasn't won a single round on the Coalition side, even against rifles.
That's tough. Tough pill to swallow. They are gonna have to come back, but with rounds like these, Twist, going their way, I mean, like, I'm not playing on the professional scene whatsoever, so I'm not mentally there, but whenever, for example, I'm losing like a few rounds in a row, you're immediately gonna think like, oh, how am I gonna recover from this? You're gonna try to adapt, but even when adaptations don't work out, you're just stuck, like, with doing the same, or with trying to finish things off. But when you're not in that driving seat like Rain is right now, it's very hard to recover from it. So I definitely feel like they're gonna have to either change something quickly, or just change their morale in general. Just take it slow and either take a pause or something, because this is not working out. And on this rate, they're gonna lose fast.
Oh, surely, as the Wives actually able to get one, but what is that? Just Valley getting a double like that? I'd say also like a little bit of luck is on the side of Mullet Mafia. Like, they're playing great, but like Valley, what is that double? You know, you have to have some things go your way for that to happen. Now, it is a 3v3, so it's still entirely possible, and actually Faultless holding that B-long area, it definitely gives info that, you know, it's going to be mid or A, so that's definitely some good info. But it seems like Mullet Mafia, they don't even know just yet. They've taken mid control, but they also could go mid to B. I think at this point they're just trying to figure some things out, and so is my line, as he is approaching that A area, trying to see if there's anything there. But for now, they're heavy stacking on A.
Yeah, 2 man, 1 still. Watching that be long now, pushing Faultless with the sniper. I'm definitely not too sure if he's going to be able to find himself too much on the flank, as the B side or the A side is already taken over. Mylan getting sprayed through the wall. The man that we know can step up in these situations, not the one to be this time. Excelments called to the occasion as he has to complete a 1-on-3, but in all honesty, I really like this guy, but I don't think a 1-on-3 is doable.
If he finds Shadow quickly, that might have changed, but Shadow is just playing absolutely insane right now. If we look at the scoreboard, I think he might be one of the best performing players out here, because he's just insane. Here we can see that, I don't think we've seen, yeah, he tried another shot right as we go away from the spectator. He actually hits it, but still, all just an absolutely insane shot there. But yeah, let's look at how players are doing individually. I really do think Shadow is someone who is just absolutely popping, at least in these last couple of rounds. Like, he's just been able to get round after round, kill after kill, almost entirely on his shoulders. Now, Mullet Mafia, I think what you said about Rain, just not finding any answers, is true, and I think that's mainly because they're trying to play, they're playing Mullet Mafia's game. They're not playing how they usually play, they're trying to adapt their coalition holds to the ways how Mullet Mafia are playing. Oh, Nexera, what is that? Well, that's definitely one way to do it. Gets a double there, Valley quick with the refrag though. So now the bomb is still on B, and there's still time to plant it, but Excelmans, another wallbang comes in.
Yeah, Nexera wasn't there yet, right? 8 and 17. Definitely a player you want to see stepping up a little bit more, but with that double, that definitely helps a lot. Helps a ton, and with the bomb now being down and a flank from my line coming in, Mullet Mafia, I don't even think they're going to be aware of that to be the case. Excelmans falls now, maybe attention swung towards it, as mid is also checked. Soon, that bomb will have to be recovered. Shadow jumps around the corner to not find my line. He's the one to do it. And through the smoke sprays comes in. Novacaine knows where one of them is and has heard the spray from Wife, so probably he's going to be able to switch and back and forth. Novacaine wins it! A 1-on-2 once again. The Mullet Mafia wins the clutch, and we don't know how, but they do it.
That's an absolutely insane play coming in from Novacaine. Again, player who has 1.02 rating. You might look at his rating and think, well, yeah, he might be alright, but man, that clutch 1v2, the first frag is insane. I don't know how he gets that one. And then getting the second one on a flick, on leaving himself on 2 HP, that is crushing if you're a Rain fan or player. Now, Mullet Mafia are on match point, 1 round away from, I'd say, denying all odds. Again, this was community voting, 93% for Rain, but right now it's all Mullet Mafia on the scoreboard. 2 frags gotten already, a bomb site open, bomb plant going down. Now Wives is somehow finding a triple though, so this makes it a little bit harder for Reekers as he enters a 1v3 clutch.
1v3, Reekers, fully fleshed. Players are running in from many different angles. Recurse swings back and forth, my line. The one to clean it up. Rain on the board for 7. And we all do know that this round, or this map, is the pick for Mullet Mafia. We're not on random servers, everyone just choosing for their own. So it is just normal ping against each other. Which is why the map picks from Rain, Canals, and Bureau are maps that on paper should have looked more their way as well. So I feel like they're definitely not completely out of this one yet, or not even out of this map so far. But with these 1-on-2s, second time in a row this happens. Last time it was Shadow, this time Novacaine. Things are working for Mullet Mafia. And as I said, it is a hit or miss team. When they hit big time. But when they miss completely. And this time, it seems to be a hit.
Oh man, Rain are never out until they're out. You can never make predictions about Rain. I've seen them come back from literally like a 1 to 12 scoreline and win 13 to 12. Like, Rain are never out. They are truly, or at least have been historically, the comeback kings. So yeah, to count them out even of this map I think would be a bit foolish. That being said, Mullet Mafia definitely has the, just percentage-wise, the advantage here. But again, you know, we've seen how it goes with Rain, and actually we have a faultless on a Eurasia, so it'll be interesting to see how he utilizes it again. I think maybe that B long control might be the way, but no, he's actually going towards A, maybe A long. Now there is a head glitch. Oh, he's actually going side. That's very interesting. I haven't really seen many players play from the side with the Eurasia at all, but this is a good angle to be held because he gets Reekers. That's a great shot to be found. Excelmans finds Shadow as well, and once again, Mullet Mafia's advances have been denied a little bit. Wives with the backstab as well. This is just not looking good. Mullet Mafia is starting to get sandwiched from all directions. 2 players actually pushing from B long. Will they be able to spot them? Ooh, what is happening here? Yeah, they do spot Nexera though.
Everyone is gonna fall down here. Narain will pick up 9. And yeah, the flanks are good. Like, if they can be long control multiple times, and whenever you're not really going for that mid control, right, in the sense of Rain, going for that B long, you're able to push all the way around very, very fast, because Mullet Mafia and the attacking side in general usually doesn't put a single player there, or one, which you're obviously then pushing with 2, which is able to become out as a victorious fight for you. It's great to see that, and now Mullet Mafia maybe forcing 1 player over there, leaves mid to be a little bit more opened up, so Rain really pushing in the information. Faultless entry for him with the sniper, but chances with that created not to be double digits for Rain. They're still into this one.
See, this is where things have changed, because Rain are finally taking initiative. They're finally trying to play their game. We can see Faultless, like back a few couple of rounds, he was just trying to hold angles. Now he's literally doing like crazy things, which normally you would never expect a player, especially with Eurasia, to do. Like again, he's entry fragging on the Coalition side with a Eurasia. Like those three things just don't go together. But the thing is, if you try these unconventional plays and you're just playing your own game and you're having fun, well, it might work out in your favor, as it has these last couple of rounds for Rain. But still, Mullet Mafia are strong on the buys. Now, if they lose this one, they might have to make like a not the best buy. But with that being said, it seems like now they're actually taking control of B. But Rain, they're smarter than that. They're not going to push it this time.
I have to see. Rain, once again, now they're fighting for mid. They're not playing the game of their opponents anymore. They're playing their own. And this might just be the comeback of a dream. Myline has stepped up to the plate and is now going to try and look for more. The flash is good, but Myline dodges it and finds himself every single one for now. It's all left in Valley's hands. Rain has just made an insane attempt to make the comeback of the potential year here, because this could be insane to take board out of the hands of Mullet Mafia. Valley fighting for whatever he's worth, but it is a 1 in 5 save or a 1 in 5 blowout. Myline, I think he took every single player there. And Rain is on 11 now, Twist. 2 away from completing this comeback.
Yeah, man, again, it's like you can never count them out. You can never truly count them out. Myline here showing why he is that top-rated player. 25 frags on the board, and Shadow, he was 20 to 10, but now he hasn't really been that good. And that's definitely one of the star players on Mullet Mafia for this map, so the fact that he's not performing as well just means that it's going to be a bit harder. Now, they're all going to try to push mid and actually take with the 2 down, 3 down. Okay, this looks better, but still, Faultless is in the picture with that Eurasia. Has been so good with it. Throws a smoke, throws a flash, tries to get away, tries to slow down the push, but the thing is, Mullet Mafia, they don't have to push. They simply have to go A and plant the bomb.
Yeah, and because Nexera made some steps there, I think that's the reason why they rotated. Realizing there were 2 guys there, and this could be the final retake, Twist, from this game.
Oh, I think this is where things are starting to get very tense for Rain, as good as they are. This is a 3v2 retake on the side, and Nexera is completely flashed, trying to take cover. And Time is talking down as well, so it's only Shadow taking down Nexera. Now Faultless left alive. He is switching that Eurasia for an SG, but he has to do everything. Jumps in, gets the first, but Reekers good on refrag and takes Mullet Mafia to that first map victory.
Hey Rain, the comeback was nice, but now we are here to close it out. Even though a lot of rounds were figured out with a clutch, it was enough to take that lead big time, right? And then the retake, or the I guess what we can say, like the way this comeback had to be found was very, very hard. And if Rain would have found it, as I said, probably one of the most insane comebacks we would ever see coming out there in the Critical Ops scene. But yeah, it wasn't meant to be. We all knew that eventually Mullet Mafia, 1 round was enough. 1 lucky round once again, 1 hit for them was needed. And that's exactly what this team is proven to be so far. They're already outbeating the score they did against Rain in the group stage by losing 2-0 back then, and now already picking up a map. But that leaves us, Twist, with 2 more maps, potentially for Rain to make that comeback. Or 1, if Mullet Mafia can take it in a 2-0.
I don't think Mullet Mafia are going to win out Rain, 2-0. Obviously, I could be wrong. Caster's Curse is always a thing, but at the same time, I feel like Rain, even what we saw in that last map, I kind of expected Mullet Mafia to just win, 13-7, 13-8. But the fact that Rain are able to pull it back that much, this just shows that, on second map things, we're going to see a way closer battle. I'd say probably Rain winning it, and probably us watching that third map here.
Yeah, we will be tossing it into a short little bit of a break. Canals is coming after the break. Be sure to stick around, guys, to witness that, and potentially just a bureau after, because Rain fans definitely are here to take it. And with Rain map picks coming up, there might be a chance for them to take it. Hello everybody, of course. Today, once again, another interview. Nexera joining with me here from Rain. Maybe Nexera, for the viewers at home and still don't really know who you are. Can you explain to them who you are, actually?
Hello guys, I'm Nexera from Rain. I'm Antifragger and I'm 17 years old.
Okay, that's great to hear. A youngster, of course, here for Rain. And I've also learned or heard that you are, of course, from Turkey. and that you have been learning Russian since you've joined Rain. How's that going so far?
Yeah, when I just joined RGN, I couldn't understand anything because it was like really confusing. Like four people talking Russian and you're Turkish, you don't understand anything. You're
of
just
course.
playing the game. Then Thoughtless DMing me with some K words in game, and I started watching their old videos with subtitles, and it started improving my Russian.
Oh, okay.
That's how I start talking, and now it's going great.
Yeah, would you say it has helped the communication a lot in your team already or is it still like very much in the beginning that you've started to learn it?
Yeah, like first, I mean, when I just joined RGN, they were talking English for me, but now
Oh.
only like a bit, like one or two sentence in English.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you would also say that because of you learning Russian, they've become more comfortable with the communication?
Yeah, of course, bro. It's so much better for me.
Yeah, and I think because of that, the atmosphere has probably changed a lot. Because from the beginning of this season of Pro League, like you guys started off maybe with not the best of scores. Like maybe we expected you to have very dominance, right? As Rain yourself. Was the main reason for you to, or for them to adapt to English, or would you say there was another reason for that?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, so for example, so you are, of course, they're speaking English themselves, and or they're speaking English for you. Now that has changed, has that been the reason why you guys have started playing better in this Pro League, or was there another reason for it?
I mean, it's already affected us like better. We're doing better with Russian, and they can focus in their language and their gameplay like a bit more. That's why we start doing really good, and yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I only hope that's really gonna start snowballing Nexera into potentially getting the double win in a row. Of course, the double Pro League season. Definitely
Exactly,
be cheering for you guys there, and thank you so much for the interview. That's interview one. So hello, recurrers. Thank you for joining me here today on a little bit of an interview. Maybe before we get started, can you explain to viewers who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I'm Recurs. Hi, first of all. I'm Recurs. I'm a Mullet Mafia player. I'm a support player for them, and I will be here for the interview today.
Yeah, it's nice to hear. I mean, Mullet Mafia, but where's the name coming from? Is it your own organization with your team, or is it an organization you play for?
Yeah, it's an organization that we play for, because I have a friend and he had the clan tag and the Discord server. So I spoke with him and we made this clan.
Ooh, that's actually nice to hear. I see you have a nice background of it as well on your PC. So there's been taken care of quite nicely, I have to say. And you guys have also been playing quite well inside the Pro League. But from the results that we have seen, you guys participate. You guys have been a little bit of a hit or miss. Like one time you're able to win quite nicely, and then you get a lose, for example, versus Rain. Do you agree with this statement yourself?
Yeah, we managed to win 2 tournaments back to back with less experienced players facing some of the best clans or teams in the game. So I think yes, we
Yeah. And what is in your eyes the main reason why sometimes it completely misses, right? So sometimes you're not able to fully, like, you are able to win with limited prec, but then whenever you are able, or whenever, for example, in the Pro League you've lost versus Rain once, well, what would you explain to be the main reason for that to be the case then? Whenever, first of all, for the few events that you have played, you've all managed to take the wins.
Yeah, we are not yet the perfect team. We still have to work on some aspects together. Is it very difficult for us because we do not have so much time for online games? Like sometimes we have, sometimes we don't. Being more involved in real life activities, for example, but most of our players are at the same level with them, so we never know what will happen.
Okay, so you would say like the fact that you guys haven't played too much together yet, and that you are still a little bit inexperienced with each other is then the main reason for that to be the case.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay. So, as you said, you've recently won some nice tournaments, Embers of Victory Season 3. Still, congrats for that, for making it. With those victories and that limited practice, do you guys feel like when you would have that time to get the practice, you would be able to become, like, to win everything and become the best of the world?
Yeah, of course we can. With some practice before the matches, with some scrims, for example, we can always face Argen or Invictus, because these two teams are the best ones right now in the game. So I think yes, we can.
Okay, because like I said, in the round robin states, a 0-2 occurred against Rain, but you still played quite well against the other teams. As you said before, Rain and Invictus are probably your two main competitors. What is the main reason for them to be the to be your main troublemaker? Do they have the experience to play together, or is there something else?
No, compared to them, we are a team that doesn't just really rely on two players. For example, Argen have Nexera and Myline, and Invictus have like Vulgrant and let's say Noxic. So we are more of a team of close friends that we know in real life. So this might be an advantage for us, not like is it for them with the players.
Okay, so you really feel like the Rain and Invictus have like those two players. That's their main strength point over you. That they have the two guys with the individuals. Because if I would say myself, whenever you have 5 players playing, it would always be better. But still, you, for example, lost versus Rain in the round robin stage. How can you explain that?
I will explain that. For example, if they are both players dice, we can get the round easily.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's nice to hear. So, the difference from you from you to Rain and Invictus is mainly that you guys are a 5-man stack. That's how it works.
Let's say like this, like we are all on the same level compared to them.
Yeah, go on.
No, yeah, I forgot what I was saying.
No, so you're all at the same level. So in terms of play style wise as well, do you guys play any different than they do? Because I mean, they do have 2 players that are usually like fragging out the most, but is there something else in terms of play style? Are you guys more aggressive or more passive, or like have certain strategies or a certain base of team play that they don't have, or do you not really pay attention to that too much?
To be honest, it depends of the teams that we play against. Sometimes we are aggressive, sometimes we are passive. It depends because we analyze them before the match and we see what we're gonna do.
So for example, Rain, well, do you guys how do you approach a match versus Rain?
Against Rain, we it's hard against them, but most of the time we play passive because they have very good players.
And then Invictus, same things, or is Invictus a team where you can play a whole lot aggressive on against?
Against Invictus, we have both styles, aggressive and passive.
Okay.
Yeah,
it depends on the maps as well. You're yourself, of course, with Mullet Mafia. You guys haven't really played too much together yet, right? But also after the Pro League, considering you haven't played together too much yet with the full team, you're relatively new. Of course, you have players that are quite experienced, like Fallen Knight with a whole bunch of matches yourself. But do you feel like when you continue to grind and also coming up with worlds, how do you see Mullet Mafia like with that period? Do you still think you guys are together because you are that close of a friend group, or do you feel like there might be some players moving out anytime soon?
Yeah, we can say what we will do in the future, but we plan to add some new players for the worlds because it's gonna be a different level than right now. More fun.
So Mullet Mafia maybe making some small adjustments to the lineup anytime soon. That would be great if it all works out. Of course, you guys could be grinding for some piece here at the Worlds, and of course, you as a support player is a key point in there. Now, with a slight eye on that playoffs, of course, how do you feel like you are going to be performing in the playoffs of the Pro League yourself?
I think we're gonna be the surprise of the playoffs because, like, as I said, Argen and Invictus are the main favorites to win the Pro League. And I think at least we will get the finals. I won't say that we're gonna be the first. I'm not that confident, but I think we will get the second place at least.
Okay, second place for you. I think you guys are starting off in the upper bracket, if I'm not mistaken. I'm actually checking it out real quickly. Yeah, you guys are. You guys are gonna play Rain straight off the bat. So, yeah, with you thinking that you're gonna get second place, you feel like Invictus is gonna take that win versus Team Ares? Or did you see too much from Team Ares? Well, what do you expect from them?
They are from Asia, so I don't really know them that much.
Yeah.
But I think Invictus will win them because it's a best of 3, so it's gonna be the round balance difference in the third match. Because I think they can win the Asia server with Ares.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that makes a whole lot of difference, of course, coming into this. I mean, it was lovely having you here in the interview. Do you have any final words before we're wrapping it up?
Yeah, you guys should focus on us, and we will do a nice move in the Pro League.
Yeah, let's hope that for sure. Okay, this was, of course, Recurse here from Mullet Mafia. Thank you so much for joining me here on this lovely little interview. Hope you guys have been able to get some more insights on what Mullet Mafia is, and as Recurse said, be prepared.
Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection, zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins, character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words, DLC, XP, side quest. Look out, sweats. Build mode, lag, noob, squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
And now it's second, right? Mullet Mafia beating Rain on the first map of Port, that being their pick. Now moving on to Canals, we'll see if Mullet Mafia are able to do the unthinkable. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Critical Ops Pro League Season 2. We have arrived at the Eurasia playoffs. We've been watching it for quite a long time today already, but yeah, we still have some unfinished business, and who better to take you through it than me, Twist, and obviously we also have Dutch Boy Casts or Jesse. Call him however you want to call him. But with that being said, let's talk about the second map, Jesse, because it's going to be Canals, it's going to be Invictus pick. But before we do, let's talk about a little bit more about G Fuel, though, because this is an important one, guys. If you want some G Fuel, and if you want it at a lower price than anywhere probably you will get retailed for, well, use code esports mobile, go to gfuel.com, use the code and get 30% off your purchase no matter what you buy. So this is a pretty easy one for you. You just go there. Perhaps you already wanted some G Fuel. Well, now you can get it cheaper. You can get more for the same price.
Yeah, we're worth to check it out, Esports Mobile. And if you have no idea, they got themselves some handy dandy starter kits where you can choose to go for. You get a shaker and a few little samples to test out what flavor you want. And then, once again, with the Esports Mobile, you can get yourself a tub with 40 servings into it, which does save you a lot on those small samples, of course, because yeah, samples are obviously more expensive than buying the big thing. So whenever you have yourself a flavor that you do in fact really like, maybe one of these on your screen, Tropical Rain, Cherry Lemonade, or Bahama Mama, you might be able to find yourself your favorite flavor to get inside of a tub. Also, the Kawaii, of course, operation, the new skins that we all saw in that little promo video we have for you guys. You can see all those new skins that you can choose to collect or to buy. Definitely worth to check it out.
Oh, for sure. You know, that event is going to be there. And if you want some cool new skins, we'll definitely go check them out. I think you also saw the trailer for it. So yeah, definitely go and see what's up with that. But that being said, I think we're ready to move into our second matchup, into our second game of our second match of today, which is going to be on Canals. Now, let's actually take a look first at what we saw already, which is obviously Port. And I think on Port, Jesse, things definitely didn't. There were a lot of weird things happening, especially with how Mullet Mafia were approaching this collision side.
I mean, you kind of set it up nicely when we, started off by kind of introducing of what is going on. The underdogs, really, Mullet Mafia coming into it, and we really saw that in this game as well. A lot of clutches were needed for this Mullet Mafia team to win it. And Rain, most of the time, started off on a good note on every single round. Of course, not by the first two, but after that, it worked out kind of phenomenal. Kind of almost getting every single round, getting the entry. But then a few times where Mullet Mafia made a comeback out of nowhere, and then the weird stuff really happened. But mainly, the weird stuff came in the favor of Mullet Mafia. I think hence the reason why they were able to pull this map through. But still, the one map counts. Whatever way you do it, it works.
For sure. I mean, again, we talked about how, Rain were doing it way better on pistol rounds, but on rifle rounds, but I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, YFC can clutch rounds like this, he can get some 1v2s, but at the end of the day, if you win the map, you win the map. Now, the question is, can you do it again? Because again, we're going to move on to Canals, and that is Rain's pick, so probably going to be a bit harder. The one thing I want to note, though, is, look at the score here. I think this is a game of many comebacks, both in terms of clutches, but also just in terms of rounds, right? Because Rain were actually, taking the lead. They were, I believe, 6-2 or 6-3 up, and then Mullet Mafia somehow able to, get round after round, and actually, as we'll see very shortly, equalize it all out as we head into the side switch. And man, Jesse, when that side switch happened, I think Mullet Mafia just unlocked a new gear. They just put the game in a new gear, and from there, I don't think Rain had many chances.
I really liked the way both teams were approaching it, right? Because usually fast takes through middle we see happening, and Rain tried that very often. Mullet Mafia didn't do so on the coalition side. They played a new style, which in the end got them to 6 rounds. Then when they went to the breach side, they were the ones able to divide the pace. They were the ones playing that slow style once again, and as you have said in the cast before, forcing Rain to play that style as well. And Rain, they fell fully for the bait, and they lost the map. It is just a great cat and mouse game that Mullet Mafia played. And yeah, they definitely chased the mouse in this situation, being Rain, down to the final wire, which was in fact a round loss and a reverse comeback or reverse sweep that has to come in.
Yeah, I think Mullet Mafia really played this one perfectly. It really seemed at the start, they weren't confident about what they were doing. It seemed like they might have some issues, but again, winning a map is winning a map. We might not agree with the methods, with the ways how they do it, but at the end of the day, they did do it. And this clutch was a great example of how Mullet Mafia played together. They were never allowing there to be just single eliminations without refrag. And yeah, man, once we actually got into the second half, once we got into the pistol, Mullet Mafia, even though we see them in a 3v5 at this position, they're still somehow able to win it out. I think mainly in the hands of Shadow, or Novacan, I think, got a double here. And from there, it was just very hard for Rain to find their way back into the game. Now they did eventually definitely do it, but it was just not enough. One thing I really like is how Myline just stayed alive for so long here, but then Mullet Mafia decided, you know what, we don't actually have to engage him, we can just run away, or at least one player can. And at that point, he has defused the bomb, so I think that was strategically very smart from Mullet Mafia as well. Now this kill on Faultless, we can see, almost see the kill, and now boom, you see it on scoreboard. He did a crazy wall back there. I have still no idea how he connects that one, but yeah, Faultless is definitely a player that we both noted that he's able to play with that Eurasia, which is not meta anymore.
Nope. And then after this, the hit you get after that smoke fade, Shadow spotting him out, grabbing the frag in the end. And then after that round, what we saw was 2 more rounds for Mullet Mafia, because previously it was 6-6, now it was 6-11. They picked up 5 in a row. And then it's a whole nicely thing for Rain to start making a comeback. But the comeback is simply too late then to call it an easy task. And then when this round goes your way, whenever you are 6-6 and you take 12-6 after 2 1v2 clutches and the pistol round, at that point you can write the game up to be won. Rain still attempted a comeback, which still made 11 rounds go their way, but it wasn't enough. And that means Canals will have to be a win for Rain to see them go to the grand finals already. And then after that, Bureau will have to be won as well. So Rain is up for a very big task, because Mullet Mafia, we saw Recurse in that interview, of course. He has a definite chance, or a definite death in his eyes, and he wants Rain to fall down to the ground.
Yeah, for sure. I think Rain are definitely not in a predicament they would exactly like to find themselves in. But at the same time, I think Rain is definitely a team that, you know, again, as I said in the first match, you know, no matter the score, no matter what happens, it feels like Rain can always, almost always find a way how to, you know, get themselves back, get themselves back in where they want to be. So I don't think this is even over yet. Especially with, you know, how close it actually was at the end of the first game. I think, yeah, you know, Mullet Mafia win their map. That is good. That is definitely something you expect. But also now moving on to Rain's map, I don't think they're going to let that one fall easy, especially when, you know, the first map is 11-13. I'm expecting a very close game as well. I think a 2-0 for Mullet Mafia here is almost impossible to do.
Yeah, I feel like 2-1 or 2-1 is definitely going to be like played for. Definitely going to go to a third, unless on the Canals we're seeing even more clutches than this. And in all honesty, whenever that happens, I mean, we're in a clown fiesta at that point. So I'm not too sure. I mean, Mullet Mafia might surprise us, right, on Canals, in terms of what they have played themselves from Canals, or how both teams have been playing. Previously, this map of Canals was played in that last best of 2 that Rain and Mullet Mafia played. It was a 13-9. In the favor of Rain, so still close affair for Mullet Mafia. But after that, Rain, the map they played the most has been Canals. They've played it 5 times, whereas they won it 3 times and lost it twice. 1 time against Sido and 1 time against Eurasia. Both times that was on the opponent's server. But still, 10 rounds and 12 rounds on the opponent's server is pretty decent. Other maps were all against Invictus, 13-6, Mullet Mafia 13-9, and King Gaming 13-6 as well. So very confident wins when they were on their own server. And fun fact, they're on their own server again. So let's just write it up, guys. Canals, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm mainly looking at Rain to take this one.
Yeah, again, Rain, they are known as the Canals team. Canals used to be their best map for a long while here, and it's definitely something that they're still great at, you know, no matter the lineup changes. So, yeah, as you said, I mean, Rain definitely has the advantage. Especially another thing I think we have to mention is, again, you know, Faultless is really good at that Eurasia, and that's a weapon that normally doesn't get used in the game anymore. But if there's someone who can use it, it's definitely Faultless, and we know how important that Eurasia player is on Canals. Is pretty much you can divide the whole map into 2 parts if you simply control mid, or, you know, control CT with that Eurasia. I do think that, you know, Faultless is going to be a huge person to watch in this game if he's going to rock that Eurasia, especially on the Coalition side. It's just such a good weapon. You can play it in many different spots on Canals. You can find some frags where there's literally 0% chance you get refragged. So yeah, Faultless is definitely a player I'd advise everyone to keep their eyes out for this game.
Yep, and taking a look at the knife round now, we're gonna head into the game. Canals. That will be the second map of play. We'll slowly but surely start getting that knife round in the way. We hear the sound, we hear the reset soon enough coming in. Players still shooting their weapons for now. But this is not the knife round yet. Looking forward to this one, and mainly for the reason, once again, like, even though all odds are against Mullet Mafia big time, like 7% of the community votes for them makes a whole bunch of sense that is not their game to take. But there's still a team that has been beating them before in a best of 5 and has been showing up in this season in general. It's a team that's hungry, and it's a team that also wants to fight. So unless Rain isn't going fully, or unless Rain isn't going to be falling apart completely, they should be the ones on paper to take it. But Mullet Mafia, they knew that Canals was gonna be on the plate. They knew that they were going to be able to play it against the Rain, and they can watch that game back and think, what did we do wrong? How can we repair these mistakes, and how can we improve them for the next time? Because they were here coming into this one. Aki, we all saw him. Once again, he's hungry to take it. A lot of fans in the chat for both sides, and a knife round that goes their way as well, Twist. It's looking good.
Oh, it's looking great for Mullet Mafia. You know, that knife round, we talk about how it might not be the most important thing, especially on maps where both sides are kind of equal, you know, which is the case with Canals. It doesn't matter that much. But at the same time, I do think it gives you like a little mental boost, you know. You've almost like won a round before you've actually won a round. So yeah, for Mullet Mafia right now, things are looking great. They win the knife round, they're able to pick their starting side. Now, I would guess they will go for Coalition just because that is just a little bit better than the Breach side. But, you know, at this point, I really think it depends on maybe their individual strategies and things like that. So, everyone, Mullet Mafia versus Rain, second game of the best of 3. Rain at a disadvantage, have to win another map. We'll see how this one goes for them.
Yeah, and they chose for the Breach side, actually. So that's another way to take it. Another approach. Yeah, Twist. I mean, we're here just talking about the game. We're not here to judge by any means, right? But yeah, I would have gone for the Coalition side as well. But they're opting to go for the Breach side and a push into A. Oh, this is going to be a stack. Mullet Mafia watching every single angle. And that should be an easy cleanup. Not the case. A Lucky Kid has joined in the play. And he's going to take a 4K to start off his debut.
Oh, that was just great from him. Now, Fallen Knight left in a 1v3, bomb not on him, and has to do so much here. I don't think he's getting expected right now, but like as soon as he moves towards that bomb, like somebody will definitely be watching it. And 27 HP as well, especially when you're on a pistol. You have to hit pretty much instant double ding to win this one. It is almost impossible, and that's going to be Unlucky Kid, just finishing everyone off there. Crazy performance by him, and that's Rain on the first one. Now, Mullet Mafia, they won both pistol rounds on port, so we'll see how they actually perform when they don't have that in their back pocket. Is now, yeah, they'll probably have to go just full complete eco, I'd guess, just a full rush on either B or A, and if you get the bomb plant, you've pretty much won, you know?
Yeah, this is a very good start for Rain, and you gotta be thinking of that bomb plant to come in for extra cash. Of course, you have taken yourself a whole lot. For now, this round is just a cleanup. Faultless not needing the sniper, but definitely needing kills for that kill bonus. Start bumping up for quite some time. Rain been able to find themselves their second round, because this is not a round they will ever be losing. Feli still picking up one, which is great enough. Nexera, once again, the unlucky guy to fall down there. But yeah, what a debut for Unlucky Kid, of course. Previous map not played, but now in Canals, and here to strike, here to deal with business, and that's trying to win.
Yeah, they saved the best for last, huh? Like bringing in Unlucky Kid. Like he has had different performances throughout the tournament. I will say that. Like sometimes he gets subbed in and he does great. Sometimes he starts and he does, you know, not that great and gets subbed out. So yeah, seems like for this map though, he is doing great. I mean, 2 rounds not much to judge by, but so far so good. For Mullet Mafia though, not so good. Reekers goes down the first rifle round again, not exactly going their way. But if there's one thing we saw on port, it's definitely that no matter where Mullet Mafia are, they're somehow still able to at one point just start winning those rounds. So yeah, maybe a slow start for them. Seems like they are scouting out options towards mid and A, and having one player towards square just in case those rotations come in. But I think Rain, at this point, they don't exactly have to rotate. There's no like information from Mullet Mafia. There's no attacks. There's no pushes. So they can pretty much just stay where they are, you know, jiggle around, hold different angles. Seems like Unlucky Kid, he almost intuitively knows there. He watches that angle coming in, and yeah, there we go. Fallen Knight is coming in, and Alpha is gonna get out of the roster. So this is an interesting substitution for them. We'll see how that one works out. I mean, Fallen Knight definitely an established player in the community.
Yeah, and for Rain, they picked up a change as well, so we're probably gonna see that one soon as well, with Unlucky Kid subbing in. For now, it's been working out. 2-0. And once again, an entry in this round, Twist, that's kind of making the round already halfway done usually, right? An entry is so great to take. Then a trade without an answer for Rain is a little bit awkward, which gives Mullet Mafia a chance. Speaking of, the A side is lost.
Yeah, what happened? Losing 3 players in a matter of seconds there, Rain. Really not the best position to find yourselves now in, because you have 2 M4s, you have no util, you have to save at this point, or do you? My line does take down 1, but yeah, I do think he has to save. He's on a pretty much opposite side of the map, Jesse, here.
Yeah, he is gonna concede the bomb plant. going to be walking away. And as we saw, of course, as well, Exolomans leaving for Unlucky Kid. Definitely, Exolomans has been playing good on that first map and also been playing good in general. So him leaving the server is, I'm not too sure what it is for now, but an ace to start of the game is definitely good for Unlucky Kid. Mullet Mafia, with that substitute from Fallen Knight, their most experienced player now in the lineup. On port, it looked good with Alpha. He has shown off quite nicely, but now maybe experience needed on Canals. And I hope that this is going to be something bringing them even more success, as the buy for Rain in all honesty Twist is not that great.
Yeah, no Util and the Deagle on Nexera. Now, they have brought up the Eurasia, but actually, a player you maybe did not expect to hold it. It's not Flawless on it, it's Unlucky Kid on that Eurasia. We'll see what he's able to do now. Wives, he's able to find one. That's going to be Novocaine taken down to the Wildbang. And Nexera, yeah, he's definitely the weakest link of this A side here. But seems like A will not even be contested as of now, even though they have more players there. They're still kind of scouting out their options. Now, if the last round's anything to go by, Jesse, there is still a huge chance for Mullet Mafia.
Yeah. If Unlucky Kid isn't able to pull through with the Eurasia, and if Nexera falls with the Deagle, that was the weapon we saw falling down as the first bit. But of course, would have been more happy for Mullet Mafia if that wouldn't have been the Deagle. Maybe a weapon taken away, or a rifle in that sense. The Deagle is still a well-worth weapon to use. Unlucky Kid just jump spotting for the intel. Gonna watch the cafe push as well, and has full control. Yeah, this is what we're talking about, cutting off half the map with that Eurasia. But if it is an A plush, then the ratio is going to have to be used to try and pick it up. He tries a jump spot for a bit, and my line is rotating to every position that is potentially going to be Wives. Pulled to the occasion, has to step up, will be completely blown away by Recurse. Beautiful wallbang to take him away. My line has to do it all now, steps up with the Scar. A double for him. Feli is trying to push because he knows he has to fight the one-on-ones. Is going to grab him. Faultless pushes in to still claim the round. And even though Feli played everything right, it just wasn't enough. And Rain picks 3.
Yeah, I don't know how it actually works out in Rain's favor. I mean, my line there does that exactly like all the heavy lifting that he could have, but still, you know, I have no idea how it works out. Well, either way, it does. They do defuse the bomb, and they also retrieve the Eurasia, so that goes on over to the next round as well. Now, this falls is currently rocking it. We'll see if Unlucky Kid picks it up. Maybe the reason why, yeah, Follows exactly is not wielding it is probably because he's just playing in a position that is very crucial for the team, and probably only he, you know, plays it the best, but, you know, you can't exactly use your ratio there. So, for now, we'll see Unlucky Kid using it. I mean, last round he got a frag with it, and he definitely got some good info jump spotting as well, so seems like there's more than one player on side of Rain who know how to use it. Now, this is the Canals stats. Look at that, 48 for Rain. They're definitely leaders on Canals with 73% win rate. That is big, but still, you know, that 49th game might lessen that win percentage here. As Nexera, though, is able to find one. My line gets taken down, but yeah, they're not going to check this corner, and that might be a big problem. Somehow Valley, though, does find a frag. Ooh, but now they try to get away, but it's going to be Nexera catching down Novocaine. What is this? Just chaos unfolding. Somehow they have made it on the bomb side, and this should be a bomb plant.
Fallen Knight, great kill on Wives. Rotation from Unlucky Kid, has to step up with Eurasia. Waiting for the nade to blow. Connects the shot, Valley down to 50. Shadow will be dropped himself. Nexera, the new player, of course, here from this team now, as the previous lineup has been playing so much together in the past. Fallen Knight pulled up, able to find himself one, now runs away. Nexera gonna try and bait him into peeking. A tap for now, steps are being made. Fallen Knight not initiating it properly. Another tap comes in, now he's gonna try to swing. Will he still find the kill? Yes, he will. Fallen Knight, he does it, and Rain will be pulled off one more time.
Yeah, Fallen Knight, they're playing it very smartly, getting the first frag in 1v2, and then at that point he doesn't have to peek, he just can play on time. And I think one mistake that was actually made there was, you know, whoever was on Rain's side, he tapped the bomb, but he still made, like, footsteps after that. So Fallen Knight was just like, well, he's definitely not defusing, I'll just wait for the second tap. And when the second tap comes in, you know, the time is already low, and at that point he just gets the frag. He is a bit aggressive there, but still, you know, does what he should do. So yeah, that puts Mullet Mafia on 2 rounds here. Now, they have bought up, but actually look at Rain. Their economy has not been the best, or they're doing their best here to, you know, make it better for next round. But for this one, they'll have to make it work with 2 Deagles, 2 XD45s, and a Eurasia. If Faultless could find a shot here, well, he definitely finds, or at least sees a hand, but doesn't exactly find a shot. But yeah, Faultless pretty much everything is on him in this round. I'd say like he has to get at least 2 frags with the Eurasia to even make it possible for Rain here.
And maybe a fun statistic to talk about after this round about what the Rain core is currently on, because 4 of the players used to win the World Championship, with Nexera now being the final player joining in, and Mullet Mafia is holding on quite nicely for now. So this is actually going to be a team, like Recurse has said as well. We're gonna try to stick together. We have to prepare for Worlds as well. It's been a lineup just playing so well together, finding each other maybe on luck, but has been showing off. The bomb will get planted. The retake must come in. Shadow is trying to push. Will be able to find the kill on my line. Rotations are coming in. All 3 coming in from the banana. But look at the control that Novocaine has. He could potentially find them all, but he's going to make steps. And will now potentially be caught off guard from behind. And he will. Rain secures the retake.
Faultless, this is a good round to get. I have no idea how they make this one work. I mean, again, this was literally 2 Deagles, sorry, not 4, 2 Deagles, makes it even worse, 2 Deagles, 2 XD45s, and a Eurasia, and somehow they keep 3 players alive with them retrieving weapons as well. Now the economy is booming, you know, it's the golden age for Rain, and on side of Mullet Mafia, well, now they probably have to go eco, because Fallen Knight 3k, yeah, he's not gonna afford a weapon with that, so, yeah, Mullet Mafia, I feel like they just wasted, like, just lost a round they should not have lost. Even if they didn't know that Rain or eco, you know, sure, they maybe didn't know, so they didn't go for, like, just a 5-man bomb plant push, but even if they didn't know it feels like, yeah, you know, he should have gotten that round. And now Rain actually requesting a tactical pause. I don't know, maybe it's just a taunt Mullet Mafia, or maybe they actually have to think about, you know, some technical stuff. Maybe someone's having some issues, but either way, a very surprising round coming in from Rain.
Yeah, I think Faultless maybe wanting to pick up the sniper. He's like ducking to Unlucky Kid. Can I use it? Can I use it? Maybe thinking about that Nexera, trying to pull them through into an actual setup that is going to work for them. No, he's going to drop it away. And as we've said, Unlucky Kid, Myline, Faultless, and Wise, 4 of the players that have been in that world and won the World Championship as well for Rain. So this lineup, it might not even get better than this, because Nexera has been a good influence to it. And then when you are Mullet Mafia, you cannot afford to lose round like that. Twist, simply enough.
Ooh, this is an interesting one. Could Mullet Mafia actually pull this one back? 2 ecos in a row would be crazy. It seems like Wise, hey, he has different ideas about this one. Recurse, though, is able to get one, and with that, a weapon should be or should not be retrieved, as Nexera is watching it closely. He knows this might be their final answer. This might be their lock to unlock this round. He definitely doesn't want to give this lock away, as, yeah, he's still guarding that weapon, so Shadow somehow is able to pick it up. But Unlucky Kid, he's getting spotted there. That's a Deagle versus a Eurasia engagement there. I mean, I respect for trying it, but damn, that's an interesting one. The bomb, though, is still towards A, so I think ultimately Mullet Mafia are trying to scout out their options, perhaps send Valley, that is Recurse on alert here, but somehow Shadow gets Unlucky Kid, so again, we're in a 3v3 situation when this should have never been the case with only Deagles.
Yeah, 3-on-3. Still a chance. They go to the B side, Twist. That's going to be a chance, because there's only a Myline there. Shadow could have the flank of his career here as he's walking up onto the stairs position. Tries to be the one maybe going towards that upper catwalk, but Myline has to be careful from behind. The push comes in. The Deagle breaks the armor. Recurse finds the kill. A free gun picked up, and a 3-on-2 retake taken.
I have no idea what's going on, man. 2 ecos in a row. 2 rounds in a row where, yeah, it's just Deagles. I mean, at least in the first one, Rain had that Eurasia, you know, it was Faultless with it. He's good with it. He got a first kill as well, so at least at that point it's a 4v5. But in this one, it's simply just Deagles somehow taking down pretty much everyone on the side of Rain. And again, it wasn't down to a 1v1. It was, again, like 3 players staying alive on the side of Mullet Mafia. So that is absolutely insane. What is Rain doing? They're all staying spawn. I don't know if this is a new strat. I don't know if they're trying to check out each other's skins. I know you can drop the knife now, so perhaps they're switching knives. I don't really know, but well, either way, they're doing very good. What do you think about his previous encounters, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, I really like that Mullet Mafia, of course, have won that Embers of Victory, and that's why this game is even more interesting, right? Because the Pro League has been a best of 2, this map has been played as well, but it was once again pretty close. This is definitely a matchup of some caliber between these 2 teams, and there's a lot of saying about it that Mullet Mafia, they've been trying to prepare here on Canals, which only making things more interesting. Mylan, once again, like, he's out in the open on B, alone. And with the bomb planted on A, this has been like the second or even the third time this has happened. At some point, rotations need to come in, or Rain doesn't need to lose their side that fast. They have to change something in their approach. Because this lineup, it might have been a Worlds, but for now, Mullet Mafia plays world class. And that's why I also like these previous encounters. They haven't played yet together. And Mullet Mafia is still a team. And Twist, I don't know if you have the same opinion about it, that could be a contender with Invictus and Rain for like Worlds for now, right? We have to see how Pro League Season 3 is going to be for like an Asian team to potentially get in that mix. Maybe a Reese, maybe Xylo. But these are the 3 teams that are going to try to attempt for potentially like World Championship for now. Together with Americas, of course, but we know Europe has been looking good in the past.
Oh, for sure. I'd say from the Eurasia side, these are definitely the 3 strongest teams. And, you know, it's also somewhat, maybe a controversial opinion, but I think in general, European teams are better than NA teams on average, just if you put them into 1v1s. So, not even 1v1s, just like playing, you know, one team against each the other team. So, I do think that what you're saying is very true, that, yeah, Rain and Invictus, definitely heavy contenders. And then Mullet Mafia, I mean, again, they're kind of the dark horse of this tournament. You know, we know that they're good, but the problem is you never, with Rain and Invictus, it's easy. They're good, and you can very easily estimate like how good they really are. With Mullet Mafia, it's like sometimes, you know, they win Deagle rounds and sometimes they lose against Deagles. It's like, but you know, this exaggerated, exemplified like just against teams. You know, sometimes they do very good against very good teams, and sometimes they lose against bad teams. So I think for that to happen, Mullet Mafia definitely has to show that they're capable of being more stable, more consistent. But for now, they're looking decent. I mean, at least in this round, they've already gotten the plant. There you go. And they've gotten almost all kills as well. My line, last one left alive. Does get one frag, but I don't know if he's going to go for this one. Although he gets a double. Oh, my line almost a triple, but Novocaine takes him down. That would have been so close, actually. As Fallen Knight is on a Eurasia, that's probably one of the worst weapons to have in a 1v1 if that situation unfolds. So great on Novocaine actually getting that frag there.
He's been, even though the kills amounts have not been that great, right, for Novocaine, 4 kills himself, he's been getting so many important frags, a 1-on-2 on the map of Port, and now a 5-4 situation here for this team of Mullet Mafia. I mean, Jake always says this, like, okay, Coalition side favors on this map. Do you agree with that statement, because you just have to hold, or is there something else on Canals? Twist, what do you think?
Honestly, I think it is a bit Coalition-sided, but this is one of those maps where it really depends on how you play it. Like Coalition, it's maybe a bit easier, especially if you have a Eurasia player that's good at it. Yeah. But at the same time, on the Breach side, if you just go for quick attacks, and especially lurks are very strong on the Breach side. On Canals, you can just leave one player towards B, plant the bomb on A, and then, you know, he just gets like crazy double backstab. So I think it really depends on the team. You know, sometimes you can see a team that's kind of better on the Breach than on Coalition on Canals. Sometimes you can have the other one. It seems like for this round, well, it's going to be Novocaine going down and Rain equalizing the scoreline once again. But yeah, to my point, to my original point, you know, the TLDR is that it very depends on the team, but overall, I'd say it's a bit more Coalition-sided.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something Rain have in some way shown, but at the same time, we're always talking about Faultless, the operator player, or the ratio player, right? We're talking about him being the sniper, and now a Lucky Kid all of a sudden starts picking it up. Now we see the change, but maybe a little bit too late, right? Give the man the sniper that he so much likes and so much favors. But it's maybe a little bit too late. Mullet Mafia will have to see how Fallen Knight is going to do that on Coalition. This could pop flash, a very good one to take some elbow control. Novocaine for now, dodging the bullets, as he's the one to not find a single thing just yet. KSG in hand. Good weapon, still on close range, but it is on close range now, so maybe it's going to be used to his advantage. Tries, but Shadow helps him out to secure the frag, as once again the KSG has been nerfed pretty much to the ground up. And that's going to be unfortunate. Rain picks up 7, or picks up 6, and potentially with that 7 as well. I think they definitely have that momentum now. They're in the driving seat, Twist, so I wouldn't say 7 is unlikely.
No, I think it's definitely possible, especially with this. We have a double Eurasia setup. Both Unlucky Kid and Faultless are rocking the Eurasia. I think that's a great thing to do. That'll definitely surprise Mullet Mafia. You know, perhaps Unlucky Kid gets one frag, and then they just don't expect the sniper to be anywhere else, so they don't throw any precautionary nades. Well, that's exactly what happens. Unlucky Kid gets one. That's Novocaine down. Oh, but they're actually aggressing a bit too much. Nexera there. Don't know. Yeah, confidence is good, but that just seemed like overconfidence. That just seemed like cockiness. Now, Fallen Knight, he actually finds Wives. So Eurasia frag coming back. And now those Eurasias might actually not work out in their favor, as you know, the more of a clutch situation is, the less players you have alive on your team, probably the worse it is if you have that Eurasia. Well, seems like Flawless, he hasn't read the memo. He hasn't heard the memo that I just said, because he's just gonna get a frag. And now Unlucky Kid with another Eurasia shot. So now it's Valley left in a 1v3. Now, first frag is gonna be Faultless, or is it? Definitely he gets spotted, and I don't even know if he can get a run away here. Yeah, he'll get checked, and that's pretty much a free kill for Faultless. So Rain, they do extend their lead up to 7, but now the pistol rounds are really where Mullet Mafia historically have exceeded.
Yeah, now you're on the coalition side, Twist. Now we're coming back to your point a little. Mullet Mafia might be 2 rounds down, but with the coalition side favoring a little bit, unless you have that good ratio player, or at least able to control the map properly. Mullet Mafia coming into this one on the coalition side. They've historically picked up most of the pistols. They've historically been winning the most clutches. And when there's clutch rounds here on the CT side, they're here to pick it up. Will they pick up the pistol though? Valley is up close. XD in hand. A lot of sprays are coming in. It's a 2-for-2 trade. There were a lot of bullets, all missing the mark. We're having to see Myline continuing to find himself a whole bunch, but it's not going to be around for Rain unless Wives can pick up a 1-on-2. 1 kill for him. Has to find the final pieces, running away back towards that A side. So Novocaine is now the one that probably has to win this clutch himself, has to go for the retake as he's running through long, not spotting him out anymore. Wives maybe outdoing himself by going towards the cafe. No, he's going all the way towards that coalition spawn. This all comes down to timing here, Twist.
It does come down to timing, but Wives is also a little bit lower than Novocaine. Oh, and Novocaine, will you look left? That is the question. Just look left. You have... Oh, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. By this point, I think Wives might actually be outplaying, as you said, because at this point, Novocaine knows if Wives went A, he would have planted already, right? Like, there's not... The time just doesn't make sense. So, he almost, I think, at this point knows that unless he sees the cross here, it's probably going to be B. So, he might get the plant off. Yeah, Wives will definitely get the plant, but... Well, now Novocaine is pretty much on site, so he doesn't have to waste time trying to retake many different positions. He simply has to get the bomb. I think he also knows that he didn't hear any footsteps towards B, so he pretty much only has to clear 2 angles here. You know, he has to clear towards mid, he has to clear towards CT. And again, since he was so close to the site here, well, this should be an easy one. Oh, this is a 1v1. The timing is weird as well. Novocaine will check the corner any second. It seems like it's gonna be... What? Wives with a crazy flick there. Instant headshot. Oh, Novocaine. And that's Rain actually winning it out. What is that flick, man?
Mullet Mafia, you might be doing it on port, but we're doing it on the canals. We're winning clutches, and as you said, you spelled it out perfectly. Mullet Mafia played that, or Novocaine played that to perfection. He waited. He knew there wasn't going to be time to go to A, or he knew there would have already been a bomb plant coming in. He waited on B, played it perfectly. It made perfect sense. But still, you gotta win that fight. If you miss that head, there's still a chance for a flick. And Wives, you don't have to say that twice to him, as he won the fight for it. Now, the one to die as a first fight, but what does it really matter? They've already taken 9. They're picking up the first 2 rounds here on the breach side, and maybe this is the start of a 3rd mapper here on our way. Look at this. Look at this flick. Like, he gets hit once. Oh, that's dirty.
As you said, like, Novocaine played it. Mullet Mafia and Novocaine played it to perfection there, but it's simply like, you can't do much when somebody literally has, I don't want to say aim hacks, but something that looks like, obviously, he's legit, guys, I'm kidding, but like, it's like something that almost looks like just mechanical. Like, how can you flick that accurately? It's absolutely insane for me that, like, that he's able to pull it off. So yeah, Wives, pretty much single-handedly, I'd say, winning almost 2 rounds here for Rain is definitely, you know, winning that second is pretty easy against, you know, pistols only. So this is absolutely insane as Rain, they are continuing their reign on the B-bomb site as the recurse already falls. Fallen Knight is low and the bomb is ready to be planted.
And maybe that round was the beginning of this streak for Rain. It's a 5-on-4, so we might be speaking a little too soon about a win already. It's definitely looking likely. Nexera not clearing the full corner, getting caught for it. He wasn't too aware. The push through the smoke comes in for Novocaine, spotting out Faultless on the back of the side. It's Valley to grab it up. And now 2 versus 3 on the side. Wives trying to run to the edge of the smoke. Will grab Fallen Knight, created away. Lucky Kid now in a one-on-one as he's taken away. The first has to take down Valley. Will do so. Once again, the clutch. That goes the way of Rain. And they take double digits.
Yeah, this seems like the opposite of what happened on Port. On Port, it was Rain that was not able to get a single round after the side switch, but now it is actually Mullet Mafia who have just not found their stride. And again, you know, this comes off of that pistol round where, yeah, it should have been theirs. You know, 99% chance they win it, but simply Wives is sometimes a little bit too good. So, that being said, right now, Rain have doubled the amount of rounds as Mullet Mafia has, and from now on out, Mullet Mafia are gonna have to fight the hard way. As Rain, they have a very good utility here. They have very good rifles, and even if they lose ground, they can buy again. So, yeah, this is pretty much from the ground up that Mullet Mafia has to build here.
Yeah, it's not gonna be great. Like, they're in grassroots right now, whereas Rain is already a full-on flower, blowing to try and pick themselves up yet another, and even this game, of course, just glowing in the field. Everything is working out for them. That bomb will soon be picked up, which leaves this elbow push to be quite great for the side from Rain. They did get flashed up as soon as they wanted to throw a flash themselves. Once again, same faith. So they have to be very careful about the time slowly starting to run out, and the positioning for Mullet Mafia being somewhat great. Valley and Shadow. They're the two men on the side. Fallen Knight can join in soon enough, but doesn't have an Eurasia to help. So probably wants to move in a little quicker. And with the three-man position, Rain is opting to go for this B-play. But there's still two men there. Recurse and Novocaine are those names. They might spot them out soon enough. Fallen Knight picks up one, but this will be a B-push. But look at the time. They've 20 seconds left, Twist. They gotta do it.
They gotta commit to the bomb site very quickly, and Flawless has to find this frag. He's trying, he's struggling, but it's gonna be Nexera to take down Novocaine. Okay, this might be something, but yeah, the time is just very low. Valley finds another one. Oh, now they've finally made it onto the bomb site. 7 seconds, will they? Yeah, the bomb plant does come in, finally planting the bomb, but Fallen Knight is very, very close, so should be able to at least find something. Shadow gets a frag there as well, so now it is a 2v3 situation, one of the few rounds where Mullet Mafia actually have the upper hand. They simply either have to smoke Cafe or do something about it. That flash does come in. Flawless, he's just combat opping here, but doesn't work out as Valley and Shadow take him down, and that is gonna be Mullet Mafia finally finding their round here. Yeah, I'd say a bit of a fluke from Rain here, Jesse.
Yeah, they could have potentially found a little bit more, but the 1k loss bonus definitely doesn't seem to help too much with their economy. And yeah, I mean, this is the beginning of the comeback, right? This is a little bit of the same situation as we saw with Mullet Mafia on Rain on Port. Now Mullet Mafia being the ones that have to make that late round comeback. And Rain couldn't do so, but maybe Mullet Mafia has what it takes to make it work, because they're now the ones in the driving seat and are not like 12 rounds, or they're not on the 12 rounds already. So Rain does need a few more rounds than just one to find it. Maybe a bomb plant will help with the economy. It's not even going to be allowed. Shadow takes them all. And the fluke from Rain continues. As they're now just 3 rounds of a deficit. They will have another full buy coming in as they eco the last round. But you gotta be careful about what's coming next, because Mullet Mafia is here to stay.
Man, I'd say Rain actually played this pretty smartly, right? Because they could have bought last round, probably forced a little bit, you know, not best util, but instead they're like, nah, we're just gonna give them this round. They almost planned the bomb, and, you know, from here, they can definitely buy, and they still have some cash reserves, 5k on Unlucky Kid, so that's definitely just a smart economical decision there coming in from Rain. But the thing is, they have to actually win it now, because Nexera, yeah, he's gonna find the first frag. And actually, Nexera is definitely the kryptonite to Mullet Mafia, because the last time that they met was in Embers of Victory Grand Finals, and even though Rain lost, well, Nexera dropped 109 kills in 5 maps. So Nexera is definitely somebody that's just able to do crazy things. Same can Fallen Knight though. That jump shot is very, very nice, and that definitely denies the push for a little bit, or at least the backstab. Now he is watching this position. Ooh, but misses. That's a crucial one to hit. Shadow good for 2. Nexera to take him down though. And now they have to hit a bit more. Fallen Knight take down another. And now it's only Wives left in the 1v3 smoked off.
Yeah, smoked off in a plane. Fallen Knight running in. Combat opping. Speaking of it, he's jumping around the corner. Wife still a chance. Picks up 1. 40 seconds left. Look at him. He's running towards the coalition spawn. He's going to be able to plant on B. He's played this perfectly.
Yeah, this is very smart from Wives. Nothing is over until it's over. This is the thesis for Rain. And definitely Wives, his life is not over yet, at least in this round. As he stays alive, he plants the bomb, 1v2. Now, he is quite low HP, but they're going to peek him one by one. Oh, that's a very risky decision. I'm not sure I like that, but either way, well, Fallen Knight likes to find headshots, so that's exactly what he does. And now Mullet Mafia actually 3 rounds in a row, so he's taking it up to 8. Making it a bit closer, and with that being said, I think the economy on Rain is, yeah, you buy one, you lose one, you buy one, you lose one, so this one, probably not going to be a buy. With that being said, I didn't see the cash bonus, so maybe we'll have a buy from Rain.
Yeah, I don't know if my line has what it takes to, you know, I don't think he wants to go for an AK in this round, right? Because an SG will be tough when you don't have armor. Look, he's going to go for a deagle, the rest will force. This is not the best, and yeah, this is exactly your buy that you're talking about now, or you're a little bit of an eco, right? 2 AKs, 2 SGs with not the helmet to work with. It is definitely looking somewhat tough, to say the least. I'm honestly going to see what is coming up for the next one, as we're seeing a fast play into this side coming in, for the side from Rain going towards 11. As Fallen Knight still tries and hold on. Great shot with the Eurasia. Tries and hold on. As we are in a 3-on-3 situation right now.
Yeah, as you said, it doesn't look the best, but again, we saw Rain literally win with 2 Deagles, 2 XD45s, and a Eurasia on the other side of things. So I don't think the weaponry. So for some reason, you know, it just doesn't matter what weapons you have. It seems like it doesn't determine the outcome of the round at all. As Rain have made it a 2v2 with a 2v2 retake, that is, for Mullet Mafia. They have to get on the site, they have to clear it, they have to clear elbow, they have to clear main, and they have to defuse the bomb. That is a long laundry list if you're on the side of Mullet Mafia. So yeah, well, they have cleared the site, that is for sure. But look at that, they have 1 flash. That is not the best util. Oh, and this is going to be a hard one. Valley, he does spot 1, but it's Unlucky Kid on the other side as well. They're trying to sandwich this one. That's smart from Valley. Pushes in, and Shadow with another one. Somehow able to refrag and get the frag. That's a crucial round for Mullet Mafia. They definitely would not have liked to lose this one. As the cash on them, look at that. Recurse on 1k. This is a crucial one for them to win, and who better to do it than Shadow, the guy who is playing great on port as well.
Oh boy, we're seeing the Rain fluke once again. Clutches seem to be the Rungs Gaitner here, as they're the ones losing yet another. 9-10 now. Will there be a tied up situation? Faultless this time, buying up the Eurasia. He's not going to be the one laying it over to Unlucky Kid anymore. They've switched the roles, and as I said, it might be a little bit too late that change has been initiated, but Faultless has to be the one to find frags with it as well. Otherwise, it is a little bit of a wasted investment. Still, no head armor really there for many of the players from Rain. The helmets seem to be something they're lacking most of the time, which I'm a little bit surprised about, considering Unlucky Kid has like 4k extra cash to work with. Probably wants to save it a little, but better to not get a bullet into your head than to, you know, have no weapon into the next one. Better to win this one than to have to tear on the second. 4-on-4 situation claimed. The bomb still somewhat thinking of where to go, and I think B will be the decision in the end, even though this hold from Fallen Knight could be coming out victorious. Faultless, he dies, and that's the bomb. That's the bomb dropped on the boat, and I wouldn't say that's the best position to have that one on.
No, the boat is literally, there's like 20 angles you can watch the boat from, so that's probably the worst place to have your bomb drop. That being said, nobody is really watching it. I mean, they're probably aware about it, but, oh, well, there is that watch from Fallen Knight, and he's been insane with the Eurasia, and he continues delivering with it. Yeah, he's just, every single round, it seems like he's hitting jumps, you know, quick scopes, jump scopes, no scopes, whatever he puts his mind to, he achieves. And with Valley's help and everyone else, now it's Mullet Mafia on a 5-round hot streak here, making it all equal, 10-10. And at this point, Rain, well, they have to start worrying, right? Because Mullet Mafia, they're just not a team you can cancel out. Sure, Rain is someone that we talk about, you know, they're the comeback kings, but at least for this tournament, it seems like Mullet Mafia are going to be the ones upsetting the odds.
Hit or miss team, we continue to say it, and this time, once again, it seems to be that hit. Once again, Unlucky Kid not choosing to go for that helmet. The rest of Rain, 3 of them, won't have that helmet in play. They will still have AKs and SGs, so weapons are going to be there. They won't be facing an eco. And I think a disconnection may be coming in there for Wife. No, not to be. That's going to be quite tough. I think he was disconnected for a second as he didn't move, but was just watching the smoke in case something was up. And execute. Slowly starts coming in towards this A side. Valley opens up. Look at this hole. It's a complete massacre. As it's just MyLine remaining. Fallen Knight misses the flick. So MyLine, we've talked about him for quite some time. Not the one to step up in this game too much. But now he has to do it for his team. Otherwise, Mullet Mafia will be the ones in the lead.
Yeah, I think if there is a player who's good for this position, it's MyLine. The highest rating of all individual player ratings in Critical Ops Pro League. This guy's rocking a 1.64 rating, I believe, or something of the sort. That is absolutely insane. So left in a 1v2, I mean, it's entirely possible to do. Mullet Mafia also, they're like splitting up. They're almost playing this as a 1v1, and you know, in clutch situations, you almost never want to give other person that 1v1 gunfight. You wanna, you wanna sandwich him. You wanna make sure that there's a refrag coming in. And right now, this might not be the case. Now, MyLine, that timing is very weird there. He doesn't get spotted, but he also doesn't spot the elbow player. And I think now he knows at least one player, and now that backstab is coming in. A bullet to the back of his head. Novocaine to take him down. And that is Mullet Mafia securing the 6th consecutive round in a row. Now it's starting to look so good for them. As Nexera, look at his cash. Oh, actually, again, for some reason, I checked the cash before we actually started round. So, yeah, Rain, they can buy. I think because they've lost 6 in a row, they'll be able to buy until pretty much the end of the game here. But the problem is, even if they buy, they're not exactly able to do much with it.
Yeah. MyLine, he might have the best of performances, of course, from the Pro League Eurasia. But of course, there's still a medal on 1.8 for the Americas. He is definitely rocking that top spot, but MyLine close second, as he's the one able to make it work. But this time, I think his rating might be going down a little bit, Twist, as he hasn't been too phenomenal right now, which is like arguably weird to say, considering he's still like on the positive side, right? On the positive side of the KD, but that is not what we see from him, that average, because the average is 1.6. You're expecting a lot from him. And Mullet Mafia, they're the ones claiming 11 right now. We have been speaking, Twist, about the insane comeback, probably the one that we're gonna remember if Rain would have done it on ports. This streak and this win, I think, for Mullet Mafia as well. They still gonna do it then in the grand finals after it. Just don't get me wrong, but this win could be going into the history books. A 10-5 comeback to then strike to get that win to 2-0 Rain and put yourself in the grand final. I think I'm gonna remember that until like a few more years after this, because this is insane if this happens.
Oh, for sure. And Mullet Mafia, they're showing no signs of stopping, unless for that missed shot from Fallen Knight. I mean, everything else has been going great for them. Novocaine throws that flash, but yeah, he might get overwhelmed. They're trying to spot that belong area, but in fact, it's going to be Flawless catching a bullet in his back, and Recurse, oh, he goes down after only 1 frag. So now it seems like the tactical pause definitely has helped Rain. Oh, Fallen Knight, though, comes in with a crazy shot. Not even a headshot. Don't know how he connects that one. Now, the bomb has gone down. And with that, Mullet Mafia, they could, yeah, they're probably just going to save this one. I mean, it makes sense. Does surprise me a little bit that they'll lose the round so quickly, but I think that's probably what Rain talked about in the tactical pause, which is basically, we've been trying to take these rounds slowly, and it hasn't exactly worked, so how about we just literally rush something and see how that one works? And well, at least for this round, that works great.
Novocaine wasn't ready for it, and the reason why that shot from Fallen Knight makes us scream is not because it's like a very, very good shot, because it is, like, we know that, but the fact that he's aiming downside, just towards the lower side, but then flicks up to the top as soon as he sees someone, that's not a position you're gonna sit all day long, right? He's actually thought those things, okay, I'm in a good position right now, right? I'm the one to take this angle, I'm the one to win this fight, because he's not gonna expect me to be on top. No, he expects it, flicks towards it, and still hits the shot with the Eurasia. That's impressive. And now Mullet Mafia needs to be careful. Losing this round, you lose all the economy you have. Winning this one, and you're on match point. This is important. Very important. Novocaine this time ready. Recurse is exactly that. And oh, look at this twist. It's an advantage for Mullet Mafia.
Yeah, and Lucky Kid low as well. Now, the B-bomb side is actually open, so if Rain decided to just push it, well, that would be good. But the problem is they have smoked it off, but MyLine just plays on sound, catches 2 off guard, but Recurse does get refragged. So still, I'd say advantage for Mullet Mafia. Nexera and a Lucky Kid sharing the same HP as Shadow alone, but now his position is known and he tries to get back. He's not even aware where the second player is, so, I mean, at this point, Rain somehow turning the round around. We did not expect this. From a 2v3 to a 1v2. Shadow has to do it all. I think he knows that it's going to be the A bomb side, but knowledge isn't exactly winning the round. You definitely need the awareness, you need knowledge, but you also need to find 2 frags here. And if we know Rain, we know how good they are playing on refrag, so I don't think they're just going to give this one away as a freebie. That being said, they're actually not checking main area. That flash does come in. Ooh, and flash Shadow a little bit. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Shadow, yeah, he's not going to expect 2 players in that position.
But he has a nade. And that's the thing. If he does expect them and throws a nade inside, he's probably going to kill them both because they're both cracked. He finds himself first. Nexera has the trade. He will do so. That is such a ballsy move to peek. But Shadow doesn't expect the second player there. Rain somehow, some way squeezed through. And the economy for Mullet Mafia, as I said, is somewhat broken. M4s and Recurse. And Shadow, I think, going for that deagle. So 4 M4s, this is definitely not looking too well. And Rain, they might be dodging the bullet this time.
Yeah, that economy is not definitely the best. I mean, there's literally 3 flashes and a smoke on the whole of Mullet Mafia. But again, if we've seen anything in this game is that the weaponry doesn't really matter, as we're able to win with XD45 somehow. So yeah, we'll see how this one goes. Shadow, oh, he's just so ballsy. Like, who does this, man? Like, who does this? There is, I guess, if you hear footsteps, you can maybe go for the backstab, but at the same time, this is such a risky play. Seems like even he understands it, so he gets away. But either way, it's gonna be Rain attacking that A bomb side once again. Historically, it has gone well for them. It seems like that was the thing that, you know, didn't work for a while, and then they found their pace back into it, and the Lucky Kid is gonna find Fallen Knight. So at this point, it makes it even harder. Oh, Valley does spot some players there, but it's gonna be Recurse quick on refrag. But Nexera comes in with another. Now they know that Shadow is only on a deagle.
Yeah, this is tough. He has to run. Stays alive for now, but the spray for the box will sure come in. Novocaine tries to join, so they know Shadow is still there because he's been the one on the deagle and Novocaine was the one on the rifle, but for now they're not yet checking. Deagle in play, finding the first, and Recurse will fall. Rain, some way, somewhat pick this up, and it was very close, as it's 13-11. So Mullet Mafia makes Rain fight for every single bit, but they're still the ones to claim victorious.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it was Rain making the comeback on the first map, ending it 11-13, and now it's actually Mullet Mafia making a very, very nice comeback on the second map, but still ending it 11-13. So, with that being said, you know, both teams playing interestingly on their map picks. We'll see how things go as we move on to the last map, which will be Bureau. But before that, obviously, we will take a short break and talk about some other things. So, for now, I think this is a great matchup on Canals. Again, you know, we did see that Eurasia meta a little bit, as actually there were players on both teams, which surprised me. It wasn't only Flawless, it was also Fallen Knight on the side of Mullet Mafia, and also it was Unlucky Kid, who was very well at wielding that Eurasia. So that was definitely an interesting side to see. That definitely reminded me a little bit of the old Critical Ops, you know, when that Eurasia was present in pretty much every single game. But for now, we are moving on to our third map of this best of 3 to decide which one is better and which one will take an early position and advance to grand finals, and which team, that being the team that loses, will play against the winner of today's matchup, Invictus versus Team Ares, where Invictus won. So that's something we'll see tomorrow. Invictus against whoever loses this matchup, and then again on Sunday we will see the grand finals, the whole 9 yards, you know, the best of 5.
Hello everybody. We're back with another interview. This time, Nexera from Rain joining me. Nexera, man, for the viewers at home that still have no idea who you really are. Who are you and what do you do?
Hello guys, I'm Nexera from Rain. I'm Enterfragger for Rain, and I'm 17 years old.
You guys started off the season by, I mean, as I said, you were world champion. You were season 1, of course, where you also won inside of the Pro League. Things have been looking good in the past, but the beginning of the season was a little bit of a struggle. So what would you say was the main reason for this to be the case?
The main reason was I couldn't play on week 1 and week 2 because of in real life issues. I had exams, and Milan couldn't play as well. And week 1, and we had no 5th player. Wolves couldn't play. I mean, Wives. When he joined, we made it 1-1 versus Flames, and we made it 1-1 versus Xylo as well. Then we fixed our matches and we fixed ourselves to play better. We start practicing, and that's how we are first now.
Okay. Yeah, the rest of the season went great. What changes did you make? Was it mainly just your mental, or was there something else you did, like roles wise or something you switched?
Yeah, I start playing again, and
Uh-huh.
our atmosphere was great as a team. Our IGL starts teaching us new things. That's how we just practiced Pro League Season 2. Before match, we were going in game, and he was telling us what to do, and we were doing exactly what he told us. That's how we made it better.
Okay. So you would definitely say that you and MyLine together are a key solution to all your problems you had, right? You joining, MyLine joining, you guys have very much impacted the team, right?
Yeah. We are the fragger ones.
Mhm.
Lives is the support one. Fakes is the support one. Flawless, IGL, and Sniper. We're
Ah,
just doing whatever our roles want us to do.
yeah, and it's working out lovely because once again you've been able to take first place out of the round robin with that beginning being the way it was, of course, as you said. So now, of course, coming into the playoffs, do you have any big expectations? Do you feel like you're gonna once again take it all?
Of course, I'm gonna win it exactly just like season 1. I'm gonna be
Mhm.
MVP again. I trust my team and I trust myself, and I hope we're gonna win it. We're gonna start practicing in 2 days as well because I'm in holidays. I can play.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, we're gonna. I'm thinking we're gonna win it again.
Okay, yeah, I love the confidence for sure. Right, it's always great to have someone like that coming in because I mean other teams might say like, okay, we are gonna try, right? We might have a chance, but you're just saying we're gonna win it all, and of course I
Yeah,
really hope
that's
that for you that you're gonna be able to pull through.
that's the key of frame, bro. We just trust ourselves in game
Exactly, yeah.
and in team. That makes us better.
I mean, it definitely shows in the way you've played the round robin stage because there you were able to beat Mullet Mafia, right, 2-0 against them. But in the, for example, the Embers of Victory tournament, you guys lost against them in the grand final. What was the difference mainly making that game in the round robin stage over towards that grand final that you lost like a few months ago?
We didn't play bad on that match. It
Mhm.
was 3-2, and
Yeah,
unlucky
exactly.
for us on the village. Yeah, good. GG to Mullet Mafia as well. But we had no Myline and Wives, which is our K players as a support and fragger.
Mm.
It affected us like a bit bad. We didn't perform bad, but still we could do better and we could beat them. But sometimes you can win everything. Yeah,
No, true that.
that that makes Arjan better. We're just losing tournaments, but we're getting the major ones.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what you need, right? Whenever you're gonna win whenever you would win this Pro League season, I mean, you've just done what you need to, right? All the other tournaments can be thrown off. You're once again the teams to beat. But once we are taking a look at the playoffs, of course, because there's 3 other teams in there. What team would you say is the most looking the most afraid to you, Gar? What team are you most afraid of coming into it? Because we know there's an Invictus, there's a Mullet Mafia, which you have previously been able to lose against as well. What team are you most afraid of coming into the playoffs?
Like, in my opinion, I think and I don't afraid any of these teams because I trust myself and I know that I'm gonna do better than them. But as a team, I think Invictus is can beat us if we do bad.
Yeah,
Only Invictus.
they're
But
definitely
MSK
a
and
team.
Ares, I think we can beat them.
Yeah, they're Invictus is definitely a strong team. They also have a
Yeah.
very versatile map pool, right? They have a lot of different weirder maps they tend to play. Like we've seen some Castello as well coming in. I mean, now looking into the playoffs, right? Did you guys make any surprise changes, because as we said, of course, the season has been in general like a switch up, as you've mentioned, like players coming back, players coming in into the playoffs as well. Now that you know that you're probably going to be facing Invictus, is there any change in roles, tactics, or even maps that you have or are going to start to prepare for once you are going into those longer best of threes, best of five-ish matches?
Yeah, if I say that, it wouldn't be surprised, but I'm gonna give them a chance. We're getting Exolamans as a main player.
Yeah.
We just changed our map pool a bit, because that's season 2 map pool is just banned our 3 main maps,
Oh, yeah.
which is affect us bad, but we're still practicing. We're gonna solve it, and yeah, good luck for everyone. Good luck for
Yeah.
Invictus, good luck for MFA, good luck for IRS.
Yeah, honestly, like I was gonna say, like, do you have any final words? But I honestly feel like that is making the cut. Good luck to everybody, and as well as that, Nexera is feeling like he is gonna be able to win the Pro League Season 2 once more. So let's see if he's gonna be able to do that in the matches itself. Thank you, Nexera, for the interview.
To be honest, I thought my English is really bad.
I mean, you're doing quite fine. I mean, if you would have kind of said to me like, "This was my first time speaking English," I wouldn't have said that you were actually doing that.
Yeah.
So.
The thing is, in my clan in Mullet Mafia, we are 4 Romanians, 1 Italian, and 1 Russian. And the thing is, in our voice chat, every time we speak Romanian, and the other 2 guys have to understand us what we speak, and that's a funny thing, to be honest.
Okay, so you guys actually, so your main language of speaking is English as well in the team, or not?
Yeah, that's the second one, but the main one is Romanian.
Okay, so do the Russian people in your clan, or the Russian and the Italian, do they understand you, or is it then just they hear something random and is that an issue or not?
Not really. The Italian guy, Alpha, understand us because the Italian is
Okay.
close to Romanian, and the Russian guy is Fallen Knight, and he barely understand us, but we are doing good.
I mean, he's experienced, so he's kind of backing it up with it, right? He's definitely a guy to have in your team. Like he has also got a lot of maps played. Does that like help you a ton in the team? Him as an experienced player, because as I've said, maybe you, I think as well. Like you don't have too much experience yet, right? In the scene.
Yeah, I don't really have, but Fallen Knight is a great player. I think he's one of the best Russians at this moment, and he's a good sniper.
Yeah, it's really nice to have a player like that in your team as well. And I hope you guys are going to be able to achieve further heights here.
Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection, zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins, character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words, DLC, XP, side quest. Look out, sweats. Build mode, lag, noob, squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
both map picks going the way as expected. 13-11 in both fashion, but oh boy, was that Canal's game close. Same as Sport, of course, where then the side from Mullet Mafia was able to pull through. My name is still Dutchboy Jesse, whatever you want to call me. Twist next to me to cast this final map and to wrap up the day, because what a day has this been so far, Twist.
Oh man, it was great. I mean, the first matchup, yeah, maybe a little bit underwhelming. You know, Invictus against Team Aries, and we kind of expected, not expected, but we waited maybe that we'll see great things from Team Aries. You know, on the same level of greatness as we saw in the group stage. Unfortunately, they were not able to deliver. You know, going eliminated 0-13 on their map pick of Biru, and then trying to save their spirits on Castello, but simply 7-13 is not enough. But that being said, I think the second game, the second matchup, the second best of 3 of today is a very interesting one, because Mullet Mafia and Rain, they are going toe to toe, man. 13-11 on both maps. On both maps, the team that loses actually makes a very considerable comeback, and now we've arrived at that final map, which is going to be Biru. And as you probably know, Jesse, Biru is almost like a staple Critical Ops competitive map.
Yeah, it's been one of my first maps I've ever played. Back when I was still like playing pretty good. I wasn't playing any professionally or something because I was like gold or something, so completely forget about that. Like, I'm just your casual player that cannot seem to hit or is camping in a corner, and whatever, doesn't really matter. Bureau, of course, it's a map that everyone knows, everyone loves, but now you cannot hide behind the map pick anymore, because both teams have won their own. Now we're going to the decider map. Now no map picks are there. You're not gonna be able to make it work. You gotta show it now. And again, Mullet Mafia, they've won most of the close rounds. So if Rain starts winning those, Twist, we might be seeing something else. And there's not a map pick for Mullet Mafia now coming up. There's not a map pick for Rain. So it's now going to come down who wins it on this deciding map.
Oh yeah, this should be head-to-head. I think one of the worst things to happen would be if we saw like 2 close games, and then now either Mullet Mafia or Rain, just take it like, I don't know, like 13-3 or 13-4. I think honestly that would be one of the worst things to happen here. But before we get into any of that, we have to talk about G Fuel a little bit, as you guys definitely have a chance to get 30% off anything that you buy at gfuel.com using the code esports mobile. Make sure the capitalization is correct, but it should work. And yeah, again, G Fuel helps you focus better. That's an energy formula. It will give you not only that caffeine boost that many are after, but also some other things that will definitely improve your focus and your energy when you are playing, or honestly just doing whatever where you need to have that, the best version of yourself. Let's just say that. So yeah, head over to gfuel.com, use the code esports mobile to get 30% off. And with that, we also have some other exciting news, which is the Critical Ops Kawaii event. So this is in the game. Operation Kawaii should come any second. And I mean, look at the skins. If there's a definition for the word kawaii, I mean, this should be a screenshot in the dictionary, as they are very kawaii. So perhaps you like those skins. Perhaps you're a fan of any animes. Well, you can definitely get some skins to show your passion, to show what you are, what you like to watch.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch, of course, also knives that you're gonna be able to drop and to flex on, because, hey, guys, there's not only knives that you're going to be able to pick up. When the others see that knife and they're like, ooh, that's a cool knife, and they're going to type it to you, that's going to give you a motivation boost, and that's going to make you feel so much nicer about it. It's like when you have that skin and people are typing to you like, ooh, that's a nice one. Now they can actually pick it up, so they want to try and hunt for you. They want to try and kill you just to pick that one up. I mean, all jokes aside, of course, it is nice to have some nice skins, of course, in play, and that's also the reason why this game is so popular for some of the people that just want to have a shiny looking inventory. So now you got yourself the G Fuel, you got yourself the skins, but now we have yourself a final game to watch, a final game to wrap up the best of 3 and to see whichever team is going to be able to come out victorious. Bureau, of course, Twist. Last time, these two teams played on Bureau as well, and it didn't go so well, I can tell, for the side from Mullet Mafia.
No, Mullet Mafia definitely were not somebody who was doing well on Bureau, but I think before that we'll talk about Bureau, but we'll have to talk about this last matchup a little bit. Starting it off with Unlucky Kid, you know, the guy who gets subbed in, we didn't see him on port. Now he appears, and well, he gets an ace in his first, just touching the ground on Canals, and he immediately gets an ace in the first round, so that was absolutely insane for me to see.
Yeah, it was a great start. and he kind of started to walk cut Faultless a little. I mean, I think we can call that a little, as he picked up that sniper, of course, in the end. And here we saw that change coming in, of course. So from the start, it all worked out quite nicely as they picked up a few. But yeah, after a bit, they started realizing that Mullet Mafia was playing to their ultimate best, and they were definitely the ones to take home the first few bits. After that, this 3-1, of course, that got won. Faultless still kept on insisting of Unlucky Kid having it, but as soon as some clutches started to go the way of Mullet Mafia, the sniper, the handy dandy one, was needed for Rain in the hands of Faultless, and so they started switching it up, and actually it started going better.
Yeah, for sure. I think, again, this was a very similar game to Port, just in the way how the rounds were laid out. You know, it was a game of chunks. It was a game where, you know, one team gets a couple of rounds in a row, then the other, and then the other, and, you know, eventually one of them reigns superior. So this was a nice clutch, though. I really like this one. Yeah, Fallen Knight just waiting it out perfectly. He kind of heard that Nexera was making steps after the first tap, so he was like, well, obviously, if he's making sound, he's not defusing. You can't possibly walk and make sound and defuse at the same time. So that was a good clutch coming in, and from there, well, there were some fluke rounds. There were definitely some rounds. I think it's in a couple of rounds, but where remember, Jesse, were like there were 2 eco rounds being won, one after the another.
Yeah, I think so too, right? I mean, I think some economy decisions were also not that well placed for both of the teams at some point. So that really came down to the wire, and in the end, like that comeback as well. Whenever then you're starting to, you know, eco twice in a row, it's going to become quite tough. And Rain started to pick up as soon as that change came in again. Like, look, Faultless on that Eurasia. It's not like it really made too much of a difference back here, as he didn't get too much done. But when we went to that breach site, Unlucky Kid free to use the arc in play, getting double spray downs like this definitely worked in their favor.
Oh, for sure. I think starting the second round, Mullet Mafia simply let Rain take too many rounds. Sure, you might lose the pistol, that's unlucky, you know, you're losing the 1v2 against Wives here. Definitely something you don't want to do, but at the same time, we will see that crazy flick coming in from Wives. As here, Novocaine is kind of in the lead, right? Like, he has more HP, and even if Wives plants, you know, he can still do it, but this is something else, guys. Look at this. Novocaine moving in, and just look at that flick. That's absolutely insane. Within a second there, Wives gets the frag, and from there, yeah, we can see on the scoreboard Rain advancing up to 10 rounds. And at that point, actually, Mullet Mafia decided that enough is enough, and well, they went on a little bit of a streak themselves.
Yep, they went, and after that 10 rounds, of course, that we saw here, Unlucky Kid picking up this round, and this one was pretty important. Valley picking out the XD, didn't work out after that. Double digits taken. And then you saw a comeback coming in for Mullet Mafia. You saw how many rounds they've gotten in a row, and it all looked like it was gonna go south. But Rain, in the end, they picked up the pace with the way they kind of forced in that loss bonus that slowly started cracking up. And that was the thing pulling through in the end, Twist, because as soon as you're winning round after round, or as soon as you're starting to lose round after round, eventually you will get buy after buy coming in, because you get like 4 to 5k even for a lose. Like, you get more than a win, kind of, which is odd to say, of course, but that is the way Critical Ops is looking. Whenever you're that far down, or whenever you're losing so many rounds, the game is trying to help you to eventually start picking up the pace again. And for Rain, luckily enough, they had the rounds to spare.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Rain, they were looking a bit just shook in these couple of rounds. As we saw, you know, Mullet Mafia getting one after the other. This one will be the 9th eventually. And yeah, from there we saw 10 to 10. And but then Mullet Mafia just not able to execute it exactly on the last couple of rounds. And those last couple of rounds were the most important. One player I really do want to talk about, though, is Fallen Knight. I think his Eurasia performance on Canals was just stellar. He was able to do so much with it. He was able to, again, hit quick scopes, quick jump shots, you know, just crazy things like that you normally see as a one-off, not exactly as something you can repeat. Well, Fallen Knight was actually, I'd say, even outperforming both Unlucky Kid and Faultless in terms of Eurasia performance.
So everything started to fall apart. Mullet Mafia claiming more and more rounds. And this round in particular as well, this could have been the breaking point for Rain. Like, that bomb getting dropped there. Then after that, still trying to recover for the second time. Fallen Knight missing that shot, unfortunately. But after that, 11-10, I think this round, Rain started to call that toss, and then they started to change something, which was a fast play. Novocaine wasn't ready. Imagine, Twist, if this round went the way of Mullet Mafia, we might have been done by now. We might have been done. Literally.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that was really the round that made made it for Rain, because if they lost it up, yeah, they don't have the best economy, they don't have the best weaponry. Coming into a round where Mullet Mafia are on match point, well, the scene is completely different. But instead, they are able to win it out, and Rain, yeah, just winning the 12th one and then planting the bomb here. Not much you can do when Shadow is on a Deagle and Recourse is literally on an M4. So even though the frag there does come in, it was Recourse left in a 1v3, and from there, Rain were just able to stop what they to end what they had started. So yeah, here we are, third map, Bureau, Jesse.
Yeah, third map coming in, and as I said, of course, these teams have gotten a little bit of a legacy so far in this Pro League. Last time they faced off against each other, Twist, it was 13-7 in the favor of Rain, and that was, I can't remember if it was their pick or not. I feel like it was the pick from Mullet Mafia coming in, solely based on the reason that Rain have almost only picked Canals before this season. So I feel like it was the pick for Mullet Mafia, but yeah, in fact, it was still 13-7. And now Mullet Mafia comes off the back of that lose. It must feel devastated to feel like you had it in your hands, but one round kind of slipped through and then the whole thing started kind of falling down. It must feel tough, and on the other hand, we all expected this reverse sweep, so why wouldn't it be possible?
Yeah, I think at this point, Rain definitely have the advantage. I mean, as you said, 13-7 on Bureau, and Rain, as we talked about, I think before the first map, Rain is really a team where they don't play all the maps like Invictus does. They play a couple of their handpicked favorites, and they're exceptionally good on them. And, if they get to play Bureau, which is literally a staple map for the side of Rain, well, trust me, even if they lose, it's going to be a very hard fight. On the other side of things, when we looked at the map stats for Mullet Mafia, I think there was only one map that they didn't really play, which I believe was Castello. So yeah, it's different from Mullet Mafia. I think they're a way more diverse team. They're able to perform on a variety of maps, which definitely helps if some of the maps are something that your opponents don't play. But this matchup, Port, Canals, and Bureau, literally again staple items for the side of Rain. And well, when a map like this is your commodity, you're gonna play very well on it.
And Twist, what happens before the game always? A knife round! Let's take a look at that one here on Bureau as we're getting ourselves ready. First of all, we have to see which side they're gonna choose for. And I'm not too sure, like teams have been going for the Breach side, teams have been going for Coalition side when you somewhat don't expect it to come in. But now the timer is starting to tickle, and we're gonna see how this knife round will be, because it is an important key. I mean, although Rain wanted to, or Mullet Mafia, Mullet Mafia wanted to start on that Breach side themselves, with Rain being on the Coalition side last time, it still favored them in the end, because they were the ones kind of trying to make that comeback once again. They really wanted to end it off on a good note, and they almost still succeeded. In the end, not to be, so maybe they want to switch things up now that they've won the knife round once again. Maybe CT side will be chosen, who knows?
Yeah, it's definitely something that we'll have to see. Again, when we made predictions on whether or not the team's gonna pick the Breach or the Coalition as their starting side, it seems like our predictions weren't exactly that correct, so we'll see how that one goes. Now, I will say that on Bureau, I think Bureau is quite Coalition-sided. Not the most Coalition-sided map, but certainly getting 8 rounds on Coalition is preferred. So, yeah, probably I would expect them, the knife winner, to go for the Coalition, but we'll see, Jesse.
Yeah, I think they have chosen to go for that Breach side. So once again, opting to go for the same strat as on Canals. And if your theory about 8 rounds being much needed on the Coalition side is true, they better start off strong. They better start off by picking up that pistol. Otherwise, it is going to be tough. There is a stand-in coming in this time for Mullet Mafia. And we'll probably see it on our stream as well soon. But we see Alpha positioning himself inside of this game, and he replaces Recurse. I think Recurse is the IGL coming in as well, like the in-game leader usually for this side of Mullet Mafia, but Alpha is a very heavy hitter. So a key, the one that we saw inside of the interview, or Recurse, whatever you want to call him, of course, is not in there anymore. They opted to go for some fraggers, but who knows if the fragging power will be able to out-aim the side from Rain. At least the first pick has been found.
Well, yeah, interestingly enough, Fallen Knight was actually went in last game for Alpha that was. So now it seems like they found a different way to play, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, for now, Mullet Mafia are heading towards Intel. Oh, that's a quick shot coming in from Novocaine. My line, the carry of the team goes down as well. So that's 2 players eliminated. Wives still fighting, but he finds 4 players on the opposite side. Nexera somehow, they're able to find 1, but now it's only Faultless here to fight and to get kills. Okay. 2v3, this is certainly possible, but Mullet Mafia still have to make it to the bomb side, and so does Rain. And I think at this point, for some reason, Faultless is even expecting it to be B, because he's heading towards B long. Yeah, this is going to be a long rotation for him.
And they still do. Yeah, rotation for Faultless. Where is he going to go? He's going to go back to Intel now. Wives. Maybe not expecting Fallen Knight to be in the cubby. Here's the jump spot on site, so probably not gonna expect someone to be this close. Or will Wives do so? Can hit the flick of the wrist once again. Not this time. It's Fallen Knight to claim the fight, and will now know where Faultless is as well. So they have the intel. They hear him running. They're giving him one-on-ones. He's not able to take them or not able to use them to his advantage. Will fall down. Valley will be the one to claim himself the first round. And it's Mullet Mafia on their breach side to start things off great. This is already looking good, Twist.
Oh, it certainly is, but I mean, again, you know, if we'll just look at historical stats, I think Mullet Mafia have won most of the pistol. Actually, I stand corrected. They won both on port and they lost both on canals. So, but I still think that, you know, Mullet Mafia are a team that's good at pistols. They're just pistols are a bit more about individual skill. You know, there's not really that many strats. It's normally just like, let's all rush together and hope that we click heads faster than they do. So Mullet Mafia are definitely good at clicking heads. The issues sometimes come when it comes to actually strategies. So definitely Rain's, that's something that's Rain's, you know, favorite thing to do is to craft good strategies, but we'll see how it goes, because for this one there's not really any strats you can even make. 5 XD45s, very hard to counter. That being said, Rain, they have the all stacked A, and Mullet Mafia, they're heading right into the trap.
Oh, unlucky kid right around the corner. Valley finding the first. Nexera will break the armor, will get himself a second, and it's now still called on Nexera to do it all. There might still actually be a chance not to be Nexera in a 1-on-2. Trying to get away. Dodges the bullet for now. That bomb is dropped, but he still has a chance.
Man, the fact that they even make it 2v2 with XD45s only, that is crazy. And yeah, it's still not over. I mean, it's close, but Nexera, he's coming in, and I don't think they're expecting a backstab, actually. If he peeks at the right time... Oh, now he's spotted for sure. Yeah, he gives his position away, and now 30 seconds on the clock. I think for now they can just plant. Yeah, especially with someone checking that, they should be able to get it. But Nexera, look how quick he is. Now, the bomb plant does go down, and they're going to expect it. So 10 HP to his name to find these 2 frags.
Nexera needed 10,000 steps as a goal, as he's ran all around the map twice. It will eventually fall. Shadow. Final blow, Twist. What a round once again by Mullet Mafia, but mainly I think for Rain. As you said, XD's working its wonders. It's been phenomenal for them, to say the least. And it's not the pistol round. We almost thought of that for a second. No, it was against full buys that they just strike them down so easily.
Yeah, I think a part of that is simply Rain's positioning there. They had a perfect setup on the A side, you know, crossfires, angles that you don't expect to be held, and that definitely grants them 3 frags, but ultimately Mullet Mafia don't make the same mistake they made on canals, and don't lose against XD45s. But now, well, they have a chance to prove themselves against rifles as well, as everyone on the side of Rain is almost holding B bomb side. Everyone on Mullet Mafia is also pushing it. So many smokes, so many different things to watch, and it's going to be Faultless with a double, trying to reload. Oh, but Shadow comes in with a frag here. 3 players, now actually 2 players stuck in the vents area there, but they're getting smoked off. That is smart. The bomb will probably go down. Rain have to play on retake here.
Yeah, but where they were going to position for. Maybe sticking together would be the best, right? All going towards that inside now. Wow.
Look at right, man.
Yeah, he's deposing little Alpha, trying to play the head glitch. It's possible. True for the fence, the swing comes in, my line. Grabbing Shadow off guard, Alpha. 1-for-1 duo against Wives. They're sticking together, but Wives still grabs himself the first. Alpha, the stand-in for this team. Can he make it work? It's a 1-on-1 head glitch against the world, as it's a lucky kid that has to run in. Will find the kill, but does he have time to go for the defuse? It's gonna cut it close, but I think he barely has it. Rain, some way, somewhat secure round number 3.
Yeah, that was definitely their round secure, I think, because like if we see when Mullet Mafia pushes in, like Rain pretty much already has 4 players on B bomb side. That's something you normally don't see, and the 5th one is moving in closely, right? So that was pretty much their secured round. It surprises me that it gets so close once again, you know, 1v1 with Alpha just almost getting it at the end there. So yeah, it does get close, but again, you know, Rain are able to get the first rifle round, and seems like now Mullet Mafia, they have this setup. Okay, I mean, it worked on Canals for Rain. So why would it not work on Bureau? Oh, Nova Kane eliminates my line. Now Fallen Knight's Eurasia has fallen, but with that, it's still a 3v4, and I think if Faultless is not careful here, this might not go well. Now he's able to find 1 and 2. Okay, I think this is the shutdown now, especially with the bomb being down, with the Eurasia being down. Yeah, there's so much to do. It's gonna be Faultless, low HP, still finding the quad in this round, and getting Rain up to 2.
It all looked so nice, but then it turned grim as everyone just fell down to Faultless. The IGL, of course, from Rain. Probably one of the most maps played in the entirety of the game. Probably could be the first one to actually enter that 200 maps. Maybe a funny statistic as well. I think we have we've talked about that inside the green room a little bit, but I think Faultless has never left Rain ever. So he's always been playing for this organization, or at least for his team, right? It's been a player keeping through, and I think it makes a whole bunch of sense. First 3 circuits going their way, and after that, Worlds, Pro League, every single thing. And when Nexera, the newest addition to your lineup, does this, I think you're doing well. Rain, 3-2 up.
Yeah, again, Nexera, 109 kills. Last time that Rain met with Mullet Mafia, 109 kills on 5 maps. The most consistent player that there was in that matchup. And even though Rain lost, that makes it even more impressive for Nexera. So it seems like, you know, all habits die hard, and definitely a habit for Nexera has been just performing absolutely insane against Mullet Mafia in these matchups.
Yeah, pause for Rain. They have some connection issues. That's never nice, of course. I mean, we're not having any weird servers, so you cannot blame it on there, right? We have just the normal servers people are gonna go on. And yeah, we'll have a little bit of a replay of what's just happened, right? This spray down for Nexera, just... It can almost not be better. It can almost not be better.
Oh, this is, for Rain, this is like a walk in the park these last couple of rounds, you know, they're just able to utilize what works, and again, you know, when we talk about Rain, it's really a team that's great on some maps. They have their hand-picked maps they really like, and they're amazing on them, and then they have maps they just don't play at all, and again, you know, that strategy has its pros and cons, but one of the pros is, well, if you only play a couple of maps, you're going to be really good on them, and Bureau is definitely one of those maps that they play a lot, so, yeah, this is going to be a tough collision side to crack for Mullet Mafia.
Yeah, they have to somehow find themselves the entries. Usually with pistols they were able to do so, or with an edge of the smoke, like Fallen Knight is trying to offer. There are chances, but they're setting themselves up quite nicely. That bomb is still far back in the breach spawn, and they're opting to go for, first of all, towards A and towards B. So this is a very alternative default, but I would say, Twist, I kind of like it.
Oh, I kind of like it too. I think this is an interesting setup, but the thing is the bomb is still dropped spawn, right? So it's like, whatever Mullet Mafia decide to do, they still have to retrieve the bomb. Like, that's gonna take some time as well, so I'm not sure I like this. I mean, sure, you don't want to lose the bomb early, but at the same time, like, you can't exactly pursue any of the bomb sites here.
I think they would have been picking up a little bit earlier, right? You put pressure on A, you put pressure on B. They're really looking to find an entry somewhere, but now they're going A without that entry, and then my line is still there to hold. So I like the idea that they tried to do, but you gotta look for an entry a little bit sooner, because now you're cut in the rabbit hole. If my line just takes you all down, there's no chance to get that bomb planted. Alpha, it's cool to find a trade. Valley picks up Nexera pushing in, but now it's all Faultless and Wives that have to try and hold, trying to put it up. Alpha gets himself a 1-for-1, but Faultless can still try and deny the bomb plant. Alpha needs the plant, needs to find the kill and then plant the bomb, but can still not do both. Does he have enough time? I don't think he does. Alpha doesn't realize he has the bomb on his back, and the coalition side picks it up. Alpha, oh no, this is awful.
I'm not sure if he didn't realize or
I don't think he
simply
realized.
there was not enough time. That's yeah. Either way, that's a huge fumble from Mullet Mafia. It simply looked like they were gonna be able to find their first rifle round, even though it was sketchy, even though there was literally we commit and there was no time to rotate or do anything else. They did well. They find the frags, but simply that clock runs down a little bit too much, and now that's a big loss to take. Now Fallen Knight will be only on a deagle. The rest of the team probably not, you know, not full Kevlar, just not the best situation, but that being said, they still somehow find 2 frags, but now they finally have to capitalize on this advantage they have, because last round that was simply not what you want to see if you're a Mullet Mafia fan or a player there.
No, they played it slow, right? And that was cool. They played it slow, but then whenever you have to play it slow, everything has to work out. And that, in the end, didn't go. In the end, it fell. And then you're still this dead man walking. Wives, the final player that can hold on to this B side. He flashes out, but still stands tall as he waits for his second player to come in.
Wives close here. Valley has spotted him. He is stuck in that position. But it's going to be Myline to help him out. And Valley actually catches Wives off guard. Now Myline 1v2 situation. Has to look both directions. Gets some damage. And interestingly enough, Mullet Mafia decides they both want to peek him. And I mean, at that point, probably just take a chill pill. You know, there's no need to peek. Just play on the bomb. But either way, they peek and they get it. But yeah, look at this. 10 seconds on the clock. Alpha has the bomb. And he doesn't go for the plant. Instead, he just goes for, well, the kill. And at that point, he decides he wants to rush, not plant the bomb. I mean, I think that the time was just on such small little margins there that Rap didn't have time to plan. But either way, that's just not a round you want to lose on Mullet Mafia's side.
I think he dropped the bomb as well in the end. So that, in my eyes, indicates that he just forgot about the bomb. He was like, I don't even want to have this thing anymore. Like, why do I have this even? I just don't want it. And it makes total sense, as he's a very good fragger, but at the same time, some things do need to happen, and sometimes you have to plant the bomb, unless you want to lose the round, and that's exactly what happened this time. Even though that last round, we speak about it like it's pretty likely, but Mullet Mafia are now on 3. And Twist has made a ballsy statement. You need 8 rounds, or at least 8 rounds is great on the coalition side. Mullet Mafia might still take 4, and that's already enough to come back from this. Look at how fast they pushed onto the side Nexera, and Faultless some way somewhat holding on. And with all the kills going the way of Rain, it's still equaled out.
Yeah, Alpha finding a crucial frag there to equal out the scores on both players, or to equal out the alive players, or should I say. Now, Nexera, he has spotted some players there, but the thing is, yeah, I think Mullet Mafia, they can just commit towards A. This is actually great. Alpha stays on B. If anybody peeks him, he kind of has the advantage because he's holding an angle. And then, you know, Fallen Knight, he could go A, but he chooses not to. He chooses to plant. But look at this. This might be an instant denial. Nexera takes down 1. Now the bomb is planted, but Alpha, this time, not good for the clutch either. Not even good for the first kill, as Nexera gets a nice double there, plays to perfection to push through the smoke, very aware of the advantages of that, and that takes Rain up to 5.
Rain do have a 2-round differential now to work with, and Mullet Mafia are the ones that will have to try and see what they can still find, as the buy is still there at Twist, so arguably they still got themselves a whole bunch to work with, but they had a 1k loss bonus. I think they now have 2k, so they have to plant the bomb, otherwise they won't even have themselves a full buy coming up next. And then, those 8 rounds we've been talking about earlier are still very much doable for Rain, but for that, this round has to be won. An early fight to mid might bring them the opener. They are so much beloved to need. Great kill, Novocaine tried something special, but Nexera is there to hold, and so an entry created for Rain.
Ooh, unlucky kid. He's in a good position to find some frags here. Definitely could be possible. Fallen Knight again with that Eurasia. He's simply unstoppable. Now he would like to find another frag. The problem is that once you actually go towards that B-long area, towards that Vents Hall area especially, you're kind of locked in. Now it does seem like that lock is going to be faultless as he rotates back, and he's going to check this cross towards A. That jiggle... Oh, he definitely spots something, but yeah, so he can't just spot it, you know, he'll get pre-fired. So at this point, Mullet Mafia, this is not a position they would like to stay in, but somehow it works out, or does it? Oh, Myline, perfect time to peek. Shadow does take him down, but it's going to be a 1v3 situation. Now, he will get the plant, that is sure, but I think he will also get a bullet in his back, actually a couple of seconds before he gets the plant, and that is Rain on 6. Now, one thing actually that I think is alright is the fact that Bureau is quite of a collision-sided map, right? So you can expect Rain to to get 8 or even 9 to, you know, make it equal once he's get to the other side. What do you think about this one, Jesse?
Now, I feel like your statement you made earlier about like 8 rounds, I think that's pretty cool to take. But on the other hand, like Rain, we've seen that on Canals they can take pistol rounds as well. Whenever you take that pistol as a coalition team or as a breach team, you're immediately putting yourself up to 2 already, and then when you're 8-4, for example, it's already going to be 10-4. So then whenever you take 1 or 2 lucky rounds, it's already almost done. So you're actually cutting it quite close to the wire when you're on the 8-4, and when you don't win the pistol, you're in a whole bunch of trouble. If you win the pistol yourself, then it's 8-4, or then it's 8-6 already. And with a few lucky rounds here and there, you're already going to be quite far up. So I totally agree with you on what you just said. It's very easy to hold these sites, it looks like. The Mullet Mafia, if they outrun them, if they out-aim them on this site, if they run fast into the A site. Bureau is also a map where it's kind of hard to push certain sites because the rotations are close for CTs, but they're very far for the attackers. And it's really something we're seeing because the coalition side is already here before the breach side even reaches the side itself. Photos will have to be careful as he's getting caught in from behind, and the round will go the way of Mullet Mafia as Lucky Kid stops spraying. If he sprayed there, Valley would have fallen as well, but in case it's not to be. And so Rain, although they were close to taking 8, are now maybe not even gonna get 8, Twist, because they have 1.6k on a few of the players.
Yeah, this is a huge round to be found for Mullet Mafia. Just economically, that gives so much damage for the side of Rain. Falless seems like he'll just be playing without anything, just his bare hands. Now, okay, there is a Deagle. I was you know, kind of joking about that one, but yeah, even though they buy up, I mean, that buy is not the greatest. 4 M4s, which are obviously worse than an AUG, and a Deagle, and pretty much no utilist, smoking a flashbang on Wives. And Falless, he's gonna take an aggressive peek. I do actually like that. He gets some nice info there, and he plays it smartly enough to where he doesn't immediately die, so at least that's some info given over. But at the same time, Mullet Mafia, they've been extremely good at just taking it slowly. Or do they? Novocaine takes down one, but gets immediately refragged.
Okay, 4 versus 4. I mean, M4s somehow seem to hold on. And a Lucky Kid, look at what position he is, but he will get caught in from behind. Valley should have him taken away. There he goes, an entry or an alternative position here has been played by a Lucky Kid. But it is advantageous now for Mullet Mafia, but they still get a beat. A 2-man stack here for Rain on the A side.
Alright, well, yeah, there's Wives there. That is the first problem. Now, this angle is something that gets commonly checked. But, as you said, Myline, he's going to be there quickly to refrag, but seems like he does refrag 1, but there's 3 more on the site, and at this point he has to retreat. Oh, Nexera, that's a perfect position, perfect time to peek. Gets 1, gets the info about the plant, now it's definitely heard and seen as well. But Myline, he's staying strong, he's taking down Alpha as well, so 2v4 turned into a 1v2. Valley has to find that last frag. And another one on my line. This would be great. He hears the sound and he gets the second one as well. Valley clutches the 1v2, secures the round for Mullet Mafia. It seemed like it was in their favor. Then it looked very shaky, but at the end, Valley able to close it out. So now, things are looking great for Mullet Mafia. Now they're able to buy whatever their heart desires for that last round of things. And with that, I mean, Rain, yeah, another Deagle in the picture.
How is Valley so good? I can't believe it. Honestly, crazy to see how they have so far been performing here in Mullet Mafia. Might even be closing out on a 6-6, not to be for now. Valley once again up for a trade, so fast to find it. As we're in a 4-on-3 position. Rain has been able to do so with the entry and with the follow-ups. With 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Mullet Mafia that's going to try and decide where they're going to go, which seems to be ahead towards the A side. Myline, called to the occasion, is only going to spot intel, and a flank for Nexera should have them all covered. Nexera with a triple, and although Valley can close out rounds, Nexera can sure do his thing as well.
Try once and you might not succeed, but when you go for that backstab through mid again, yeah, eventually it's gonna work out and it's gonna wreak havoc on the side of Mullet Mafia. But now, you know, this is what we talked about. This is that the more one-sided a map is, the more the pistol round matters. And for Bureau being quite one-sided, this pistol round decides a lot. If Mullet Mafia lose it, we're looking at 7-7. If they win it, they're accelerating, man. They're 9-5 already, you know, assuming that they win the anti-eco as well. So, yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. And it seems like Mullet Mafia Mafia, well, they're walking into the bear trap. That being 3 players stacked towards Wentz, and they're able to get 1, 2, and what? Myline with a double. Why is another Myline with another one? Oh, this suddenly turns into a 1v3, and Novocaine left on a deagle, but not for long. It's taken down as well. So, yeah, it's gonna be, actually, we need to switch the scoreboard once again, but it's gonna be Rain taking the 8th one here.
Yep, and they take the pistol, even though the coalition side 7-5, as we've said before, arguably still not too great for Rain, right? Mullet Mafia was looking good, and now on the coalition side, they should be having a little bit of the upper hand on it. When the pistol immediately doesn't go their way, we've seen what Rain can do. They can string up a few, they can get themselves an early lead, and a few rounds in a row is already going to be enough to take that. All AKs and 1 SG to see what they can bring to the mix. A fast mid stack here from Mullet Mafia. Maybe they're going to try to be the ones to push through into the mid side as well, but look at Nexera leaning in to try and find a kill on middle. It will in fact also be a little bit of an A hit here, as Novocaine flashing in. Flash will be a dodge by fault lines, maybe a second guy coming in right there, and then it will be Shadow for now, but also falls away, and so does Rain. They've been going back to B. I feel like tactically wise, this has been incredible performance so far for Rain. Like, the fact that they calculate this 2-man on the A side, so that means there's probably going to be 1 on the rotation back to A, and so only 1 on B, and they called it perfectly as they're pushing into B with an open side this time.
Yep, I think at this point there's not much that Mullet Mafia can do in this round. I mean, they have Shadow and Novocaine left live and not even a single frag. Nexera right now is just playing absolutely out of his mind. Gets so many frags there, and at this point it just looks worse and worse by the minute here. Sure, Rain are on the breach side. It is the harder side to play on, but again, they have almost that huge advantage. Well, but there's one thing. You remember the scoreline on port, Jesse?
Yeah, I sure do. This was the comeback chance. We all do know that Mullet Mafia came back from an incredible start, and Rain does exactly the same now, but this is not their own map pick, or this is not Mullet Mafia's map pick, right? This is the decider, and that's the thing I've been talking about. You cannot hide behind the fact that it's just a map pick from someone, or a play from someone that they do really like. Of course, this is a map where Rain, statistically speaking, has a very big upset on. As Fallen Knight missed that shot, barely getting out. The bomb will still go down. Rain might have double digits secured. A smoke gets tossed in. Fault lines taken away. A 2-on-3 retake. Still some chances here for Mullet Mafia. It's just my line remaining. Everyone falls, Twist. It is a great retake for Mullet Mafia, sure thing. But I think Rain, if they didn't pull out their grenades so often, like, it would have been a chance to just spray them down in some sense.
Yeah, that's not the best round coming in from Rain. I mean, they looked alright, and then at the end they're just simply fumble, you know, not exactly being able to do what they should have done. So Mullet Mafia, they do find their first rifle round, and yeah, from now on out, it's probably going to be only rifle rounds, you know, with maybe exception of some ecos. So this is going to be an interesting one. I think the game is far from over, as Rain, they're definitely on the weaker side, that being Breach right now, and yeah, if that round isn't to prove it, I don't know what is. But they're gonna attack the B bomb side heavy, but it's gonna be Fallen Knight taking that aggressive B long peek, getting a frag, and Valley with another, oh, and a triple from Valley. Yeah, this is big. My line with a matter of 30 seconds, the round started with 30 seconds ago, and now it's a 1v5, simply Rain's push completely denied, and it is gonna be over without, well, one casualty, that being Valley.
He luckily gets one, Myline. Great stuff for him. And now Rain on an eco. Oh boy, Twist. I'm feeling like, as you said, this game is not done yet, and it sure isn't, right? We're almost tying things up here. Mullet Mafia, what a comeback they're completing if they would. But yeah, we've seen twice in a row that comebacks weren't possible in the end, but now once again, it's not a map pick from someone that is eventually still taking it, and the other team trying to make a comeback successful, because twice the comeback got denied, but this time it's not just Rain that is on their own map pick. No, it's a decider where both teams are fragging to their ultimate potential, and it's still 9 rounds instead of 11 or 10 that the other team still had. This is a clean sweep almost, as Shadow still falls, but what does it matter? They have economy for days. They've got an 8 on the board already.
And what else they have is that confidence. We see their Fallen Knight, you know, his primary is that Eurasia, but there he's just like, you know what, I'm gonna push in with the XD45 and I'm gonna take frags. You know, that requires confidence for you to, when you have that $4,000 rifle on you, to just push and think you're gonna get the frag with the pistol. But he does, and that definitely shows that Mullet Mafia, they are far from... I've lost it, you know. Fallen Knight gets another one now. He is refragged on that repeat, but it's still a 4v4 situation. Oh, and they're so aggressive. Mullet Mafia just valley pushing in, gets another frag on Nexera, simply switching up the roles, playing the collision side almost as if it's the breach side.
Yeah, and it seems to be working out. Breaking the armor, ooh, that could be tough. Myline, the main carrier, of course, we've always talked about him as being so. Once again, not there on the 1.6 rating as we do see him quite often, but yeah, it's mainly been due to Mullet Mafia kind of focusing on him to take him down. And when you take him, you know what you have. Like Recurse has said it before as well, even though he's not here in the game. In his interview, of course, that you guys have seen between the maps. When we take down Mylan, when we take down Faultless, and when we take down Nexera, this team of Rain is a whole lot worse, and they've done so. They've taken down Mylan quite often. Wives. Can he prove himself wrong? Has to be a main fragger, not to be 9-9, all tied up. Twist, 4 rounds. Separating these two teams for potentially a victory, but who will take 13 first?
I mean, look, the same thing that happened on Canals is happening again. On Canals, Rain were up 10-5 and then Mullet Mafia make a 5-round comeback. Well, this time it's only 9-5, but Mullet Mafia either way make a 4-round comeback now. So, I don't know, man. I think like this one for sure will go towards Mullet Mafia. It should. I mean, there's only 5 deagles. What could 5 deagles do? Well, we saw what they can do on Canals. But yeah, if Alpha doesn't just get completely... Yeah, okay, Valley. Okay, Valley. He gets a quad. That's pretty much over. At this point, Nexera is like pretty much just shook. We can see that his fingers are almost trembling. He can't understand either how so quickly all of his players failed, but well, they did. And so Mullet Mafia, after a long drought, take the lead once again.
Oh, double digits. I'm starting to feel nervous for this Rain side, because they might have buy after buy coming in, but they still have what is seen to be a very, very tough situation to be in. We'll have to see. 10 could still be possible. And every single time they will have buy after buy coming in, but Mullet Mafia have exactly the same. So whoever wins those full buys are going to be taken. The possibility for a victory. Let's see what it is, of course. Rain, they're going. Was it 10-10? If it seems to be, we'll have to see if there is a case.
Oh.
Fallen Knight, what an entry. Finding Faultless on the cross. Yeah, it's just an up battle, of course, that comes in, or a ratio battle that's been won by Fallen Knight, and that's good, because they're on the defensive side, and the defensive ratio is very deadly. But look at his control valley. Challenged by Myline, takes another entry. Oh, Mullet Mafia going to 11. What is this? They're winning it all. They're winning all the aim fights, and Rain seems nothing.
Valley has gotten 3 triples and a quad in like the last 7 rounds, I believe. This guy is playing absolutely insane right now, and I mean, it shows on the score as well. 25 frags to his name. Fallen Knight showing up as well. It's insane how well Mullet Mafia are performing. There's simply no answers that Rain can find in this one. And the thing is, 93% of the community voted for Rain to win this one. So the fact that Mullet Mafia are literally 2 rounds away from taking it all, from being the first team qualified for the best of 5 finals on Sunday, that's absolutely insane. Valley with another one. This guy just does not stop. You can't stop Valley. He gets... Ooh, Myline, he's looking around, trying to spot some players here. That flash comes in, but Valley, he's just unstoppable, man. 3 kills in this round as well. There's just nothing that can stop the advances of Valley. This guy's almost there at 30 bomb, and it's simply almost all over for Rain. Mullet Mafia are on match point. Not many believed for them to even make it to the third map, and who believed for them to defeat Rain? Probably without Rain even making it to double digits here.
12-9. Double Eurasia setup. Mullet Mafia. What can they do? Can they bring into some victory? Look at Valley. 29 frags. Make that 30 or not even. Alpha's gonna shut it down. Mullet Mafia. They make it work. They might just shut down Rain. As Valley will find the 30 bomb. They need just 2 more kills. Separating themselves from Rain, losing it all. Nexera is in a lot of big problems. Look at him. He is teleporting. He drops all his weapons. He knows it is over. And we know that Rain have just been eliminated by Mullet Mafia for the 2nd time in a row. Or not in a row. Inside of the playoffs. Inside of when it all matters. Mullet Mafia, they do it. Who would have thought? But at the same time, 5 rounds does seem to be enough, apparently, on the Breach side, because their coalition side was insane, and 1 player is to thank, which is Valley. 30-11. Oh boy.
Yeah, Valley gets that to the 30 bomb, and I mean, I would say almost single-handedly. Obviously, everyone on Mullet Mafia did great. But, I mean, he was just that star. He was just that one player who was able to do so much more than was needed. You know, getting multi-kills round after round after round. And that is the thing that ultimately gets it over the line. So, with that, we conclude. Almost, guys, we have an interview coming. Well, I'll tell you a little bit more about that. But we conclude the first day of the playoffs for the Eurasia side of the matchups. You know, it's Rain. They're going to take it. They're going to lose it 1-2. We're quickly going to show you the bracket just so you guys know. But please do not leave, as we have an interview prepared with Novocaine from the side of Mullet Mafia. So I think that's going to be very interesting. Obviously, this is going to be not a pre-recorded interview. This is going to be a live interview. So, you know, I think that's definitely something you want to hear, you want to see, because, you know, there will be some emotions going on. But again, this is the bracket. We saw Rain versus Mullet Mafia. And yeah, it's going to be Mullet Mafia actually advancing the first to grand finals. On the you know, other matchup, the first match of the day, it was Invictus versus Team Ares, where yeah, it was just Invictus able to win it out pretty easily, beating Team Ares 13-0 and then 13-7, advancing to, well, the game that we're going to watch tomorrow, which is Rain versus Invictus, and whoever wins that matchup will make it to the grand finals. So some very exciting stuff coming here. But yeah, I'm gonna stop teasing for you guys. We have Jesse, who's gonna do the interview with Novocaine. But from me, that is going to be pretty much it for today. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the cast. And yeah, after a little bit of break, we'll have an interview that's going to be Jesse with Novocaine.
And we're off with this sister on Pretzel, already on a bit of a backstab here, but he might get caught out. He's actually not even able to get one. MGS is going to take him down. But Blitz, they're kind of getting on the offensive a little bit here towards mid. They do choose to back up after losing that player. The bomb still hasn't made any final commitments in. Oh, the timing on that B-Long player might actually be really good. Yeah, Styx is able to push up and take down that player. It's now all down to Kawhi. Last man alive over towards A mid. He's gonna spot out the first player with a nice headshot. Oh, he's able to get the flick, but he can't find the kill. Oh, he's 3 HP. How is he alive right now? Oh my goodness. Spoken as, oh my goodness. What is happening right now? Oh, he
just
gets,
one bullet.
How does he get away? No way.
One.
Looks like Ref has taken on the role of in-game leader on the side of Bless here.
Yeah, that's not too bad for him. Pretty much top fragging for himself at this point, thanks to that round, being able to take out so many players. And so he himself not only calling the shots, but taking names as well. Hard push for A, it seems. They're getting extremely aggressive here. Xenoside pushing. We got 1 down, make it 2 for Pretzel. We also get a rotation for 1 for MGS, but then Raph picks him 2 more up. Vasia, last one, able to pick up 2. It's just a double sale for everyone. And it's down to a 1v1.
Making their way slowly over towards mid. Yeah, all three of these players making their way up the stairs right now. Spoken is inside house. He might have to deal with these players if they decide to push him. No, he drops just as I say that. That timing might be for the better. And now the smoke and the flash is coming out. Spoken is going to give away his position over towards bottom side. Now he needs to be careful, because he is kind of exposed from B long. And yeah, Light is going to be able to take him down. And Xenocide are going to take the site by storm. Raph is pushed up, but he doesn't know Light is already over here on the head glitch. Pretzel with a nice trade, but he's taken down super low as a result. Endur's able to find one pick though, and it's all up to MGS. Can he clutch the 1v2 for us? He tries to back out, but no, the timing is not in his favor. Endur
down. Spoken is making his way over. He assumes he hears the smoke. Now he's going to use that to his advantage. If he can get up in here, Light is nowhere to be found. He might be able to get a jump on him. He's going for this hard peek around. No.
Gonna go for the smoke. I thought maybe he was smoking himself off for the ninja. Looks like he's... Oh, I think he suspects a wide rotation here.
And he does. And... Oh, that's almost caught.
Trying to go for the... Is he gonna ninja? There's no way. There's no way. Oh my god. No way Spoken gets that off. You've got to be kidding me.
And a hard task. You know, when you're just like, hey, you know, we got 9, we're in the lead by, 5-6 rounds, but, then you switch and you got to do everything all over again. But Spoken, getting a little revenge here. Light going down. Mafia here on a really, really tight angle. Trying to change it up a little bit, but again, no one's really pushing. A is technically somewhat open. All they got to do is take down Mafia here, and that should be fairly decent, although we do see Cal, he's rotating in. Mafia does push up a little bit, get sticks, and so then they're gonna have to go again 1-for-1. And oh no! From the side, but the B side is ultimately almost clear.
I mean, it's looking like maybe they're gonna go towards B towards the end here. I mean, right now Blitz have the man advantage, but Endure is very low. He needs to be careful not to get sniped by a frag or something. And Light is getting a little offensive here, and Styx is ready with the refrag, fortunately for them. Now Kawhi has to be careful here, not to give himself away. He has a very good position here. Do Bless commit to this though? They still have plenty of time on the clock. I think he was spotted on that cross there. And he's going for the white swing. This man doesn't care, and now he's trapped in this corner and he's in danger. He needs to be careful. He's still able to get a pick though regardless. Pretzel coming in with a trade of his own, and it's Spoken.
And now Raft is super low already for himself. It gets taken out. Refrag's coming in still, but now it's all to Spoken in a 1v2.
Okay, make this happen. The bomb is down. I don't know if he's gonna be able to pull this one off. He's pretty low, no armor. Basically one bullet to finish him off. MGS is kind of isolated though. They both just left the bomb actually, which is quite interesting. So Spoken basically has free reign to grab this bomb. Is he gonna expect the wraparound though? I don't think he does, and he's gonna... Oh wait, what? Hang on, what a shot. Never mind. Clone is gonna get taken down. Spoken, the game sense on this man, or it's just the raw aim, I suppose. And he's gonna go for that bomb plant now. But it's MGS with a wide flank. If Spoken clutches this up, I will be in pure shock. What you think? So Spoken basically has free reign to grab this bomb. Is he gonna expect the wraparound though? I don't think he does, and he's gonna... Oh wait, what? Hang on, what a shot. Never mind. Clone is gonna get taken down. Spoken, the game sense on this man, or it's just the raw aim, I suppose. And he's gonna go for that bomb plant now. But it's MGS with a wide flank. If Spoken clutches this up, I will be in pure shock, but I don't know if we'll be able to pull it off. He's playing inside the smoke right now. He's actually wrapped around the coalition spawn. And I don't know if MGS is going to expect him to be here. He sees the bomb planted. He's going to go for a smoke. I think he's a little paranoid of a potential backstab for the wrap. Did he spot him out there? He does, but it's Spoken with the clutch. Blizzard still hanging on. We're at match point. I can't...
What? And so now full buys coming in from Xenocide. We're going to try this again. We got everything flying mid. That's at least good for Xenocide. They're able to lock that out. But Raph is here. The blindingness full. Eating that all the way through. And now technically A is the best place to go. But if we can get Spoken to run around real quick, he could get a huge backstab here.
Oh man, I think I think you're right. He's gotten in such a good position. He's gonna spot the player out, and he gets a nice and easy headshot. He's gonna spot another one. It's a wallbang on Cow Clone tries to find one, but he can't. MGS is our last man standing over towards A long, and it's the oh my goodness, what is going on? Okay, I guess maybe it didn't have the head. Oh man, Pretzel, he's gonna peek out. He's able to find the kill, but he can't back off in time. MGS is gonna take one down, looking to see if there's a potential refrag coming, but it looks like Endure actually has the KSG. Can't really be of much help to him right now.
Nope.
Spoken, he's made some noise. I think they've heard him. He needs to be careful though. He's able to find one, but he can't get the second.
What a win has it been. Am I right about that, guys? Mullet Mafia, who would have thought them to claim this victory now? 2-1 it was in the end. And I got myself a guy joined with me, which is probably going to be very happy. I've already held an interview with him. It is Recurse from Mullet Mafia. Welcome, man.
Welcome, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, how does it feel now to get this victory? Because it's been a long stretch.
Yeah, I mean, we are feeling good, every one of us, because like we beat basically the best team in Europe, and we are so excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, you looked good. Like, this is the ex-world champion, and like in the final game, they played with like 4 out of 5 players that actually won like the world championship. I'd also found out that you weren't playing there on the final map. Was there any particular reason for it, or is that mainly like the lineup you play on Bureau?
No, it was nothing. But I felt that Alpha will do a good match on Bureau, so I just let him play.
And it was great you picked up Valley, because man, 30-11 I think in the end. That man had something that we didn't. Maybe some extra G Fuel or something.
Yeah. He had to drink some G Fuel before, but like he did amazing. Like 30 bombs on playoffs. It's something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely G Fuel, probably the only reason why he did that, right? I mean, to be really honest, it's been great. Code Esports Mobile, guys, check it out. No, but all jokes aside, of course, Aki, yeah, congratulations. First of all, of course, how was it with the, how was it to be like the first map? You guys were down, or you guys were up quite a bit, but in the end, still, Rain came back to almost taking it. Were you guys a little bit scared about losing that map of Port whenever they came very close in the end?
Yeah, it was 6-6 when we were on City, so we were a bit tilted, you know, because it's a City map for sure, and we had to have good strats on this side, and it actually worked with our strats.
Yeah, it looked good. You guys made a lot of clutches as well. You guys were heavy into clutching. Every single time, everyone just incredibly hard screaming probably after those clutches, right? Because there were a ton.
Yeah, can you repeat, please?
Okay, so you guys made a lot of clutches, right? That's what you saw. How do you manage to do it every time? And was it every single time just a whole lot of screaming when the clutch came through in the end?
Yeah, we were screaming in the VC, but our communication is really good, so we managed to clutch.
Yeah, it was great. And a bunch of times, Shadow pulling through, Fallen Knight playing well. Who would you say was the MVP of this series?
I would say Shadow and Valley. I can choose between them.
Okay. I mean, you yourself not in that third, so I get why you yourself wasn't able to do it. Would you say, like, looking at this, because you're now in the grand finals, of course, you have one best of 5 to come. Would you say you, with this showing, have what it takes to win it all, or do you feel like when you're moving into that best of 5, it is going to be like tougher to play, for example, against Rain or Invictus?
It's gonna be hard. Like the finals are gonna be hard. It doesn't matter against who are we gonna play. But we have one day. We have tomorrow to practice and to talk in the VC about strategies, and we will see.
I mean, it's great to hear, man. I honestly Like, I can talk about deck canals a little bit, but on the other hand, man, you're just happy that you have been able to pull through, right? You've been happy that you have been able to win. The clutches were on point, and I would just have to say, like, good luck preparing for the Sunday, right? You have one day to do so, like you said yourself. Maybe watch the game of Rain and Invictus a little. But all in all, man, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck on preparing for the next one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and for now, of course, you guys probably think Twist is going to be coming back. No, it will be me ending it all alone, of course. So that's a little bit sad, but of course, we're going to be having some fun time just ending it off, right? 2-1 victory here that has been able to be accomplished. Let's take a look at the stream schedule one more time, just for you guys to be prepared for whatever comes next. 3 p.m. not to be, because our ace didn't win. We're having 5 p.m. tomorrow, where there's going to be one more best of 3 between Invictus and Rain. And that match, I mean, I'm sad I won't be there tomorrow, but I will be there at the grand finals, because Invictus versus Rain, the grand final of last time, is going to be in play, right? Invictus and Rain will be taking each other on. Not in a best of 5 like we most certainly expected to have. No, it's going to be a best of 3 to see who's going to be 3rd place and who's going to be there joining Mullet Mafia in the finals and in the grand finals on 5 p.m. on Sunday. Definitely worth to check it out as well. But yeah, and of course, sadly enough, guys, this stream will come to an end. We started off 1 hour late by the 13-0 that we unfortunately weren't able to cover due to YouTube getting themselves up with some issues. But now we're obviously wrapping it all up. Thank you guys all for watching in the chat, because the support has been amazing. A lot of people cheering for both of the teams, and we hope to see that, of course, tomorrow as well with Invictus versus Rain. Big thanks for the people helping behind the scenes, setting everything up with the lobbies, and of course with the communication between the teams to set up all these times and all these streams in general. Of course, Kryptonite Crosby helping us out with providing a lovely stream, with me not having to click all the buttons to switch all the scenes, because if I would have to do that, the scene would honestly look a whole lot worse for there. So great job for him to make that work. All the sponsors, of course, helping behind the scenes to provide ourselves with this whole lovely event that we are going to be hosting for the 2nd season and the 3rd season, of course, after this one, because yeah, after Sunday it is already gonna be over. And of course, make sure you tune in tomorrow. Of course, also great thanks to Jit Twist for helping me out, and all the casts, of course, that have been here throughout the whole season, and the teams that have been competing, because without them we wouldn't even have a game to cast or to stream or to even witness in this whole season. For now, thank you guys all for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European time, and of course the grand finals that is going to be Sunday on 5 p.m. Central European. My name is Jesse, or Dutch Boy, and I hope to see you guys all back tomorrow, not with me, but with 2 other casters. See you guys then. Bye bye.